All right, everybody, welcome to the Killer Main podcast series. This week is Freddy, the most recent rework in the video game. And if my guests would like to introduce themselves.
Hi everybody, I'm Kuhssir. I was someone who for the longest time didn't want to have a main, but then I started playing a lot of Freddy. Well, I mean, I guess I already kind of played a lot of Freddy, but yeah, I made about 10 videos on him and then kind of just accepted the fact that I was a Freddy main, so yeah. I've been playing him since 2018. He's been one of my quote-unquote mains, so yeah, I kind of just accepted it.
All right, yeah. And all the links will be below. I mean, I guess that normally the first question I ask is how long have you been playing Dead by Daylight? You're more recent to the game, aren't you?
I've been playing since 2018. It was free on PlayStation Plus, and I picked it up, and I've been playing it ever since then. Funny enough, I wasn't going to get it at first, but some friends convinced me to get it. So
also, no pressure on this. I think you're the first console player I've ever had on here.
Oh, that's because I'm powerful.
Well, I didn't even know you played on console. I don't know. It's such a foreign concept to me because everybody I know plays on PC.
Yeah, I wish I was on PC, but I mean, like, it's still playable on console, you know.
Right, you can't cross-progress right now, can you? Sony doesn't...
I have to get a PC.
Wait, you can do it, though, right? It's just Nintendo that wouldn't let you do it?
Yeah, I can do it. I just don't own a good enough PC to run it. I own a laptop, like a Chromebook.
Fair enough. I mean, if I was you, I would still, like, buy it if you can on a PC and, like, do the cross-progression just so when...
Yeah, I have that all set up. Like, I literally have everything set up. Like, it's connected to my Steam account and everything. I just have to get a PC.
Oh, I see. Okay. It's worth the investment, trust me.
Yeah.
And they're not too... I mean, I bought mine for... I think I spent, like, $1,500 on mine.
Yeah, you can get pretty cheap ones. Like, DBD... I would assume DBD is not a game that takes a lot to run, you know?
If you're streaming it, it does for some reason, but the game itself is fine.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's really weird because, like, I started using filters recently. People can shame me later for that because I thought it made the game look better. And because I was under the assumption that everyone else just had better PCs than me, and I showed some of my specs, and no, I have a better PC than probably 90% of my friends.
Really?
And, yeah, and no, it's just that the game look. It's just that when you're streaming the game, it requires a different set of stuff than just like having a high-end PC. Dead by Daylight is ironically a very GPU heavy game for some reason. I don't know why.
That is strange, yeah.
No, not CPU, just GPU. I don't know why. But so you said 2018.
Yep. August or July. I think it was July, the end of July. Whenever Clown came out.
Clown. A lot of people I brought on here, it's Pig.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. It's either like whenever I ask someone, it's Pig, Nemesis, or Pyramid Head.
It's one of those, and then someone will say a lot of people had their like Ghostface main phases. I don't know why.
Yeah, he was my first P100.
Why? What is it about Ghostface?
I mean, do you? Fuck you. Never mind.
Listen, okay, I know where you're going with that, but still,
yeah.
But it's like everyone.
Yeah.
But the next question, and you kind of answered this a bit, but why Freddy? Why Freddy is a main? Or is it literally just because you feel like you were kind of thrown into being a Freddy main?
So I think you've said this, and I kind of was like, yeah, I agree with that. You, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, said that singularity fits more with your playstyle, right? I feel like that's something you've said.
Yeah.
But you're a Chucky main because you like Chucky.
Right.
That's how I feel about Freddy. I love Nightmare on Elm Street. I like, it's not my favorite playstyle. My favorite playstyle would be Deathslinger, who, like, ironically, I'm terrible with, but I just love him. But, like, I just love Nightmare so much. So, in 2018, I was like, oh, it's Freddy Krueger. That's really cool. And original Freddy's kit, he was terrible. Like, I think you probably know what original Freddy did, right?
Yeah. Okay. He had to manually put people to sleep, and
7 seconds.
He couldn't injure the survivor. He couldn't do anything to the survivors until they were asleep.
Yeah, he was terrible. But I loved him. I thought he was so fun. And then the second version of Freddy was incredibly strong, and that was like my sweaty phase, so I kept playing him. And then I realized Dream Palace were just really funny, so I kept playing him. And then New Freddy, there's just so much you can do with him. It's like, there's so many actions per minute. You can throw a snare, you can blow up a pallet, you can place another pallet, you can throw another snare. I just really enjoy the character. I really enjoy Teleport Mind Game too. Like he just has so much stuff that I think people don't give him credit for.
Yeah, like it's weird. The original version of Freddy, because I've said this before. Like the problem with OG Freddy was that he was what's the word I want to look for? He was too good and too bad at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the issue. And it's not the case like it is for some other killers nowadays. But legitimately, like he was really oppressive to brand new players, and he was just almost useless against like even decent players. So
right.
They had to rework him, which is a shame because I've always gone under the assumption that the original version of Freddy was one of the most unique characters they've ever added to the game.
I know, I loved it. He was so thematic. Like he fit. Like you felt like you were playing Freddy. Is what I've always said.
Yeah, and I think it's funny because I said this, and we'll get into this a little bit later, but I think with the rework in particular, that was my one thing. I just wanted him to feel like Freddy. And
yeah.
While I don't think they fully nailed it, I think as much as they could do in this game, similar to how Xenomorph can't wall crawl, that's topical. I think they did what they could.
Yes, I agree.
For a reasonable thing, because if we went back to old Freddy in some way, shape, or form, I don't see it working, especially with how the game is now.
Yes.
I just don't think it could work. The game is too fast for old Freddy was, because it's not like because even Trapper and Hag, right? They're a little bit too slow for the current version of the game, but at the same time, once their setup is up, it's there. With Freddy, you're constantly setting up.
It's just all set up, yeah.
For very little payout.
I will say this though. One more thing about the former Freddy we just had. He was very weak. Like he was one of the worst killers in the game. I think I would call him bottom 2. But the thing was, he was still like viable in your normal public matches. Like you could consistently win with Freddy.
You talking about the version before this?
Dream Snare, like original Dream Snare. Freddy.
Yeah.
So like he was still a quote unquote viable killer. Like I don't think there's any killer except Skull Merchant that is genuinely terrible.
Well, yeah, I've said even old Freddy. Like whenever I like recommend the game to people, Freddy is actually who I tell people to play.
That's a good one.
He's the bare fundamentals.
Yeah.
Not to say he doesn't have a power, even though some people will say that for the old version of Freddy, but I mean, you have the snares and the pallet, sure, but like at the end of the day, he really is just kind of the purest of M1 killers. Because even like Trapper, you could argue they landed a trap, and I mean, your job's done.
Yeah, for sure. I enjoyed the kit though. I've always enjoyed playing him, even if it was literally just because I'm playing Freddy.
I've seen some interesting things you could do with the snares and whatnot. And Gaslight Simulator is always fun with the dream palettes.
Yeah. That was my favorite.
And I will say this about the old dream palettes: I do think people underrated the crap out of them all the time.
I do think snares were better, but I don't think it was like you are actually useless using dream palettes that some people would say.
It had its moments, even against good survivors. Good survivors would fall for them.
Yeah, if they're not swift, then like there's nothing they don't know,
Yeah.
And like for it to be a swift, they still have to communicate it. I'm not communicating everything when I play with my friends.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. I say this all the time at Dead by Daylight. We always talk in these qualifiers and never actually qualify them. It's like, oh well, he's really bad against a swift. Okay, well, my swift like is talking about like how there's never been a microwave commercial,
Yeah.
Like we're not giving
what ice cream should I get later?
Yeah,
bro?
like we're like
exactly.
Or like when people talk about slugging when they actually mean bleeding people out. It's like why are we quantifying both of these things into the same conversation?
I do that all the time when I'm like talking about going next. I always call it DCing, but I'm actually meaning like going next on hook.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But like I feel like I just call that giving up on hook. Because it needs to be, the qualifier has to be there, or else like you're lumping all of. Because as someone, I really don't care if people DC.
It doesn't bother me as much as going next on hook. I still think it's a bit like, okay, dude, come on.
Yeah, but like I can kind of forgive.
At least say I'm a
DCing.
bot.
Yeah. Well, on top of that, you also get an actual penalty if you DC.
Yeah.
As no matter how small or big, but like with giving up on hook, there's literally no penalty.
So silly.
Which is why I try to. It's the same thing with the slugging thing. It's like, I don't think slugging is a problem. I do think people bleeding 4 people out is a problem.
I think slugging is a problem if you're downing someone and then just leaving them there. I think that's a bit cringe, but like if you down someone and you actively see another person, I don't think that's a problem.
What if? Well, I mean, again, this is the problem with this is the topic is a little bit. I feel it has a little bit more nuance than that because what if I down somebody and I'm just trying to keep my momentum going and go after somebody else?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you actively see them, I
What
think
what
it's
if,
okay.
what if I don't see them? What if I'm just going off of like general game sense and knowledge?
I mean, I think that's fine. If you have an idea of where somebody is, I think it's okay. But if you're playing nurse and you down them and you just run off and hope to find someone like not having any idea where they could be, I think that's a bit much.
But why?
Because I just don't think slugging is a healthy mechanic. Like nobody, there's no gameplay to it. It's just you get put on the ground.
Yeah, but it's the same as being put on a hook.
Getting put on the hook though, the killer has to take time to do that. The survivors get a bit of time to recover for it.
Yeah, but my point is like yeah, but the survivor can move when they're on the ground.
Yeah.
They can position themselves to be in a better spot. Like
I also think
now this is now to be clear, this is of course again not counting bleeding people out on purpose and knockout because
well that's my problem. I just don't like knockout. It just like
well no yeah
like,
knockout no I'll agree with you on knockout for sure. I'm just talking
actually,
like if someone just literally like slugs you and just moves on.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind that necessarily. No. I should clarify what I mean. I mean going into a match with the intention of slugging these people out for as long as you can, and then just hooking all four of them when they're all four on the ground. I think that's a bit dumb. Like I don't think that's good. But I do understand why people do it though, because like hooking perks aren't very good right now.
Like,
you know, like literally in the gameplay in the background, this is what I'm doing.
I don't even think it's necessarily the hook. I say this all the time. Whenever I do it, honestly, I just think it's a more fluid gameplay loop.
What, slugging them?
Yes.
I understand.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping that's good. Also, to the person asking about why it's cut off, I do that so you guys so when I upload it on YouTube, you don't see what time and date it is.
Nice. That's good.
But yeah, I think remote hooks, like honestly, it was just the momentum for it for me that like I loved about it. It wasn't necessarily like wasting. I guess wasting time is part of it, but like
yeah, I'm just curious because I really do stand by hook perks not being very good right now. Like I don't think pain res. You're the one who kind of set me on this. Pain res not being that good. It's like a huge time investment. I will say though that with Jagged Compass, I think it becomes a bit more reliable because the hooks can be anywhere. You know, you can make your own.
Yeah, but even then, it wouldn't happen until the next one. The problem with pain res that I have is that it the time it saves you is the time it takes the hook.
Right.
I think
I don't think Pop Goes the Weasel's. I think Pop Goes the Weasel's a terrible perk now. I don't think it's ever worth using. I would rather have Eruption. Like I think the only gen regression perk that's worth anything is Eruption and maybe Hex Rune if you're a high mobility killer.
Yeah, but I mean,
other than those two, I just.
But there's a lot of factors as to why, like, I think slugging is better. But honestly, like, and this could also be from my VHS days. Like, that game didn't have hooking, and it was fine.
Mm-hmm. How did VHS deal with downing a survivor?
What do you mean? Like,
I never played the game. Did you just kill them outright?
No. Every survivor has a health bar. And when they're knocked down, they get knocked down after 2 hits, no matter what. But that doesn't get rid of all of their health.
Oh, so what happens when they get knocked down? Does the teammate have to come pick them up?
Yeah, a teammate has to come pick them up. They turn into like a spirit form, and they can go around the map in the spirit form and pick up orbs that heals them.
Interesting.
So instead of just hitting a recover button, you actually have to move around to recover.
Right. It literally just might be that I personally am just not a fan of slugging. Like that might just be it because everything you're saying is making sense. I just think I just don't like slugging.
I think for me my biggest, and don't get me wrong, again, like bleeding people, like once everyone's on the floor and you just leave them down, that I have a problem with 100%.
Yeah, I think that's just outright toxic. So I don't think we should consider that as like a.
But general slugging, like put downing someone and then just leaving, I don't see a problem with that. I don't understand what the issue is.
Yeah, like I said, I'm okay with like if you know where somebody is, go for that. But my thing is if you down someone and you just leave them there and just kind of wander around hoping to find someone, that's what I don't like.
But again, like I said, I just don't see what the issue is. That's my thing with it.
I don't know. I just think it's like
I don't.
I guess maybe it's just
like I don't understand what the difference between leaving someone on the ground and putting them on a hook is.
I don't know. For me personally, it's just kind of ignoring the mechanic of like hooking, which like that's part of the whole game, or meant to be part of the whole game. But it's not right now, and I understand why it's not because there's really no incentive to do it. Like I understand why people don't do it, but like it's how you're meant to play the game.
Yeah, and again, like, I mean, the obvious solution a lot of people bring up is just make something base kit for hooking, because I hear so many people say bring back barbecue and chili like to how it was, and that'll fix it. And I don't think it will. I don't think it will.
No, it won't fix it. I do wish they would do that though. I like bloodpoints.
I don't think. I've said this so many times. It's the problem with bloodpoints incentives and tying things to perks like that is that it doesn't fix the problem.
No. It's just what behavior. It's like the Band-Aid fix. That's what they like to do.
Yeah, and it's good, until the solution is met. But like, I don't. And then like the blood point thing is like something else. Because again, for someone like me, I don't care.
Oh, I do.
I have everything. I don't need blood points.
I do too. I just like them. I just like having them.
So like for me, it's like why would I? Why it's the same problem with. How this is another topical thing is 2v8. Some people were complaining about the whole bot situation. It's like, well, if BP incentives didn't work, because why would they? What other solution do they realistically have?
I don't think there is a solution. I think people just want to play killer with their friend.
Yeah, that's all. Well, there is a solution.
The bot thing didn't bother me at all.
There is a solution, but they'll never do it. At least not anytime soon. Make it permanent.
Oh, I don't think they should do that.
I think that'll fix the queue times right there.
Do you really think so?
It'll be bad for
I'm not a 2v8 fan.
It'll be the queue times will be bad for about 2 to 3 months, and then they'll fix themselves. The problem with 2v8, in my opinion, isn't that necessarily that the two-sided killer is that much better, but I mean it is. But I think the other problem with it is that it's limited. So
how does queue times get for during Chaos Shuffle, like the normal queue, the 1v4, just normal?
They're fine.
They're fine? Okay. Because I don't think I've ever played normal 1v4 during Chaos Shuffle.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, it was fine during Lights Out, too.
Yeah, it's been fine during every game mode except 2v8. Mm-hmm. The other problem with 2v8, and I will die on this hill, is that Huntress is in it.
Yeah.
That actually
Wesker's going to be in it.
Yeah, that might get fixed this time because Wesker's in it. So, who knows? Because the problem is because I think people also forget that there were killers who were queuing by themselves. The problem is a lot of them would queue as Huntress, and so is the entire player base. Because when I queued
and if you have 2 queued as Huntress, they can't be put together.
So I was queuing as Deathslinger last time, and I got matches in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think the queue times were that bad last time around. Like, everyone was talking about, I was getting matches in like 5 minutes, it felt like.
That's too long.
But I was also queued with somebody.
That's too long for somebody.
I don't get that.
I've had this conversation many times. Anything longer than about a minute is too long.
Do you feel that way, or do other people feel that way?
Other people do. I don't feel that way.
I was gonna say, yeah. I
played VHS for 6 months. You really think I care about queue times?
This is like super off topic, but I really wanted to get into VHS, but like these ASIM games are so afraid to release on console for some reason. TCM, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, a game that I will go out on a limb saying is just a bad game, is still alive because it's on console. I don't understand why they're so afraid to put their games on console. Friday the 13th, another game that I think was bad, is also still alive.
There's a lot of issues with it, and the big one, especially for an early access game, is how patches work on console.
VHS?
For any game like that, especially like... do you know how patches work on console?
They have to get them approved like weeks ahead of time, I believe.
Yeah, that's why there's no PTBs on console.
Right.
And that's why hotfixes usually take a little bit on console as well.
Well, that's strange because Overwatch, like their experimental mode they used to do, they would just do that on console and had no issue with it. So I wonder what the difference between them is.
I think it's because they're owned by Microsoft.
They're what? Sorry.
They're owned by Microsoft.
Yeah. That might be it.
Because Halo Infinite does the same thing, I believe.
That's really funny.
Yeah, but that's why, because like Splitgate, I don't know if anyone remembers this game, Splitgate. It was Halo with portals, pretty much.
That sounds really fun.
It was like on the verge of dying, and then they released it on console, and it got a second
That's
life.
what I'm saying. I don't understand. Like I know a lot of people have their like snotty opinions about console, but like releasing a game on console is that is how you go as a game company. Ghostbusters, another ASIM that I genuinely think is really fun, has a very active player base because it's on console.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah. I think things are changing, especially in the next few years. I think more people are going to get on PC, but
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's where you want to be as a gamer, but like,
well, not necessarily. I mean, I haven't played a console game, and other than my Switch, I don't really, and even then, it's just exclusives. And it's because Nintendo doesn't release anything on PC.
yeah,
Believe me, if Metroid was on PC, like legitimately, I would probably play it. But no, like it's weird in that sense because again, it's just a patch thing. Like VHS, I think if it was on console, VHS had a bunch of other problems. Marketing was probably the biggest one.
yeah.
They released a trailer.
Well, they also were like targeting the anti Dead by Daylight audience too, which I thought was a bad idea.
It was a bad idea not only for the marketing, but also because it kind of influenced how they made the game. And
Super competitive, if I remember correctly.
yeah, it was super competitive. I mean, it's weird. Remember how like people talk about the good old days of Dead by Daylight?
Yes.
Ironically, VHS was very similar.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, like just super unbalanced?
No, just like there was house rules.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, there's like house rules and unofficial things that because the player base was so small, if you didn't follow them, people would just quit your lobby.
I've heard that's how it is over in Japan servers for this game.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, it's one of those things. It's unrealistic to think if you want a game to grow, it can't do that, unfortunately.
Right. Where do you stand on the whole like competitive DVD thing?
As far as like, do I think the game is competitive?
Yes.
I mean, I think inherently yes.
I agree with that. My stance is I think the vast Dead by Daylight player base says they want the game to be competitive, but like they don't. They don't want that because if the game's
it depends. It depends on your definition of competitive. The game, by definition, is competitive. Is my sense.
I agree with that. Like that is my stance too. Like by definition, it is one side versus another. But I feel like a lot of people want like competitive rule sets in pubs and all that, and I don't like using the term pubs for Dead by Daylight because it's literally the only game.
The only game mode.
Yeah, but
that only works in pubs. So the normal game, okay.
Yeah. But like, how do you feel about this stance? Because I've heard this said by a creator that I really like. The 3-gen meta was the most balanced the game's ever been. How do you feel about that? Because a creator I really like, and I kind of understand that. I'm not sure I 100% agree, but
let me. Okay, all right. Balanced, is that the key word? Is balanced?
Most competitive, rather.
Most competitive, sure. Balance, no. I mean, balance I could also kind of see to a degree. Fun, no.
Terrible. It was so unfun.
It was miserable.
Yeah.
I still say the problem is that they just won't pick a side on the competitive versus.
Exactly.
I don't even like. There needs to be a different word. There needs to be a different word because competitive is such a. It's a word that like again Monopoly's technically competitive.
Right.
Like there's tournaments for Monopoly. Did you know this?
No, I did not.
Yeah, there's tournaments for Monopoly. Yeah, you can go look it up right now. There's actually like strats.
Well, I mean, like you could even just looking at other like video games. Like I used to be really into Team Fortress. Like I was really good at it, and like that game's technically competitive, but you still had like people playing heavy and just crouching in a corner with a sandwich all the time.
Yeah,
like that's how that's how DBD is like in terms of competitiveness for me.
The difference,
like I can go from like super tryharding to like nodding at the baby Meg in 3 seconds.
It's just, and again, chat brought it up too with the ranked modes. Like I have ideas for how ranked could work in this game, and honestly, I think the game needs a ranked mode at this point.
I'm not against it. I'm not completely against it.
Here's the thing, and why I think the game needs a ranked mode, and I think Marvel Rivals. I know as much as people hate hearing about it.
I love that game.
Kind of, and every game like it has kind of shown, and especially in a game like that where you already have all the characters. What else are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, there's like I'm devotion 26. I'm almost devotion 27. If I didn't care about getting P100s, there would be literally nothing for me to do in this game.
Yeah, and it's like, oh well,
Like
I
I
play
can win streak, I guess.
like, oh, you can play for fun. Yeah, but you can only do that for so long.
Exactly.
Like, it's just, I don't know. It's a weird thing because there's no, like, once you finish all the archives and whatever, there's nothing to do.
I have all the archives done. Like
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the next page.
Yeah, that's why people were complaining about the last tome because it lasted for like 6 months and everyone got it done in like a month.
I would also argue that the vast majority of people that are still playing DBD have at least probably 500 hours in the game.
Yeah,
Like I don't think DBD gets many new players anymore. I think when FNAF comes in, they will. But I feel like most people at this point have at least tried the game and decided if they like it or not.
yeah, pretty much. It's one of those games, but I mean, it's also funny that you say 500 because some people would say that's not enough.
No, I used to kind of fall in that camp, but I've met players that have relatively low hours that are incredibly smart about the game.
I kind of find it insulting sometimes that people don't think 500 hours is enough.
Well, I mean, like in a game like Skyrim, 500 hours is a ton, but in a game like Dead by Daylight, you have like theoretically you still have a lot to learn at 500 hours.
Yeah.
You know, like say if you have 500 hours in this game, you don't watch YouTube videos, you don't watch Twitch streams, you probably still run around as a P3 Claudette with self-care, you know? But
Yeah.
like you have to take the initiative to actually go and learn the game.
I mean, even a game like, have you played Warframe before?
Not actually. I played like once and I was like, oh, I don't like this game, and it's
Well,
gonna move
so
on.
like Warframe, like you don't act. It's an MMO, so
Yeah, yeah.
technically this is the case for most MMOs. But most people will say that game doesn't start till about 200 hours in.
I think I've heard that before.
What,
I don't know if it was about Warframe, but I've definitely heard that before.
Yeah, that's a normal thing for most MMOs. The real game doesn't start till 200 hours in.
Yeah, I don't know. I
don't know.
also like.
People like me enjoy that. I love that. It gives me something to go for.
Well, I don't want to play a game that I can have everything in 100 hours. I want to put the time into a game. If I enjoy the game, I want to like have something to show for it, you know?
Yeah.
Like even if it's just an hour count.
But it's just the thing with Dead by Daylight is just it's the same problem every multiplayer game has. But every other I can't name a multiplayer game offhand that doesn't have at least some semblance of a ranked mode. Something to keep you playing, something to keep going for.
Yeah, I think Dead by Daylight really relies on the whole like addiction to the game that a lot of people have, me included, you know.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see how that goes. And I keep saying this. I really do think this is the year that we're going to see where this game is going to end up.
I used to disagree with you on that, but I think I'm coming around to it.
I really do think this is the Exodus year for this game, especially with the FNAF chapter. The FNAF chapter is going to do good. I think all of us agree and know this.
It has to be,
but it's the after that I'm worried about.
Yeah, I still think Dead by Daylight will never actually be dead, but I think like from a growth of the game stance, like community-wise, it will be dead if FNAF doesn't work. But I think they will still pump out content, they'll still get new licenses, you know, for years to come still. This game is...
Oh, for sure. I mean...
In our little world, still huge.
Not very many games, like, actually die that are this old. I mean, how old is TF2?
2007, so almost 20 years old.
And it barely gets updates anymore. So, and even the updates it does get are, like, cosmetic stuff. And that game's still going strong. Now, you could argue that game's a little different, and it is, but, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, even, like, CSGO is still going forever.
Well, I mean, so this is, I'm making this comparison because this is the other game that I got really, really into. Apex Legends. That game is still going, but I would argue from a content perspective-wise, that game is dead in the water. And I think that is how Dead by Daylight will end up if FNAF doesn't work. Well, after a few more years, I think it'll still do fine for a while, but you know.
I also think this because I've heard some people argue that like Apex is a good example of this. I heard people argue that new characters aren't new content.
I don't agree with that. No,
I've heard people argue. Well, I mean, I can kind of see the argument.
I mean, I guess maybe in the form of Apex, then what is new content for Apex though? If a new character is not new content, what is?
Massive gameplay changes.
I mean, yeah. Season 16, they introduced the new classes. Season 20 they introduced perks, and those were probably my two favorite seasons ever. So yeah, that's
Yeah,
a fair point.
that's for some people. That's what new content technically is. It's not new characters. New maps maybe, I guess. And Dead by Daylight's been kind of lacking on that one too.
Yeah, I don't really get too excited for maps in DBD though. Like Lake Mine was really good, I guess, but
Perks.
like other than that, like what's the last good map before Lake Mine? I like Shattered Square. I'll stand on that.
Greenville. I would argue Greenville. I really like Greenville.
I'm back and forth on Greenville. There's a lot of fillers on that map.
I like Greenville because of how dynamic it is. It can
looks cool.
Well, no, I like it because it can be one of the biggest maps and also one of the smallest, depending on which gens get done.
I feel like we're kind of the same on this. Like, I don't care if a map's good for killer or not, unless it's like egregiously bad, like Garden of Joy or Eerie of Crows or something.
At the same time, I think maps need to be good for survivors.
Yeah, of course. I think I said this on stream like literally last night. I think maps should be like a map being slightly sided towards killer or slightly sided towards survivor is okay. But
Yeah,
I don't want like another Badum or another Midwich, you know?
yeah. I think maps need, and maybe I'm a weirdo. I've said this a few times. I think maps need to be survivor sided.
I would rather I've like gotten shit for this in the past. I'm okay with the game being survivor sided. You want new players going to come in. The majority of the time, they're going to play survivor with their friends.
Well,
you want new players to have fun.
I think also like what does survivor sided mean? Because for me, for like maps, I'm saying like slightly survivor sided. I'm saying maps like, I don't know, what's a slightly survivor sided map?
Yamaoka maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, something.
Sanctum of Wrath's kind of killer sided, I think, but
Yeah, but yeah, those maps where like you can't really tell.
Ormond.
Yeah.
Ormond,
Yeah, maybe Ormond's probably it. Cold one, maybe.
Yeah, cold one, I would say overall.
Yeah, other than Cowtree. Remove that
true,
fucking
Cowtree's a
loop.
bit silly. Yeah.
Because I mean, like even like the tractor, right? The tractor I think is a really good example of in my opinion, a very good loop in the game that no one ever talks about. Tractor has so many like options on both sides that lead to dynamics that I enjoy.
I was like crashing out last night on stream because I kept falling off the tractor on accident. Like did it like 3 times.
It's just a loop where like the survivors have options, the killer has options. There's mind games that can be done, like, and I don't feel like very many killers like make the loop unusable.
Like thinking right now, like Trapper, I guess, but like it's Trapper, you know.
Like Chucky can, like I said this before, like Chucky can play Tractor only if you go on the right window. If you go on the left, you can't play it. So it's like that's a knowledge check, and I think that's fine for.
I always forget about that window.
Yeah,
if second window,
if
like, it's just not good.
Yeah, well, for almost killers, but some killers
for the most time, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing I like about it. Some killers struggle on one side, some struggle on the other. Some are better to just like play it like a normal loop.
This match you have in the background, I was playing against a hacker. It's a Bill.
Hacker influx recently, I feel.
Yeah, I know, it's so bad. I've had 2, and I like only stream like 4 hours a day at most.
I've had 2 in the past 2 weeks.
I wonder why. Yeah, I think mine's about the same time frame, about 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think the player base increased because of the new tome.
Do you think, I was talking about this too, do you think people are like, it might just have to do with community frustration?
For
like
what?
People are like rage hacking?
Oh, maybe.
Know, just like being fed up with the game. Where do you stand on that? Like, are you frustrated with the game state right now?
No.
I think that was on your list of questions, because I'm not either.
No.
Like, I mean, I guess I am a little bit, but...
There's issues, but I think the game is fine.
I feel like it gets blown out of proportion a lot of the time.
It's
like someone will have a really bad match and go and tweet about it or something.
I mean, there's a few reasons for that. And you know, everyone brings this up, but negativity bias is part of it.
Absolutely.
Part of it is because, again, like, why would you say something you enjoy? Like, how often, I say this all the time, go to any, like, review for, like, a restaurant and tell me how many of them are positive.
Yeah.
Because almost no one, like, or not even positive, just, like, average. Because no one cares about, like, that's the thing, and this is the problem with how we talk, especially online, is it's either really positive or really negative. There's no just, like, meh takes. Because no one gives a fuck about meh takes. It doesn't add anything.
No.
If you're just like, yeah, the game's fine, no one cares. Why would anyone care?
I also feel like if you don't agree with someone, they get really aggressive about it in DBD.
There's a lot of reasons for that. Part of it is personal attachment, and I'm not going to sit here and say I haven't fallen into the pit before, because I have, but some
I
people,
definitely get defensive about my takes. I try and be respectful about it, though.
yeah, I mean, there's a way to do it, and it's the issue with it. Moving on a bit, because I don't think we talked
Yeah,
about Freddy a single time. No, you're fine. You're fine. We talked a little bit about why Freddy is a main. You said you were a fan of the Elm Street movies. Let me ask you a question. What's your favorite Elm Street movie?
It's not the remake.
It's not the remake.
Yeah, probably Dream Warriors. I think that's the third one.
It's always Dream Warriors. It's always Dream Warriors.
Such a good movie. Well, the reason why is because that's where it like kind of starts hokey Freddy, but it's not like Bugs Bunny levels of goofy.
Yeah.
You know, like he's like that's where the primetime line comes from too. Like which is like his line.
I love 2. I love 2, but
Two's a good one.
Only because I know the history behind it.
Two's like a really like that's like where he's most serious, except for the remake.
Do you know the history behind the second movie?
Not off the top of my head. No.
It was basically what happened was after the first movie like was made. I forget his name, but the guy who was in charge of New Line, he was just like
Bob Shea.
Yeah, I think it was Bob Shea. Yeah, he's just like make a sequel now.
Yeah,
and so they had to rush together a sequel. And I don't know if you've watched that movie. And I mean this in the nicest way possible before someone says I'm being offensive.
I know what you're gonna say. I already know. I can say it if you want.
Yeah, go ahead, say it.
It's super gay.
Yeah. It's super gay. And it's really funny because like watching it like when I was a kid, like I never noticed. Like
no, yeah.
And you know, you could say a lot of things about that, but like, yeah, I never even noticed. Even as an adult, I didn't notice until someone told me, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, oh, how do I say this? I feel like people don't notice it unless they have certain opinions, or they are one of us, you know.
Fair enough.
I do like that movie though. It's pretty good.
It is so weird. It's just like watching it back, like when you consider the time it came out. It's like, how is this allowed?
Sure. I think it's Reagan era, which is
really
funny.
Yeah. No, it's funny. And when I say how is this allowed, I mean that again. I mean that in the nicest way possible. Yeah. I'm just like, how the fuck was this allowed?
Yeah. Oh, so silly.
But so you're not a fan of the remakes?
Okay, I don't hate the remake. I thought there was a really interesting idea in that movie that got proposed, and they didn't go with it.
Yeah.
There's a scene where Quentin's talking to his father,
and
he brings up the idea of Freddy not doing it and being an innocent man, and I thought that was such a good idea, and they just didn't do it.
Yeah, they didn't do it. No, it was so stupid. I thought that
would have been such a good, like such an... I don't think it would have been a good movie, but that would have been such an interesting take on it.
Yeah, and the whole, the micro-sleeping thing, I thought that was a really cool concept.
Yeah, that's in the game.
Yeah, well, yeah, because that was... Because sleep studies changed since the original came out, and that was a new thing that was discovered. One thing they didn't talk about in the movie that never gets brought up. Did you know that you don't dream when you fall asleep while you're drunk?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
is there a reason why? Or is it just like
you don't enter REM sleep? That's when dreaming happens. So if you ever want to not get killed by Freddy Krueger, just be an alcoholic.
Just get super wasted.
Oh my god, the mom in the first movie makes so much more sense now.
Yeah, you're right. She's a genius. She knew.
She knew.
We watched that movie recently on in the server, my server.
Oh my god, the first movie
there were some people there who hadn't seen it.
It's such a slog to watch. Like I love the movie.
It's a bit slow, but I love it.
Oh my god, it is such a slog to watch.
Yeah, it's a bit slow. I love that movie though.
But you know, you were talking earlier though about like killers that fit your playstyle. Who would you say actually fit your playstyle?
I love Deathslinger. I'm really bad. Like I have days where I'm really good at him, but most days I'm like, oh, I'm probably the worst player on the planet. But I really enjoy him. I think he's a lot of fun.
Fair enough.
I love Legion. Like I'll stand on it. I think Legion's so fun. I love just running fast and stabbing people. I wish I was good at him. I love Nemesis. Like. It's in my Twitter bio. I'm the champion of the week, defender of the M1s. If it's an M1 killer, I love them automatically. Because I know a lot of people don't like M1s at all. Because they are just inherently weak. Like I will stand on that. And like straight up M1 killers are just inherently weak. You know, like Singularity I guess is technically an M1, but he's not. Like what are you talking about?
Don't bring up that conversation. I will talk about that for hours. That fucking debate on what an M1 killer is.
Yeah. But like, if I was to go off just one killer that I don't play, that I think I would like a lot if I did play, probably Deathslinger.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say?
Dracula also. He's very fun.
Yeah, Dracula. Dracula. Did you ever play Soul Calibur growing up?
No, I was Mortal Kombat. If like I was playing a fighting game, it was Mortal Kombat.
There was a character in I forget their name in Soul Calibur that was when you loaded into the match, they would like randomly be another character.
Oh, Shang Tsung did that too in MK9.
Yeah,
He could copy people.
yeah. Well, no, you would load into the match as the different character, pretty much. You couldn't swap or anything. It was very.
That seems like a really high skill cap character.
Yeah, it was really interesting too because like what I'm bringing up with that is that I feel like Dracula is kind of like the evolution of that idea.
The thing I love about Dracula, other than him just being like obscenely strong, is that there are 3 different characters for you to learn. I mean, Bat's kind of easy because it's just but Wolf and Vampire both like they have high skill caps. I feel I really enjoy it.
Some would say Vampire probably has too high of a skill cap right now, but
yeah, Hellfire's a bit bad, isn't it?
The sad thing is they did the change I wanted to it, but not the way I wanted it.
What did you want them to do?
I wanted the cooldown to be longer. That was it.
What else did they change about it?
They just made the projectile speed like is a little slower.
Oh, super reactable, yeah.
Yeah, well, because my thought process with Dracula is I wanted them to encourage you to swap forms more often.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted the cooldowns to be longer, not the shapeshift cooldown, the actual cooldowns.
Right.
So like the idea is like, okay, you're chasing someone, they're at a loop, you use Hellfire, okay, it's on cooldown for like let's say 9 seconds. So now you swap to wolf form and now you try to hit him with a pounce. Okay, pounce is on cooldown now. Now you go into bat form and like try to start into the chase or like use it to like teleport around them and then you switch back. By the time all that's done, now you switch back to Dracula vampire form. That's how I wanted. I wanted him to be like a rotation type killer.
Right. I think he's almost perfect. I think inherently that kit will just be a top tier killer, which I think I've just kind of accepted that. But like I do think Wolf is a bit overtuned, so I think if they could move Wolf down a bit and buff Hellfire in a careful way, I think he'll be fine.
I'm gonna bring up another character from another video game. Again, do you play League at all?
No, that's the one I avoided.
There is a character in League of Legends called Twisted Fate. Mm-hmm. Twisted Fate is not that great. He's not that good. He's not that good of a character. But he has something that almost no other character in the game has. He has options.
Yeah.
He can build attack damage. He can build magic damage. He has a stun. He has an AoE. He has wave clear. He can teleport around the map. That's like he has all of these abilities, but he's also not really super strong. But because he's had all of these options, he's always been a good character to play.
I feel like that's how characters with multiple tools should be. They shouldn't be very strong, but they should have a tool for something every time.
Right, and I feel like Dracula is kind of in that case. The problem is just the game he's in.
He's just too strong for what he has, I think.
Well, I think this is the thing with Dead by Daylight that we've noticed with a lot of killers. When a killer has an answer for like almost every situation, no matter how weak or strong they are, they're just inherently stronger because of that. Mm-hmm. The thing that like holds killers back is their lack of options.
Right. Well, that's why, like, Freddy, going back to Freddy, he's always had a high kill rate, since his, like, former rework, at least, because he has all the tools. They just weren't good tools.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Deathslinger, like, I've talked about this before, Deathslinger will never be good. Doesn't matter how much they buff him. Because he has nothing for map pressure.
He was I think he was really good with his, like,
yeah, he was really good. But, like, was he actually, like... He was good in the 1v1.
Yeah.
And that
That's
helped
how
him...
Chucky was, too, for me.
Yeah.
Like, really good in 1v1, no mobility.
Yeah, and that made up for the lack of 1v4, but, like, the 1v4 still wasn't there. So if a team had good macro pressure, it didn't matter.
Yeah. Pyramid Head got brought up in chat as a good example. Strong anti-loop, strong tunnel, but no mobility.
No mobility, yeah, and that's the thing. But, like, Dracula has all of it. It doesn't matter how weak any of it is.
So what makes Legion bad then? Because Legion theoretically has at least a little bit of mobility when in Frenzy.
No downing.
Yeah, I mean, no real lethality.
Yeah,
unless they get super lucky.
Yeah, they have no lethality, and if anything, that's probably the worst thing a killer can't have in this game is lethality. Even Clown is lethality.
I think Demo kind of fits that. Like, he has all the tools, but none of them are that good. It's kind of like Freddy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of people like Demo. Demo's good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and same with
Yeah, I would say Demo's like, if I
Vecna.
was just put a tier list, placing like bottom C, middle C, somewhere like that.
Yeah, same thing with Vecna. Like Vecna, I think I don't think no matter unless they like even if the cooldowns are like stupid long for whatever reason, I still think Vecna will always be a quote good character
Yeah.
because he has all the tools he needs. And moving this on to Freddy, I think current Freddy has that as well.
Mm-hmm.
You have map
I think
mobility.
he has all good tools. It's just he doesn't have any of, like, he's not the best at any of them, but they're all good enough.
Yeah, he's got zoning, anti-loop, map pressure, map mobility. The only thing he doesn't really have is lethality, but even then, that depends on your definition.
Well, no, because his lethality is that he can just slow you down so much.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a 4.5 second hinder is crazy.
Yeah, that's why
And if you
I
put
said
jump rope,
clown.
it's 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's why I said technically clown is lethality.
Yeah.
And it's very similar. I just meant with the pallets, which we'll talk about.
Yeah, no, I got you.
We'll talk about here in a minute. But speaking of Freddy, though, the new Freddy, are you a P100 Freddy, by the way?
Oh, absolutely. I got it during Bone Chill.
So
My Bone Chill was crazy. I got Freddy to P100, and I got Dracula from P3 to 50.
I think that's when I got Chucky. No, it's the last 2v8s when I got Chucky.
Yeah.
But there's some people who are complaining about the rework. Not on the survivor side, on the killer side. There's some people who don't like the rework because they feel like it's not old Freddy. Which my only suggestion to them is play more into the dream palettes, and it basically is. But I don't like the rework has been kind of polarizing, but also for the most part, I think most people have been praising it. Cause I've seen some detractors, but for the most part, I think people are praising it.
I think this is my time to be a little bit mean. I think people expected too much. I think the reason why I enjoy it is because I expected nothing. I expected him to have old snares, but with better numbers. I really enjoy it. He's a stronger killer. I've seen people have commented on my videos about him and called him weaker now, which makes no sense to me. I don't know how you could figure that. But he feels more like Freddy, so just automatically, from old Freddy, at least. Former Freddy, I guess I should call him instead of old Freddy. For anyone listening, old Freddy will now refer to 2018 Freddy. Former Freddy will refer to the one we just had. So he feels more like Freddy than the former Freddy. Yes, he doesn't feel like old Freddy, but old Freddy was actually terrible. And old Freddy would not work in Dead by Daylight now because, like you said earlier, the game is just too fast for old Freddy. I made a tweet like months ago when they first announced he was getting buffed about old Freddy coming back. It's like, oh, this would be so cool. It would not fit. He would not be, like, nobody would play him because he would be terrible. He would be worse than Skull Merchant. So I don't know why people wanted that. Yeah, maybe I misunderstood the conversation started, but that's how I feel.
Well, yeah, I just think it's weird that, like, and this happens with everything, but the detractors for current, like the reworked Freddy are very loud about it. And it's so odd because, and you know, people are saying the whole, like, is he strong or weak thing, that's a different conversation. My point, I
don't think it matters.
Yeah, I really don't. He's fun. That's the thing. I was having fun losing with him.
I would say there's only one killer in the game right now that's not viable, and it's Skull Merchant.
Yeah,
that's literally because she is just like woman with knife. Like, she doesn't have anything.
Yeah, and she's a very niche killer, so the people who are having fun with her are... It's a weird... Pixel. Yeah, it's just Pixel. It's a weird situation with, like, niche killers and with that, because there's really no good answer to fix it, unfortunately. But with, like, current Freddy, it's like I said, like you mentioned it earlier, and I mentioned it in my video going over Freddy, it's the actions per, like you said, per minute, but per second, I think is what it actually is. You have so many options and so many things you're thinking about now that it leads to him, like, you're not playing him like you can, but you're not like brainlessly playing him. You're constantly thinking.
You have to be like, okay, there's a pallet they're going to walk into up here. I can blow that up now. And
yeah, and like his cooldown on his snare, I know some people complained about the 5 seconds on PTB.
I think 5 seconds was too fast.
So do I. I think I've walked back on what I said about it before. I think the 7 seconds it has now is the perfect middle ground between it being spammy, but also it feeling impactful if the survivor does dodge it.
Right.
Because
And yeah, like survivors should be rewarded for dodging it. Like this is like another thing that's probably going to sound mean, but a lot of killer players like just refuse to accept that survivor has any skill to it. Like this is something that's been happening for years too. Like people say, "Oh, survivor's just holding M1." No, it's not. Like there is a skill cap to survivor, and you should be rewarded for doing well on survivor.
well, yeah, I mean that's the problem with this game in particular is because of the asymmetrical aspect of it. That if one side does well, the other side is going to feel bad.
And like I get that. Like I totally get upset in matches too. Like I'm human, but like I can still get dead hard and be like, "Oh, that was a good dead hard."
Yeah,
you know? Like
yeah.
just chill out, you know?
But again, and I think the other problem, especially on the killer side with it, is that it's very impactful if like the survivors do something to like mess up your game. Like, I mean, let's say like as much as I hate them, like it's like if someone gets a save, like let's say 2 gens popped, like you're chasing someone, they're pre-dropping every pallet, 2 gens pop during the chase, you finally down them, and then they get pallet saved.
Right.
Like, even if you were looking out for it or whatever, that's going to feel bad.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, there's stuff that's just unavoidable. Like, I would argue that, and this, like, might be, like, one of the hot takes of the discussion, but I would argue that flashbang is relatively uncounterable right now. Like, if they want that save, they're probably going to get it. But, like, oh well, you know, like, that's just part of the game. It'll get patched out eventually, I'm sure. Or, like, there'll be something new attitude if people complain about it enough.
It's just, I don't know. And then the whole holding in one thing, like, again, like the survivor skill expression, a lot of it is just, and even on the killer side, a lot of it's macro play. Like this game is
Game
like,
knowledge.
I say this all the time, this game at its core is not even that skill intensive.
No, I think you just need to learn tiles and, like, be like, okay, these guys are on this gen, I need to go stop that.
And
That's a lot of the skill of DBD.
and my main counter for that oftentimes is whenever something is considered skill expressive, it's almost always unintended. I think that's a problem. From not just the devs, but I also think it's a problem with the community.
Not to put you on the spot, can you give me an example of what you mean?
Blight hug techs.
Oh, so that's something that's skillful, but it's not meant to be in the game.
Yeah.
There's something, like, going back to Freddy really fast, that I want to talk about.
Oh, the collision
that I've gotten
thing?
a lot of shit for.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, it makes me so mad. I wish it wasn't in the game. I was talking about this. If it's in the game in the month, I'll start using it, but I'm not using it right now. It should not be in the game. It is an entire part of Sadako's power that he gets for just existing.
Chucky had a bug. I want to say it was like in October or something. And I refused to play him for like a week because of it.
Yeah. It shouldn't be in the game. It's literally a part of Sadako's power, and he gets it. He does it better than her because he doesn't have to go into spooky mode, and he can just swing right out of it. It like I did it in one game, and I said, okay, I'm never doing this again.
And you know,
Because like I just tunneled someone out at 5 gens, had no problem.
like someone could call me a hypocrite, but like I even say this for my own killer. I don't think 180 should be a thing on Chucky. I don't think scancels should be a thing on Chucky.
Cancel. I like that.
They're not intended. I don't think they should. If they're not intended, I don't think they should be in the game. Now,
Did you come up with scancels?
no, RGB I think is the one who named
You did
it.
Chuck spots though, which was pretty good.
Actually, no. Technically, Robbie came up with the term Chuck spots. I just
Give me credit. You could have took it.
I popularized the term, but Robbie
go,
came
there
up
you
with
go.
it. Actually, I even talked to Robbie about it. Robbie didn't even come up with it. He doesn't know where he got the word from or where the term
It's
from.
really funny.
But it's a thing with the whole skill expression debate that I just, because even on Survivor, like nine times out of 10, whenever something is like quote skill expressive on Survivor, it's almost always like a exploit or a bug or something.
Crouch tech.
And I have no problem like if the game like changes so some of these things become intentional. I have no issue with it.
Right.
Like as it does taking a stance on it. It's the fact that
It's just behavior not saying anything for me that bothers me.
yeah.
Like, tell us if crouch tech is meant to be there or not. At this point, I think crouch tech should be there because like it's been in the game for so long. Just taking it out is like recently they said about night how guards weren't meant to run into windows or whatever. You added an animation for that.
Yeah, and then now it's a feature.
Yeah.
Like
What I'm saying though is they recently said, oh, we're taking this out, and then I'm pretty sure they just didn't take it out.
I think they were talking about something else. I think because
were they?
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
my
I think
bad.
well, that's the thing. They worded it dumbly. They worded it so to what you're thinking, where like the whole vault fake thing. Apparently, it was something else entirely.
So strange.
Yeah. Again, like behavior also has that problem where they do talk and sometimes they word things in the worst way they possibly could, where it makes no sense.
It literally could just be that they're a French Canadian company, so like English isn't the first language. It literally could just be as simple as that.
I mean, again, the like new Freddy though, also going to the skill expression thing, his skill floor is so much higher now, so much higher now. Not to say it wasn't there.
Simple killer.
Yeah, not to say it wasn't there.
You could say it wasn't there.
Well, I mean, it depends on your definition, because some people don't think trap placement is skill expression.
I think. See, that's the thing. I think mechanically, no, not at all. But game sense wise, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
It's the same problem with Trapper and Myers. It's like most people say they're not skill expressive. It's like the skill expression isn't the.
There's so many forms of skill expression. Like game sense, I would argue, is skill expression. Mechanical skill is skill expression. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
There's so many different forms of it.
Well, the argument is to the killer in particular. Like for a killer like Myers, like you can bring up like basic M1 stuff, but it's like that's not Myers specific. Myers specific skill expression is like stock management and ranges and when to pop tier 3, stuff like that.
I think M1 killers rely more on game sense than anything else in the game.
Because
you have to perform well with an M1. You can't like Blight, you can make mistakes because Blight's just so strong, Hillbilly, you can make mistakes. Like, I'm a terrible Hillbilly. I can sit there for 30 seconds and miss 4 chainsaws and still win the match, with multiple gens up.
Yeah.
But like, if I miss 30 seconds as Ghostface, or I mess up an expose and I don't get the down, like, that's probably the game right there,
It's a weird situation with some of the stuff, because like the argument has been made that the fact that Trapper and Nurse are in the same game is a problem.
I've made that argument myself. Yeah.
I don't think it's a problem.
Well, I don't think it's a problem. I just think Nurse is inherently too strong.
Well, no, I agree with that, but I don't think. And maybe this is just because of because I've said before that Dead by Daylight is a weird game in this kind of sense, because in a game like League, there are bad characters in that game. That just don't work in higher level play, but people
same with Apex. But for years, Mirage was terrible.
But people still play them and do just fine.
Yeah, you can make any character work. Like, that's how DBD is too. Like, you can make Trapper work. You can make Skull Merchant work if you really wanted to.
Then why is it that big of a deal?
Yeah,
that's always been my question for it. It's like, does Trapper need to be buffed?
Well, I think like the Trapper example, I think he's a relatively fine killer. Like, I think the notion of Trapper being useless is outdated.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I think the only D tier killer in the game is Skull Merchant.
Skull Merchant. Yeah.
I'll die on that hill.
Yeah.
But again, it's like, does, like, even with Myers, like, people, even with the recent changes to Myers, people think Myers isn't that good still. But it's like,
I don't agree with that either.
But does he need to be? No, that's always been my question. I don't
think M1 killers should be good, because if M1 killers are good, then they're going to be super oppressive. Like, look at Singularity right now.
Yeah.
Like, Singularity is very easy to play, and is like one of the best killers in the game.
And it's like the whole Nurse debate. I mean, that's been going on for years with the Nurse debate. It's like, Nurse is just too good. That's the problem. It's not.
I don't like Nurse. Yeah. I get shit every time I say Nurse is dumb.
I don't know how, because I think most people agree.
People like the tribalism in this game. Like, killer players don't want to admit that something that killer could do is dumb. Survivor players don't want to admit that something Survivor players can do is dumb.
I don't know. I think Nurse is just dumbly designed, but at the same time, I don't know how we fix her without completely changing her. And I don't want it
to be completely changed.
I don't need to. I don't want to change her. That's the thing.
I mean, like, she's cool. Like, she's unique. It's a cool idea. I just don't think it fits in 2025 Dead by Daylight.
I don't think it fit in.
I don't think it fit in DBD in 2017.
Yeah, I don't think it fit in 2017
the
DBD.
game was pretty badly balanced then too. To be fair,
the thing is, the one change I wanted to, or they did, which was making her hits count as M2s.
That was a good change. That was a really good change.
Was it though?
What do you mean? Because
now she just runs aura reading and gen slowdown.
Well, yeah, but she had Starstruck though, and that was disgusting.
It's a weird thing, because there's also that argument. Some people think she shouldn't be able to run aura reading. It's like, okay, so you just want her to run gen slowdown?
How are you going to do that?
Just make her. People suggested she should.
What if she charges a blink?
Yeah, she should be blinded.
I think that's a bad idea. Well, the issue is you're just making Nurse feel bad to play. Like, she still is the best character in the game. You know what I mean?
That's a trend with a lot of characters in this game for changes. It's like, okay, how do we fix this character? Just make him feel clunky. There you go.
Chucky. Well, I don't know. I don't mind Chucky now. I've kind of gotten over that.
It's yeah, well,
Tool
but
Merchant.
I mean just general sentiment. It's like Oni, I think is a good
Trickster.
example. Pyramid Head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
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 that was like the first one I remember.
yeah.
That one was really
Pyramid
bad.
Head, Tricksters, Chucky. Whenever like they need to like fix a quote problematic killer, a lot of times they just make them feel worse to play.
Well, the thing with Pyramid Head, were you playing when he came out?
No, but I know what the problem was. It was the same
Okay.
problem Desslinger had.
He was incredibly strong. Like he did need nerf, but they just did it the wrong way. You know, like,
It's
I would argue that the thing that made him problematic is still there.
yeah, it's
The cages are just too good for tunneling.
it's the same problem that Desslinger had back in the day. It's funny too because look, I bring this up a lot. Looking at the Desslinger changes back in the day because I was there for that one. It's
That one
very
was silly.
the reactions to it are the same as Chucky's changes.
I don't think I was playing when he was changed. I think that was during my break.
But yeah, no, people fucking hated it.
Yeah, because I remember coming back and people were like, "Oh, I love Deathslinger still."
People,
I guess they just gotta get over it.
people
over
hated it.
time.
Yeah, people they just got over it after a while. I think it took about a year, and then people got over it.
Wow.
And then there's people like me who were just zoning with him.
I also could have just been living in my own bubble and just didn't see people hating it.
It was people didn't like it because it inherently made him weaker.
Yeah, he did feel bad to play for a while, but I kind of got used to it. Like that's how I was with Chucky too.
Yeah,
I remember when we did our discussion about Chucky, we were like, yeah, he just kind of feels bad to play. But I'm kind of over that now. Like he feels fine to me at least.
yeah. It's just it. And then with the Freddy changes, coming back to Mr. Krueger, is that these changes, like again, he just feels like an actual killer now.
Yes, that's my whole thing. He's got an actual power. One of my community members when he came out, like said, it's so weird that Freddy's an actual killer now. It
Like-
kind of just stuck with me.
I mean, like I couldn't stop playing him when the rework came
Yeah.
to live. I couldn't stop playing him. He was that fun.
He's extremely fun. And it's weird because like the killers he's most similar to, I would say probably Doctor and Clown. I don't like Doctor, and I don't like Clown as much as I used to. But like I love Freddy.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I mean, I enjoyed Clown personally and Doctor, so maybe that's
Yeah, I
why.
like Clown too. I don't like it as much as I used to. I really enjoyed Clown when he was terrible. I don't know why.
And again, like I think it really is just the actions per second you're doing now. Mm-hmm. Because even on like other like Wesker, I think Wesker and Blight are good examples of this too. Like those are two, and even Huntress kind of.
Yeah.
She's a little bit more simpler with it, but you're still constantly doing something.
I really enjoy Wesker. I'm not too much of a fan of Blight.
But-
I don't know what the difference is though. I get what you're saying. I'm just
Yeah. My point with Wesker, I think, is a good example. Wesker is a killer that many people enjoy on both sides, but many people enjoy Wesker playing Wesker, and I think part of the reason is just that it's that you're constantly doing something. Like
yeah. There's always something going on.
even with Wesker's cooldowns, it's like you're thinking about how to use the power at a loop.
You also have something always going on with Survivor too. You're always getting a spray. You know,
Yeah.
like you're not just doing a gen a lot of the time. Like that's why I like killer power slowdowns. Like I would argue that I know a lot of people hate the killer, but I think Pinhead is a well-designed killer because he always has something going on.
I think Pinhead's one of the best design killers in the game.
He's got a really high skill cap too. I used to hate him when I came back to the game.
I still hate him. I just think he's really well designed.
Yeah.
But like it's weird with the new Freddy because they didn't even technically speaking really change much. They just made him. They took him from a trap killer to a projectile killer.
Well, they updated him from 2019 to 2024 or 2025 rather.
But
like that's what they did.
But it does bring into the question though that Pixel Push video though about trap killers, right? Because Pixel didn't mention Freddy in the trap killer debate because technically he wasn't a trap killer. Technically he was. It's weird, but. Again, it does bring into question, can killers like that just not exist in this game anymore?
A trap killer?
Yeah.
I don't think they really fit. I mean, the game just goes so fast. Like, Hag, I don't know if you're around at this time, Hag used to be considered a top 3 killer. And, like, the only change she had was you don't need a flashlight to break your traps. Mm-hmm. That's, like, the only real change she's had since then. And now she's, like, I think she's, like, bottom of C tier now. Like, I don't think she's a good killer. And, like, one change doing that, like, Skull Merchant was already relatively low tier, so her going to like bottom tier doesn't really shock me. But Hag going from like A tier to like C tier in one change, I think it's because she just doesn't fit the game anymore.
And again, but I think that brings back into the discussion though: is do they need to be good?
I mean, not for me. Like I just don't like Hag's playstyle. Like that's on me. But like, if someone likes Hag, I'm sure they still like Hag. You know, like even if she's not really good.
Yeah, well, and I would argue Hag is actually fine. It just, again, she's just a killer that requires you to play a lot.
Yeah, I think C tier killers are fine. I think the only killers that need changes are like D tiers.
And
Like, I don't think... I think killers can be relatively weak and you can still perform. You could probably perform on Skull Merchant right now if you really wanted to. I think I said that earlier, though. But yeah.
it's again, it's just, there's a lot of, like... I don't know, like it seems like everyone wants killers to be, like, as strong as, like, Blight.
I hate it. I hate that.
I hate it. Because the thing is, like...
Every time I make a video, like, I get comments like, oh, what are you talking about? Killers need to be stronger. Like, no.
I think there's also, like, the question of, like I get this brought up a lot, too, where people are like, every killer should ideally be in B tier. And it's like, well, if every killer's in B tier, then no one's in B tier.
Exactly. I say that all the time, and, like, nobody understands what I'm saying.
It's like
there will always be, like, C tier killers, but...
I get what they mean by that statement, but it's like, by definition of how, like, qualifying something goes, someone will be better.
Yes.
Because...
I'm pretty sure fighting games like that. Like, most fighting game characters, like, S tier. But, like, there's always, like, Johnny Cage is, like, the best one, you know, just as an example.
Because it's like if every killer is in B tier, then B tier doesn't mean anything.
Right.
So what's the point of even putting them in the tier?
I think tier lists are just exceptionally hard for Dead by Daylight to begin with.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I used to run in this all the time. I used to love making tier lists, and I would always put Myers, like, bottom 2. But then someone, like, one of my friends would be like, okay, what about Tombstone Piece? And I'm like, I literally just wouldn't consider the add-on, because, like, it's broken, shouldn't be a thing. But, like, that just destroys the integrity of the tier list, because, like, you have to acknowledge Tombstone Piece being a thing.
Well, you don't. A lot of people don't. A lot of people will say they don't count add-ons because of Tombstone.
Well, if you don't count add-ons, then, like, Trapper's probably the worst killer in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
No Honing Stone, you know?
Yeah, some people don't consider maps. Some people don't consider...
So what, is every match just perkless whatever killer on Cold Tower?
Yeah.
That really helps me. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know. That's why I think, personally speaking, I think tier lists are stupid because of that exact reason.
Well, I enjoy watching them. I think they're extremely interesting. Like, I'm more interested in them, though, because I want to know what the player thinks. I can completely disagree with the tier list, but I'm still going to be interested in it.
Because it's just like with like taking perks into account. It's like Clown would say the best for last, and without is a completely different killer.
Rapid Brutality as well.
Yeah, and Rapid. Yeah, same with, like, I would argue current Freddy.
Oh, that's his best perk. I will stand on that.
Rapid? I think Rapid is one of the best perks in the game right now.
I know, I agree. And I thought it was terrible when it came out.
Everyone did.
Yeah.
Everyone did. The thing with Freddy, though, and the reason why, I mean, one, he's an M1 killer, so he always gets use out of it. But, well, almost always. But two, is he shouldn't be getting Bloodlust ever.
You should always be using your power, almost off cooldown.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's like most killers in the game right now. They should be using their power whenever they can. So most of them don't use Bloodlust. So who cares that you lose it?
Yeah. I remember like when that perk came out, I was like, oh, this perk's terrible. And I think people just kind of forgot about it for a while because Ultimate Weapon was so good.
I used to... I'm gonna praise him a bit, but I feel like Arena is the reason people realized how good it is.
Same with Zanchin. People started to use Zanchin quite a bit after that, the guide.
Yeah, that one's a little...
I didn't see it all the time. I thought it was a good perk.
Yeah. I run it... I actually run Zanchin even before the changes, whenever a new map comes out.
That's a good idea.
I started doing that, Herman, the doctor main.
Herman the doctor?
Yeah. Herman's actually the reason, told me that, and that's why I started doing it. It helps a lot when you're learning a new map. But, you know, again, though, like with the Freddy rework, like, they just... Because the one point of there was two criticisms from the... Well, three, technically, but there was two main criticisms on the PTB. His power felt too spammy. They fixed that. That's been fixed 100%. Yes. The other criticism is, and this is still persisting, and I think people are insane for saying this, is that dream palettes are useless.
They're wrong.
They're wrong. I agree.
I said this in my video. Like, it just takes time to get used to them, and then you'll be fine.
Well, I think people are also...
People are using them wrong.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think people are also misunderstanding the point of them. They're zoning tools.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, like, they're not, like, are you going to get downs and hits with them? Yeah, that's going to happen.
Sometimes.
Yeah, should you be trying to? Yeah, probably. But they're zoning tools. You activate that thing, that survivor cannot go in that area.
Well, and they also don't see it until they're close. They don't see that it's a fake palette until it's too late, you know? Like, they've already committed to that direction.
Well, also, I say this a lot too. I think people forget that survivors look behind themselves.
Yes. So they're not looking at the palette they're running to a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. Very good survivors will, but how often are you playing against very good survivors? I know. That's another thing that I'm like, okay, dude, I'm sure your MMRs, you have like Galaxy MMR.
I'm sure. It doesn't matter. The bracket's so loose that Galaxy MMR doesn't matter.
I know.
That's another can of worms.
I just roll my eyes.
But like, and the biggest argument right now for Freddy is that he's weak. The only reason he feels so strong right now is because people don't know the counterplay. And you know what? I'm going to say something.
I partially agree with that. I don't think he's weak, though.
I do partially agree, but I do also want to say every time this argument gets brought up, I find it insulting to the community. I legitimately, I know I'm kind of being a hypocrite because I just said how often are you going against very good survivors. When I say very good survivors, I'm legitimately talking about like the top 1%.
Teams.
Yeah.
But I would argue that people who stream this game aren't even the top 1% for the most part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the actual top 1% are like comp teams.
Yeah.
Like most of us who stream are just like I'm more interested in just talking to chat and having a good time than actually winning the game.
Yeah, well, and this kind of brings us to the idea of what like a casual player actually is, because I don't even know what that fucking means anymore.
Who knows?
Because I play the game about 9 to 10 hours a week. That's about it, which isn't much, but it is. That's a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I would say a casual player is someone who plays like every once or twice a week, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I play 3 times a week. I play 3 hours a day, 3 days a week. Maybe more in my off time, but I mostly only play when I stream the game.
Yeah, you're also better than the vast majority of players. Like, you just are. That's just how, people super underestimate the MMR cap. They think it's way more strict than it actually is.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, it's not even just the cap. It's just, the looseness of it, I think, is... The way the brackets work, I think, is something also people also forget, because I think... I would love to see the stats, I know they'll never give us the actual numbers of well, your MMR is this, which I'm fine with. I get why they won't do that. I wish they would, but I understand why they won't. What I wish they would do, though, is show how many players are in each bracket.
That would be cool.
At the very least.
I've done that before, a couple years ago.
Because I'd be very curious, because I have a feeling about half the player base is probably in the, quote, top MMR.
There's no way they can't be. It's so easy to hit, and you can't go out of it once you hit it. Once you hit it, you are not dropping out of it.
Yeah, and again, going back to the casual debate, it's I don't even know what that fucking word means. Because when I think of casual player, I'm thinking someone who plays an hour, maybe every couple of days. Mm-hmm. That to me,
I would argue I want to win, but I'm not playing this game 12 hours a day. You know?
Well, I don't even think wanting to win necessarily makes you not casual.
True. Yeah.
Because, I play Marvel Rivals casually. I play, once every couple of days.
Oh, I get so sweaty on that game.
But that's my point. I feel like you can still play a game sweaty and still be a casual player.
I also think the term sweaty is, used as, a degrading term, and I don't really think it should be. Who cares if people want to win? Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's such a broad topic, though. I just think in terms of Dead by Daylight, casual, I don't know. Would you argue that true casual players wouldn't be at the cap?
No.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. Because it's just
they would eventually get there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course they would, because they're not going to lose every single match. Now, if
you think a casual player loses the majority of their matches, though,
on Survivor.
Yeah.
No, well, no. I would say no.
So we should define what we would consider, what you and I would consider a casual player at this game, which is kind of hard to do.
Well, because the thing is, all we can go off is Nightlight, but for the most part, the killers are sitting around that 60% kill rate, right?
Right.
Which means...
I would also make the argument that people who use Nightlight are more competitive, or more into the game.
Yeah, but still, my point is that even on that side of it, people are still hitting about the 60% kill rate. There's exceptions,
right.
And people will complain about the 60% kill rate, but I think people don't... the way percentages work, so, if a killer gets a 0k one match and a 4k the next, that's a 50% kill rate.
Right, that's 50%, yeah.
If a killer gets a 2k one match and a 2k the next, that's also 50%. Mm-hmm. So 60% would mean the killer got a 3K one match, a 0K the next, and a 1K the next, give or take.
You did that fast. That would have taken me minutes to fucking piece together.
But that would be about a 60% kill rate. About, I'm sure someone can do the actual math. But so on Survivor end, the problem with that 60% kill rate isn't that it's that all 4 survivors are being taken into account, not the individual.
I've heard it called escape-based matchmaking because of that.
Yeah, but your win condition on Survivor is individually based.
Do you think it should be like that or no?
No, I do not think the Survivor win condition should be individually based.
I don't think I should be punished for running a killer for 4 gens and then getting face camped by Leatherface.
Well, it's not even just that. I feel like part of the reason, like, again, don't worry, don't get me wrong here, killers can be toxic too. But I think part of the frustration on the Survivor side is that it's that it doesn't feel like a team game.
Right. I will say this, that's something that TCM did really well. You could just play completely solo and be fine if you want as a victim in that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Survivor only feels like a team game when things are going wrong.
Right. Yeah.
Like when you're looping the killer, you're having a 1v1. And you're hoping your teammates are just doing gens. And if they aren't, that's when you notice. When they are, most people don't care. They're like, that's what you're supposed to be doing.
It's like we were talking about earlier, where like people will only say something if it's like a negative experience. Like if I'm playing Survivor and my teammates are doing gens, I don't say anything. But if they're doing nothing, I'm like, what are these people doing?
Well, the analogy I always bring up is a video game or music and movies and video games. I bring this up a lot because it's kind of the same thing. Whenever watch a review for like a video game or whatever, and most of the time, like the music or a review, go play a video game and like. Most, quote, good video game music, you don't notice. That's because it's good. It's doing its job. If you notice it, whether it's too good or too bad, the music failed.
You think so? I would argue if it's too good and you notice it, that's probably a good thing.
No, because then the music is good on its own. It's not good. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. It's not necessarily like... How do I phrase this correctly?
I think I might know what you mean. Yeah. I can listen to Skyrim soundtrack without playing the game.
Exactly.
You mean like something like that?
Exactly. Yeah, but like that doesn't mean like it doesn't necessarily clash with the scene, right? That needs to be taken on case by case. But bad music in a game, the reason why it's usually bad isn't because it's quote bad. It's because you don't notice. Fit. Yeah, it doesn't fit. You notice it's there. And I feel like in like Dead by Daylight with like on the Survivor side, that's often the problem is that you only really notice your teammates when something goes wrong. And I don't know how you necessarily fix that, but it's a weird thing with this game because it's a team game that doesn't feel like a team game. Until
I also would say that this is a thing with games in general. Like people always everyone always looks for something else to blame. They never put it on themselves. It's not, oh, I could be doing gens. It's why isn't this guy doing a gen?
I think there's some merit to that, but I do think, and maybe I'm just weird for this, I do think people in general are a little bit more self-aware than that for the most part. I think the problem is
my experience with Apex.
Well, I think the problem is that noticing your own mistakes in the moment are very difficult to do.
That's fair.
But noticing them after the fact is a lot easier for most people.
Yeah,
because I think if you have someone watch their game over, then they will start saying that what they're doing wrong and noticing I could have done this better. Not always, but I feel like for the most part, because I think you'll see this like when people like do coaching things for a lot of games.
Right.
Now some people will still make up excuses and stuff, but for the most part, I think people tend to be more self-aware than we give them credit for, just not in the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point.
But and the thing with current Freddy that I was bringing up with that was that I kind of find it insulting that everyone thinks that every Survivor player is just bad, and that's why Freddy seems good right now.
Well, that's what it goes back to, the Survivor skill cap thing. Nobody wants to admit that anything on Survivor is skillful. It's just, oh, that was so lucky that you connected those tiles. No, connecting tiles is a skillful thing to do.
You can't say lucky in this community. Come on. Yeah. We all know what happened last time.
Yeah.
But it's... again, I just find same thing with Singularity. I think Singularity was another good example of this. When Singularity's skill floor went a little bit lower, like when they changed the things around Singularity, people were like, yeah, well, once survivors figure it out, he's not going to be good anymore.
He's crazy good.
He's crazy good now. It's almost like it didn't matter.
Yeah,
It's
a bit much for me.
But again, it brings up that question, that debate with like certain killers. Like again with Freddy in particular, and we'll get into this with add-ons here in a minute. But it like, oh, once survivors figure out they just have to keep waking themselves up. Yeah, no shit. But like, if Freddy can keep them asleep, then there's the counterplay to him. If he can keep them engaged, and if they're waking themselves up, they're not on generators.
It's so much time wasted.
Like there's. Again, it's like I don't understand this idea of, because it's been what, 2 weeks now, 3 weeks.
I think it's closer to 3.
Yeah, it's been about 3 weeks since it's come out. I'm still like 4K'ing with him almost every match.
I feel like people still haven't figured it out. Like you definitely notice when people do figure it out, though.
Yeah, but even then, like those matches don't feel helpless to me.
Well, that's the thing, because he's a good killer, relatively good. Like if he was a bad killer, it would feel helpless, you know. Like when people pop your pig traps, like they get them off immediately. Mm-hmm. There you go. You just lose because you have no slowdown now unless you bring, boring perks.
And that's the other thing. Like I've heard, like, and I hate this argument too. It's like this killer's only good because this perk is good. Okay,
no, that's a bad take.
But the perk's in the game. Like, yeah, if the perk gets nerfed, yeah, then the killer probably gets nerfed inherently. But like,
well, I mean, Artist and DMS. Artist is still good.
Or Deathslinger, it's saved the best for last.
Yeah, yeah, they still perform.
Yeah. It's
Wraith and Sloppy Butcher, like he's still good.
Yeah, it's such a weird argument. And again, with like Freddy, it's like, again, I've gone against players who know what they're doing against the current version. Mm-hmm. They're constantly waking themselves up. They're dodging the snares. I'm still doing fine. Well, I'm not like rolling them, but like
no, and he shouldn't be a killer that does roll. Like he's good. He's not Blight, which is what people want for whatever reason.
Because Blight is.
Speaking of that, because I know we talked about that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I have it's so funny that I'm telling you this story. When Chucky came out, I had someone I played against a streamer and I watched the VOD back. They were like complaining about Chucky. It's not a big name. It's I don't even know if they stream anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But they were talking about Chucky the whole match. Like, I'm never gonna play this killer. He's D tier Blight. And it's just like, well, why even play the game then? Like, if you only want a killer to be as strong as Blight, you know what I mean?
Just play Blight.
Yeah, exactly.
I say this all the time. It's like, if you want a really strong killer, you have options.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think every killer.
But if that's the only way you enjoy the game, then why play the game?
I mean,
play a single player game.
No, I mean, some people like enjoy, like for Blight, for example, like. For me, it's like the fantasy that the character is trying to invoke that matters to me the most, and the general feel of the gameplay. An example I bring up a lot of times is Kale from League of Legends, because and I know I bring up League a lot. There's 130 or 60 characters in the game. They've done it all. But Kale in League of Legends, the way she works is she is basically not a character at the beginning of the game.
Oh, kind of like Oni.
So, something like that. Yeah. She basically she can work, right? She's a melee top laner who has a slight range attack and a very small heal. That's basically what she can do. But as the match progresses, she levels up, and when she levels up, she starts getting more powerful until the end game, where she basically becomes unstoppable. And that's her gameplay fantasy. Now, she is not good. Most people don't consider her good. At least not in the metas I've seen, but most people don't consider her good because she is basically a detriment to your team at the beginning of the match. Yeah. But in my argument to that is that she fits the gameplay fantasy they wanted. So she works.
So she's like thematically a success. Yeah, she works.
Yeah. And like,
I mean, that's how I would argue old Freddy was like that. He just wasn't good. Like thematically he fit. He did what they wanted to accomplish.
Yeah, and same thing with, I feel like Chucky thematically fits. I feel like maybe
Ghostface. Ghostface is a good one too.
Yeah, Ghostface thematically fits. Pig thematically fit. Well, kind of.
Yeah.
I said this before. I feel like Pig doesn't fit Amanda. I think she fits the Soft franchise thematically.
The dash is a bit weird. It doesn't feel like it Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of.
I mean, the roar fits for sure. It's just like
Yeah.
whenever I hear the roar, I don't assume Hoffman jumping out of the fucking closet and you know.
Uh, yeah, but like even the bear traps, like I've talked about this before. Like people are like, oh, if it was Amanda, she wouldn't let you win. Okay, one, I know a lot of people make this joke, but like that wouldn't work in the game. But
Yeah, you just die.
she does rig the game though. I think people forget she does rig it. Because it's not
Tamper
the first
timer. That's literally a rigged add-on.
Well, not even just that. It's usually not the first one you look in. If it was a John Kramer game, it would always be the first.
Be the first one, yeah. That's a really good point. That's a really good point.
So she does rig it, just not completely.
Yeah, like she can't just be like, no, you die. Like there has to be gameplay to it.
Well, I mean, the argument could also, like, if you want to be like a lore nerd about it, like the entity could have just like said no.
Yeah, true.
What if I put these party hats on and they just die? No.
What do you mean they just die?
They just die. And then
Someone just brought a really good comment up.
Oh yeah,
Amanda
she's hunting.
is actively still looking for you.
Yeah. She's still like she's interrupting the game too. Yeah. But you know, like with the current Freddy, it's like to me, Freddy Krueger. Because I think another thing I brought up too is like there's a few thematics with Freddy that get brought up, and the ones that are missing are mostly because of the version of Freddy we have. A lot of the thematics of Freddy that are missing are because it's I forget the actor's name, but it's the 2010 Freddy. That's
Jackie Earl Haley.
Yeah. Have you seen interviews with him, by the way?
No, I've heard this. Like he didn't want to do it. I believe. Like
no. He like there's interviews of him like getting ready to do it, and he was so into it.
Good. I'm glad.
He was so
I think he did
into
good.
it.
Like I think he was one of the best parts of that movie.
Like there's a I forget the interview, but like he was talking about how they gave him the glove to like try out, and he took it home, and he would just like run around his house and like scare his cat with it.
That's really fun.
he would do like because one of my favorite things he does is the finger movements in the movie. It's such a weird thing to notice.
Yeah, I think he was great in that movie. I just think it was a badly written movie.
Oh yeah, I think all but what's her face was good.
Nancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was a bit sleepy.
Not her fault. Well, technically
No
it was.
intended.
Technically it was her fault, but apparently she hated working on that movie. So
that's who it was. Yeah, 'cause I remember hearing someone just hated it.
Oh,
Kyle Gallner, as always, a king.
She hated working on that movie from the interviews that come out afterwards. I don't remember. There's something about like
a terrible set.
I don't think that's the case because the other actors seem fine. So I don't know. I think she legitimately just didn't want the part. She just took it for some reason. But
so strange.
But you know, for me though, like that part of Freddy is like the only part of the thematic we're never going to get. It's the playfulness. Well, let me rephrase that. I guess the Looney Tunes style playfulness of like old Freddy.
Yeah.
We're never gonna get that.
No, because he is like quote unquote playful in the game, like the when you fall asleep. Like no one else is gonna do that. Like that is Freddy. He like
even like the palettes. Like that.
Yeah, he is messing with you.
Yeah, he's messing. He's fucking with you. He's making you question which palettes are real and not. And while it's a little different with the way they look now, but. You know, the other thing with it that I bring up, the other part of his thematic is the whole, you are going to fall asleep. That is like the main tenet of a Nightmare on Elm Street movie, is the idea that you can run, you can do all you can to stay awake, but eventually you will fall asleep.
I would be interested to hear the perspective of a new player. Like, just like, dreading the fact that he's going to be able to use his power on you. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Because, like, for someone who's got thousands of hours in the game, it's probably not scary. But as a new player, it's like, oh no, it's going to happen. I can't stop it. I bet it is scary.
But the thing with it, too, is also, and I've talked about this before with the, a little bit with the way the palettes are now, the palettes kind of make him an in-game killer. Because
yeah, I mentioned that too.
Yeah, because as the match progresses, he gets more places to place them.
Right.
And it's weird that the killer that was like with all of these in-game perks, which made sense thematically, Remember Me, Fire Up, and Blood
absolutely.
Warden, now has like an in-game component to his kit.
That's another one I would argue. Blood Warden, he's kind of fucking with you too.
Yeah. I love all of his perks.
They're really cool, like thematically. Like
Yeah.
Remember Me was kind of bad for a while, and Fire Up was really bad for a while, but now it's pretty good. They're both
And then
pretty good.
even his add-on selection at the moment, like, okay, I think everyone knows this, but like Pill Bottle is probably his best add-on.
I would argue for Nancy's Sketch, but Pill Bottle's probably number 2
I
for
don't
me.
like Nancy Sketch.
I think it's really good.
I
I
don't-
think once people start waking up more, I think it'll be like the add-on.
I'm not the biggest fan of it, but maybe that's just a me thing. I was actually
That's how I feel about Z Block. I don't really see the hype for Z Block, but I know a lot of people like it.
and I'm the weirdo who likes Paintbrush, so
Oh, I was gonna try Paintbrush, but chat yelled at me. They told me it's not good.
people won't explain. Like people have explained to me why it's not good, and I just don't agree. People are like, "Oh, well,
I guess the timer,
the
longer to fall
50%
asleep.
penalty." That's what people tell me. It's like, okay, well, I'll just bring Pill Bottle.
Pill Bottle is really good. I will say that.
Well-
Like, that's probably number 2 for me.
Yeah, it's like
not my favorite.
bring Pill Bottle, and it counteracts it. And it's like the other argument I hear is you can't do anything with the information. The fuck you can
Yeah, you can. It's Lethal Pursuer.
at all times.
Yeah. Have you tried Outdoor Rope and Guard Rig together?
Yes.
Oh, it's so nice. I love that combo.
But that's the other thing with Freddy, though, is I feel like his add-ons, I can't name a quote other than like some people's argument
Swing
for
chains.
Paintbrush.
Swing Chains is bad.
Yeah, and Swing Chains.
It's so reactable.
But other than like one Paintbrush, some of the arguments because people apparently don't really like that add-on, and Swing Chains, I can't name a actual bad add-on. I can name some that are a little worse than the others.
I'm not a fan of Paint Thinner.
Is that the teleport one?
Yes.
Oh, I love that one.
I'm not a fan of it. I haven't tried it that much. Real fast though, for anyone who doesn't know, Swing Chains makes it to where whenever you teleport to a generator, vaults that are within 16 meters get blocked. It's very reactable because it's like they have the entire teleport animation before they have to go. So
Yeah,
they could just react to it immediately.
yeah.
You can't
Because
really do
it doesn't do it until after the telly's done.
Now, I think if it was 32 meters or even 24, it'd probably be pretty good.
I think either increase the range or make it happen during the teleport, and I think it's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
I think during the teleport would be the bad option. I do think the range would be the good option.
I will say I was wrong about Jump Rope. I thought that add-on was going to be useless, but it's actually pretty good.
It adds an extra 1%.
Yeah, it puts it at 5 seconds.
Yeah, or I'm sorry, 1 second.
slowdown.
Yeah. It's insane.
I still don't think Unicorn Block's worth using because they made it half base kit.
I don't think Nancy's sketch is not Nancy's sketch. What's the green one?
Masterpiece. I really want to like that one.
I've done the math, by the way, if you would like to hear the math.
Yeah, I'm curious.
So the cooldown is 30 seconds. For base cooldown for the teleport is 30 seconds long. Nancy's sketch is it 3%, right?
It's 3 seconds, but it's 10%.
Yeah, it's 10%. So it's
Oh, I got
10%
destroyed in this
of
match.
30 is 3 seconds. So that means if you land one snare, it goes down to 27 seconds. If you land two snares, it goes down to 24 seconds. And if you land three snares, it goes down to 21 seconds. Now,
Right.
the cooldown on the snare is 7 seconds. So if you land 3 snares, you will have it. You'll have your teleport immediately.
But you got to remember at the same time your cooldown's still going down too.
Yeah. Well, no, that's what I was considering.
Oh, okay.
That's the 7-second cooldown during that. Is what I'm saying. Yeah. So if you land 3 snares, you will immediately have, and that's if you land them, by the way. If you land 3 snares, you will have the cooldown back or the teleport back.
Yeah, I don't know. I like he has good add-ons. I don't think that's one of them.
I think it's funny because he has personal preference add-ons now, which is I think something that is ideal for most killers.
Sheet Block, I think it is pretty good. No, not Sheet Block. Wool Shirt, the Rupture one. That one's kind of good.
Yeah, and like Paint Thinner, I think is another good one. Like you don't really like it, but I know plenty, including myself.
I can give it another try.
I fucking love that add-on.
Yeah, I'll give it another shot at some point.
The reason I like it is because it punishes people for dropping dream pallets when you're not there, which happens more than you think.
Yeah, I don't ever notice it, so maybe it's just me just not noticing that.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. You get you get the killer instinct too, so you'll notice. And that 100%. I also read it wrong when I first read it because I thought it made this teleport slower. No. You teleport in like a second.
Is it actually a second? No, it should be like 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's super fast though. That's my
Right.
point. Yeah, you can be like right on them if they do it. Now, based on where it teleports you is a whole different thing. But you know,
Yeah, the teleport range seems a bit inconsistent for me. Sometimes I'm really close, sometimes I'm really far away.
but like on bigger maps, like on RPD, it's fucking nuts.
RPD is one of his best maps now, I think.
Oh, I think it is his best map now.
That front desk is like just they're dead.
It's so funny to say that and this it's funny because I think like Freddy and Ghostface are good examples of this. I think they're killers that like have a map that most killers don't enjoy or aren't good on that they
Leary's
are
for Ghostface.
Yeah. And I think that's fine. I think that's an okay thing.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Because it's like I don't know, like I feel like that we talked about it a little bit earlier with maps, but it's like I don't think like every killer should be good on every map. I don't think it's feasible.
No, that's just bad game design, I think.
I think that homogenizes the killers too.
I mean, I don't think there should be maps where you're completely worthless, like, you know, Badham is for most M1s.
I kind of think there should be though, but not in the same sense.
What do you mean?
Like I think there should be maps like that. I feel like there should be maps where certain killers are inherently worse on.
Well, yeah, but I think you should still be able to play. Like if you're doing like if you're, I don't know. Like,
the example I bring is like Hillbilly. Like I'm fine that Hillbilly isn't good on indoor maps. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I mean it sucks to play, but
yeah, but it's
he's
just
really good on outdoor maps, and most maps are outdoor maps.
Yeah, but there has to be indoor maps because it's where some other killers are better at, like Ghostface. And yeah. I think the problem is that we're actually it's that killers are getting kind of homogenized now.
I agree. That started with Pig a couple of years back. They made her 32 meters out of nowhere, and then they released Sadako, who was 115 and had a smaller tear radius, so they just lied.
Yeah, it's again.
Was a long time ago, though.
But it's just I feel like killers like, and I think the community kind of wants that. I think they want killers to be homogenized.
I wish they didn't, because it's like I like unique killers.
Yeah, but unique is scary.
Yeah.
Unique means I have to play different.
Well, that's part of the problem too. Like are people going to enjoy playing DBD if everything is the same?
Apparently so.
Yeah.
Because anytime something different comes out, people fucking hate it.
Yeah.
I mean, the only exception I can think of is Wesker. But even then, people loved it for the first 2 weeks.
I would argue people hated Wesker after a while.
No, that's
everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. People loved it for the first 2 weeks. But like the most loved killers in the game are what? Hillbilly, Wesker, Blight, maybe? I don't know people's opinions on Blight anymore. I think people
Huntress,
like Blight.
I guess. I hate Huntress though.
Yeah, Huntress is another. Huntress hate has been growing, I feel.
I'm glad.
And I think
I cannot stand
I keep saying it. I think it's because of 2v8. I'm gonna be perfect.
I just think she's like there's just no interaction. It feels like it's just she just kills you.
I think there's interaction. The interaction is the dodge.
Well, yeah. I mean that's the thing though. She has 7 hatchets now, so she can just like, oh, I missed. Okay, do another one. Oh, I missed. Do another one.
Yeah, it's weird. Again, like. And also, like, I don't know what the community wants most of the time because, like, why is Wesker so loved? Because I genuinely don't understand the reasoning. Not that I don't agree. I just don't.
I just think it's because of how fun he is. Like that's how Huntress is. Like killer players love Huntress.
Well, no,
I would argue Survivor players don't like Wesker.
I think Survivor players do like Wesker. I think he's one of the few killers people do enjoy playing against.
I feel like I see the opposite. I mean, maybe I'm just like remembering people saying they don't like it because like negativity bias. Not me being biased, just other people being negative. Right?
But I'm also trying to think. Okay, in that case, who's a killer people do like playing against?
Leatherface. I feel like he's pretty popular.
I don't think people like. I've heard so many people say they hate going against Leatherface.
I think that's because of the face camping.
Like again, like that's the other thing though is like. Because I know people who hate Chucky specifically because he camps in tunnels all the time. It's like, that's not a Chucky problem.
Well, that's not fair.
I fucking hate that.
It's such a stupid stereotype. That's like saying you don't like Nemesis.
That happened with Hillbillies rework. I remember this. People were like, I don't like Hillbillies now because all they do is camp in tunnel. Bro, that's not Hillbilly. That's just people playing.
That's the player, yeah.
Like, yeah. Same with like Slug. I mean, like I know people who hate Singularity because of all the slugging, but Singularity's just good at it.
I never see him slug. I never see a slugging Singularity. Maybe I'm just lucky.
Same with Unknown. A lot of Unknown slug.
I don't see that either. Yeah, I guess I'm just lucky.
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Do you know why unknown slugs?
No.
It's because the best time to get rid of your weekend is when he's carrying somebody.
You could make that same argument with Hag, too.
Yeah. Same with Hag, and Singularity.
Ghostface, if he's carrying somebody, he can't expose you.
Yeah. Same with Singularity. They don't lose the bipod when they're slugged. They only lose it when they're hooked.
Right.
So hooking is almost just, it's not good for him.
And now I'm thinking, like, who is just, like, a universally liked killer?
I would say Oni, but even Oni's hated because people blame their teammates for him getting his power.
Oni's just good. I think that's what it is. I think people just don't like strong killers for the most part.
I wouldn't even say that. I think people hate weak killers too because they're, quote, boring to play against.
I could not imagine hating a weak killer. Every time I'm a weak killer, it's like, oh, I get to...
There were people who hated old Freddy because he was boring.
Yeah, I kind of got that. There wasn't really much you could do with old Freddy. It was just... I like him though, because it's Freddy.
And don't tell me people don't hate weak killers. Who's the number one most hated killer in the game? Even to this day, who is the most hated killer in the game?
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
People still hate Chucky.
Yeah. Billy's pretty universally liked.
No. Billy was.
I hated Billy for a long time though. Like after his buffs, I couldn't stand him.
Yeah,
after he caught a few nerfs, I was like, okay, he's fine with me now.
Billy was universally liked. Like chat just said, overheat Billy was universally liked
when he was a free win.
People hate going against Trapper.
Yeah,
like
I'm sure this team stomped me too.
Again, like this is the thing, and this is why the discourse around Freddy is so hard to like, and even every killer now is so hard to nail down. I genuinely do not know what the player base wants from a killer.
I don't know,
because most of the problems people like tend to like express about killers is they're boring, which is a nothing statement because that doesn't mean anything and it's subjective.
That reminds me, I had a video or a comment on my night rework video where someone said, boring ass hold W killer. That is literally every killer in the game. It just like, I don't know. That's how you counter 90% of the cast. It's like, what do people want?
And then there's like the whole, the other thing with it is people say boring. The other thing is people are like, oh, well, the killer camps in tunnels. That's not a killer. That's
not the killer.
You
could argue that it incentivizes that.
Yeah.
But that's not the killer.
Well, I mean, like, Oni incentivizes you to slug. Myers incentivizes slugging. Singularity incentivizes slugging. Kind of. Ghostface. Twins. Did I already say Oni?
Trapper with Honing Stone?
Trapper. Well, I wouldn't say Trapper too much. Unknown encourages you to slug.
Like, there's a lot of killers at this point.
Yeah. And I think that's fine. I think some killers that are like not necessarily designed to slug, but their gameplay loop kind of makes them do it, I think is fine.
Right.
And honestly, I'm going to say it, I think current Freddy is kind of in that boat too.
I mean, any killer with mobility is like incentivized to
right, but I also think it's
down someone and run away.
Yeah, exactly. Like on top of the fact that like not only can he pretty much be anywhere on the map whenever he wants to be, I think also because of his inherent slowdown with the clocks, while it's not the best slowdown in the world, it's still there. He wastes so much time that you have to do all of these different things that I feel that him being able to slug is kind of just going to be part of what he does now. Now, will people do that is a different question.
Right. So do you think people just don't like slowdown?
People don't like macro play. I know that much. Mm-hmm. That's why people fucking hate Skull Merchant. It's part of the reason, but there's other reasons. I
think the real reason people hate Skull Merchant is because the first impression they couldn't get past it.
I think that's part of it, but like looking it over, because I've done these polls where like I ask people like how fun killers are, and the trend I notice is any killer with like macro stuff as their counterplay, people do not enjoy.
Do you think people still hate Knight?
Oh yes, people 100%.
I feel like people got over that. At least in like my little bubble, I don't see people hate Knight anymore.
I think a lot of the Knight hate has died down since the rework because his play rate isn't nearly as high. His counterplay is more known, and I am gonna fucking I'm gonna put her on a pedestal real quick. But Pixie, I think, is part of the other reason.
Well, I just think he's like he's just such a healthy design now in comparison.
Oh yeah, 100%. But like, I think the part of the reason for the Night Hate was the 3-gen meta, and that wasn't
Yes,
his
absolutely.
that wasn't his fault. It wasn't Skull Merchant's fault either.
It feels like he was designed originally for that meta, though, in my opinion. But like he could have been because they had finished him or whatever months before. They didn't know that was gonna happen.
Yeah.
But it feels like he just fit into that unluckily. Unluckily, just kind of fit into it.
My thing with that is because you'll notice it with Skull Merchant, Knight, and Singularity, they're all macro heavy killers.
Yes.
And I think what happened was that was their design intention, like during that time period, was making macro like focus killers.
Right.
And as a result of macro play and the 3-gen thing happening, it kind of was a disaster.
It feels like it was just like badly put together. I think Skull Merchant would have been hated anyways because some people were like really weird about her design.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's
yeah. Like who gives a shit? But some people like really hated it.
But no, I think for the most part, I think people want a killer that is good in chase, and that's all, but not too good in chase.
Because then you have Deathslinger, who was really good in chase, and people hated him.
Yeah, and Chucky.
But I feel like he's relatively popular now. And Chucky, yeah.
And
I still stand by. Like once Rat Poison went away, Chucky was fine.
That's a different discussion. I don't really want. I've had too many times to get into right now.
Yeah.
But like again, it's such a weird like concept on like what people enjoy to play against in this game, because again, everyone's also different, because that's why I hate the boring argument. Mm-hmm. Because boring is I know there are things that are quote inherently boring. Masochists exist. Yeah. There are people who find drilling themselves in the head fun.
So I used to play before the rework. I would play Garden Rake only Freddy, so it was just Dream Palettes and nothing else.
Yeah, I
thought that was incredibly fun.
Like the idea of what is fun is extremely subjective. Because for me, like on the Survivor side, like I don't like I find it fun to go around and open chests and use Champion of Light, not necessarily the chase itself, right? That's what most people find fun.
Right.
I don't even agree with that sentiment either. I don't think most people find chase fun.
Yeah, I find that strange. Like, what else is there to do on Survivor, though?
You can do gens. There's the macro play. There's altruism.
I mean, yeah, I enjoy that stuff, but like, if I'm playing Survivor and I don't get chased, I'm just kind of like zoned out, you know?
Yeah, I find that kind of fun, just to be zoned out.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. To each their own, you know?
But again, like what I mean by that is like, I think that's why Wesker is kind of like enjoyed as much as he is because he is.
I think Wesker's probably the best design killer they've ever done. Like, I will just straight up say that.
And I think it's because he has a chase power, but it's not too oppressive. But it also has skill expression, even though that argument could be made that most of the skill expression is not intended.
Yeah, the
I'm going to stop talking before the Wesker mains come for me. But
I mean, I think you could say it's not intended. Like, it definitely wasn't, but it's whatever, I guess.
I think it should be intended.
Yeah, like, again, it's just behavior, not outright saying we like this or we don't like this.
I don't even care if they say they like it or not. Like, if they just made it a score event, I would be cool with it.
Yeah. Well, they did it with Billy. Like, curving wasn't originally meant to be a thing.
Yeah. And then they gave it a score event. They
implemented it, yeah.
I think that's
curving
fine.
Wasn't possible on console. Did you know that?
Yeah.
It just literally was not possible. And now it's extremely easy. Arguably easier than it is on PC, I've heard.
Yeah, because of the
joysticks.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what they're called.
But yeah. But, with current Freddy, it's like, I've seen so many people on both sides. I think a lot of people on both sides are actually kind of praising the rework.
It's really good. It's one of the best ones they've ever done.
And then just a few detractors, but the detractors are very loud. And don't get me wrong, there are some detractors I've heard who have reasonable problems with it. Again, there's some people who just kind of miss old Freddy.
I mean, it's not a flawless rework, but like, have they ever done a flawless one? You know.
Speaking of old Freddy, I will say this now because Rev made me use it. Is it Blue Dress? What's the green ad?
Yeah, it's Blue Dress.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is surprisingly good.
I know. I was memeing on it so hard, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna try Blue Dress, guys." Not bad.
It's not bad at all.
It's not bad. It's not a bad add-on. I failed the meme.
It really isn't bad. Because right now I would say like Freddy's strongest in between loops, not necessarily in them.
Yeah, for sure.
The Blue Dress kind of makes him really good in loops.
Mm-hmm.
It's and not to say he's worthless in loops. That's not what I'm saying at all. But the Blue Dress kind of like escalates that a bit. It's so weird.
Someone in your chat just said the lack of collision when using snares. I'm not going to say how to do it, but there is a way to have no collision for multiple seconds at a time now.
Yeah.
It doesn't involve snares.
But we're like 99% sure that's a bug and shouldn't be a thing. So
I hope it's a bug. I'm not going to go back into it because I've gone into it multiple times.
I don't want to consider. Whenever I bring up stuff like this for like any killer, unless it's like a core part of the character, like Wesker or something, I don't think the bug should be taken into account.
No, because that like, yeah. If that becomes like an intended mechanic, there's no way he's not one of the not one of the better M1 killers in the game, because that is crazy. It is literally Sadako's kit but better. Anyways, though, back to what you were saying. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, my point is like I feel like if you want old Freddy, the snares are still there. You have the option with the dress. It's not the same, but it's better. Let's not pretend. Okay.
Like, why would you want that version of Freddy back?
Well, no, I've heard so many people like make this like suggestion that like they were setting their snares like all around the map. I've watched people play Old Freddy. I've played Old Freddy. No, the fuck you weren't.
You played him like bad clown. You just put one snare on one side, force him to walk into it, and then you put a snare on the other side, and you force him to walk into that.
Yeah, and I have a little.
You want to talk about boring gameplay?
And I have a secret for those types of people. His pallets do that right now.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's not the same, but it's a zoning tool that can be used pretty much the same way. And again,
I don't know who wants old Freddy back.
Like there are some people who did genuinely enjoy it, and some people
enjoyed it.
Some people enjoyed the actual fake pallets of old Freddy, even though they weren't good.
Yeah, I mean, like I enjoyed old Freddy.
I do.
But, like,
I do wish there was an add-on for the old pallets.
That would be really funny.
I do wish there was an add-on that like you can't explode pallets, but they just act like they used to, where they can't tell, and they just break on your face and don't stun you. The problem with it I could see is maybe the coding. Because
imagine if like it gets bugged.
Well, remember during the anniversary when Freddy was bugged?
Can you remind me?
His pallets acted like the anniversary pallets.
Oh, so you could be stunned?
Yeah.
That's funny.
So they kind of act like they do now. It's kind of funny. But
What is your opinion on him being stunned by dream pallets?
I think it's fine.
Thank you, because everybody was so upset about it. I'm like, this is fine. You're never gonna get stunned by these.
You shouldn't be. I mean, sometimes you will.
No, you shouldn't.
But like, I think it's fine. I actually gotta like it because one of my problems with like Singularity is that he technically doesn't get stunned in Overclock. Mm-hmm. So it like limits his perk options.
Well, like, because the day the update came out, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna put on Hubris, Pepe Hands. I never got stunned.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I've been stunned one time by a dream pallet, and I have only been playing Freddy almost.
It's one of those things where it's like I understand people's frustrations with old Freddy and whatnot, but I do think that this version of Freddy is just better in almost every way. Now, he is a different character technically speaking, but like and I make this ship of Theseus. Do you know what the ship of Theseus is?
No, I'm sorry.
So no. It's also called Lincoln's Hatchet. It's a philosophical debate.
Okay.
So I'll use the hatchet because it's easier to explain. So you have a hatchet. This hatchet is owned by Abraham Lincoln. Okay, it's called Lincoln's Hatchet. The blade breaks. You put a new blade on it.
Oh, is it still Lincoln's Hatchet?
Is it still Lincoln's Hatchet?
I have heard that before. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm asking you. Is it still Lincoln's Hatchet?
In terms of Freddy?
Well, no. In terms of the hatchet, I'm talking very literal in this sense. Right now.
I mean, I would still probably consider that. Yeah.
When does it not? When is it not the hatchet? When is it not the same hatchet?
I don't know. Like, I think I would probably always consider that until I just get a new hatchet.
Okay, so bringing this,
you keep replacing it.
Bringing
it's still like
but bringing this to video games with Freddy. At what point is this no longer Freddy?
It would still always be Freddy.
Would it though?
Like you could argue it doesn't feel like like old Freddy didn't feel like Freddy, like former Freddy. He just felt like man with glove. Mm-hmm. I would argue this version of Freddy feels like Freddy more than anything except the original Freddy.
Well, I even think this like because my point is like. They moved the snares from trap set loops to a projectile you shoot forward, but it still has the same function. It's still technically the same function, and it some of the changes they did to it make it feel more interactive on both sides, in my opinion.
Right.
but it still feels like the snares. Their function is still the same.
Yes.
So then that brings us to the question: is that what it is? Is it the function that is it? So the function is still the same. So is it just like the fact that they were traps and not a projectile that people are upset about?
Well, like me personally, I don't understand why they're upset. Like I just can't wrap my head around it. Like I guess
because this is the point I'm trying to bring is like at what points. Because I think this Freddy still feels like old Freddy in almost every way, just better.
Well, I don't think he feels like old Freddy, but in a good way. You know what I mean? Like I feel like they fixed the issues that old Freddy has. He feels like Freddy still. Well, if that's like
what I mean though is like he still has a snare. He still has the slow. Mm-hmm. He still has pallets that he can mess with survivors. He can still teleport around the map.
Right. It's
just how he does all of that is a little different.
It's kind of like what I said earlier. It's 2019 Freddy updated to 2025. Mm-hmm. It is the same kit, but it fits this year. Because I would argue like old Freddy did not fit current DBD, like, but in the opposite of how Nurse doesn't fit DBD. It's because he was terrible. He was like actually worthless. But not like I shouldn't say worthless because he could still win.
Right.
But like he wasn't worthless in the same way that Skull Merchant's worthless because like. In a weird way, Skull Merchant does fit DBD. It's so strange. Like, she felt like more of a 2025 killer than 2019 Freddy did, you know? Because he plays so slow. You can still play Skull Merchant fast-paced. It's just not going to be very good. You couldn't play Freddy fast-paced. Because you had to literally slow down to survivor movement speed. Snare here, walk one way, walk the other way, or put a pallet down and hope they walk into it. And that's your entire kit.
Yeah, and again, it's like... Like, the add-on design has definitely been updated into more modern Dead by Daylight. Like I said, I've noticed this with a lot of the more recent killers. And I've kind of been praising most. There's a couple exceptions. Fucking Medusa's hair.
So dumb.
But for the most part, most of the killers that have been releasing over the and Knotted Rope also. God, I forgot about Knotted Rope.
Oh yeah, the Biffle add-on.
Yeah, but most of the add-ons for a lot of the killers over the past, I'd say 2 years, have been like very like comfort add-ons.
Who was I would say Skull Merchant was the last one who had a pretty rough set of add-ons.
Yeah, like most of them have been comfort add-ons or add-ons that legitimately change the power in some way.
How was Chucky's add-ons on release?
He had his trifecta, and that was about it.
I would say that's normally what, like, you normally have 3 or 4 good add-ons.
It was jump rope, power drill, and rat poison. You ran a combination of those 3. But even then, there were some other add-ons on him that were comfort add-ons for people. Like Good Guy Box is a good example. I fucking hate that add-on.
Overmorph Egg for Xenomorph, I feels like that.
Yeah, I hate Good Guy Box, but I think it's 100% useless. But there are Chucky mains who swear by it. It just feels good.
When I was talking to Bran, like Ripley's Watch is apparently like that.
Yeah. Ripley's Watch is one like that, and I think that's fine. I think that's honestly how more perks or add-ons should be designed. I love like with Freddy, for example. It's like I've been noticing different add-ons on like every time I watch someone playing him.
Right.
Which I think is good.
Yeah, like I'll change my add-ons every match.
I think there's still the agreed upon quote best ones right now, which I think is is it Jump Rope, the green one?
Yes, Jump Rope's really good.
Jump Rope and Z-Block, I think right now are like
that's probably the most used, I would argue.
I would say those 2 and then Pill Bottle. I think those are the 3 that people are considering like his best. But even then, even with those 3 being considered his best, I see almost all of them.
Well, I mean, like, I was just defending Nancy Sketch, you know? Like, that one's up there for me, too.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think I see Nancy Sketch quite a bit, too.
Garden Rake, Outdoor Rope, that's a really good combo.
Yeah. I mean, I like Paintbrush. I know a couple other Freddy players who like Paintbrush. I know some people who swear by Black Box just because it's funny.
It is.
Especially now that it works.
Funny. Yeah. Yeah.
Especially now that
when he got his change, I was like, okay, he has one bad add-on, never used Black Box, but then it got buffed, so it's like, okay.
It's funny, I didn't even know it didn't do that. I just got what I noticed with it is that if the survivor was injured, and you were using Black Box, they would get out. But if they were healthy, a lot of times they would run away after the hits, and then you would still get them. It's weird. And then like there's add-ons to like buff the pallets, there's add-ons to buff the snares, there's add-ons to buff the teleport. Like there's add-ons for every aspect of his power. That's another thing. Good,
yeah.
That's something that like some other killers are missing. Like I think Xenomorph is a good example of this, but like there's so many add-ons for the turrets on Xenomorph, and there's really not any for the tail.
Nemesis has that issue too.
Yeah, there's a bunch for the zombies and not really any for the whip.
Which, who gives a fuck about the zombies?
And the ones
I think Nemesis needs like huge buffs or anything, just like
and then right when they did buff one of the ones for the whip, Liquor Tongue, it's one of his most used add-ons.
Oh, I hate that add-on.
What a glow
makes
up!
Me so mad.
What a glow up!
It just feels terrible. That's what I argue about Freddy's Hinder right now. It's like it just feels like the unicorn block, like it not canceling out when you get hit.
I do think one change they do need to do to Freddy. I think you talked about it in your video, and I actually read through one of your comments disagreeing with this. I do think after you get hit, your hinder should go away.
Oh, it feels so bad. It feels so bad.
Because people know this doesn't work on Clown, right? People know that.
I was saying. That was what I was arguing. Like, I think right now there is, like, I think Freddy and Clown are close, but I think Freddy is just objectively better.
I think
a killer.
I think some people do think that you keep the hindered after Clown hits you. You don't unless you run.
Unless you walk into another cloud.
Yeah. And even
it
then,
feels so bad.
And even then, yeah. But even then, like the Clown had to pre-throw it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is like good job, Clown. He set that up well. Now the setup for Freddy is I don't know the button on PC. I L2 and I launch the snare, and then I just hit you, and then you're hindered for like 5 seconds almost.
Yeah, it's. I like again, like I wish like. I wish people would just understand the problem with the hinder on hit. It's
just a dislike mechanic too, which is kind of a part of it.
Well, it's anything that slows someone down in any game is going to be disliked.
It just feels really bad.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's balanced or not. People are not going to any form of like crowd control that stops or hinders your movement. People don't like in any game.
Well, it's like the opposite of haste. Like haste feels so good because you're you're schmoovin', but like hinder is just.
Well, it removes options and takes away agency.
Right.
Right. And it makes you feel helpless, like this ace in the background, who would have made the window if he wasn't hindered.
Yeah, he absolutely would have.
It's such an odd thing. Like again, it's just I think if they change that, and I think if he gets like a slight add-on pass, maybe for some of the less used ones, but even then, I don't think he needs it. I think
he really needs to change is unicorn block and swing chains.
Yeah, and I think he's perfect.
Yeah.
I think he's perfect. I cannot believe I'm saying that about Freddy fucking Krueger.
And you know what the funny thing is? He's not even A tier, and he's a perfectly designed killer.
Yeah. That's the thing I was saying earlier. It's like, I'm having fun with him when I'm losing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And not to say, like, I don't have fun in this game, or I only have fun in this game when I'm winning.
I think that's a bad mindset for people to have. No, I'm just like off what you said. I know you don't have.
My point is though I do still get frustrated when I'm losing on a killer.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone does, obviously, but
right.
With Freddy, I still feel like I'm having fun.
Well, that's the thing. You can't have everything taken away from you as Freddy now. Like beforehand, if they just ignored your fake pallets, if you had that add-on, you're just mad with the glove.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I think it's such a. It's just a hard thing to get right, and I honestly, this is the other thing I've been saying a lot. I'm excited for Skull Merchant's rework now.
I am too. I'm hopeful more than anything.
I was terrified, and I think a lot of people were. Same with the Plague and Pinhead changes. I was kind of scared for them a little bit.
Yeah, what happened to those?
I think they got pushed back because of Houndmaster. I'm going to be perfectly honest.
Oh,
I don't know, but I'm assuming that's why. But again, it's like I think Freddy has like renewed my faith in Behavior's like design team as far as reworks go and changes to killers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of lost faith after Skull Merchant, especially, and Chucky.
Well,
again, though, I've changed my stance on Chucky.
But even then, though, I looked over the whole year with Crow, and I think we all forgot all the good killer changes.
It was a really good year.
Like, Bubba got buffed, Clown got buffed.
Singularity, I would argue, like, despite Singularity being really, really strong, I would argue it was a good change.
Singularity, Knight, Huntress, that one
I think Knight's the best rework they've ever done.
Huntress is a bit of a contentious one, but she got buffed is my point.
Well, people play her more now, which I guess is what they wanted. Even though she was already really popular. They made her easier, which is a good thing.
Bubba, Clown, there was a couple other ones I'm forgetting. But, like, almost all the changes this year, other than Skull Merchant.
Yeah, Skull Merchant was bad.
But the thing is, I feel like Skull Merchant's change was so bad, it has affected how the player base sees changes.
So, I have an opinion on the Skull Merchant change.
Huh.
I am one of the few people that understand why they did it. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the way they did it, but I understand why it was done.
No, I think we all understand. I think we just don't like it.
I just, like, if that much of the community hates a killer, something has to be done. Like, just like in a developer mindset.
I don't even fully agree with that because I mean maybe again, maybe this is just coming from other games. There's other games with like really hated characters.
Moira,
played
Overwatch. Yeah.
Moira, Yumi in League of Legends when she first came out. And like,
but has any of them been hated as much as Skull Merch is hated?
Yumi had 100,000 person petition to remove her from the game.
Wow.
So yes. So yes.
Damn. Oh my god, Billy's rework was this year too. I can forget.
Yeah, Billy's rework was January of last year. Yeah.
And I would argue now that after a few nerfs, he's in a good spot.
Yeah, is that Twins? Like the rework on PTV was bad.
The Twins on PTV was crazy.
They didn't come to live though.
I know.
I don't hold that against behavior at all. It didn't come to live.
It's so funny though.
Like that's the thing. Like it didn't come to live. So like why would I care? They tried something.
Nemesis got a lot better.
Oh yeah, Nemesis is so much better now.
Yeah.
Again, like they've done all these changes for the Myers. Oh yeah, Myers. I forgot about Myers.
Who else? Ghostface got a few nice changes.
Yeah, he could probably use a little bit more. But like yeah, like Ghostface. Yeah. Ghostface is in a good spot. Like again,
he's still one of the worst killers in the game. Like that's what I'm saying though. Like even bad killers are fine, you know.
Yeah.
Except for Skull Merchant.
But it's the thing. Like and I think the Chucky changes were the nail on the head for some reason. But like if you look at like the amount of good changes to killers versus bad changes, it's like 12-2.
Yeah. I was super reactionary with Chucky. Like, I will admit that.
So was I.
Way too reactionary.
We all were. So I was too. Some people haven't let it go. But yeah. But again, like my main point is like the Freddy rework is kind of I am hoping not just for me but for many has kind of renewed people's faith in what behavior can do to a killer change.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of their best ones. Yeah.
And Yumi, someone brought it up in chat, but Yumi from League of Legends is a very close example for Skull Merchant in this game. Because Yumi is a completely different character than how she was when she released. Just to give you an idea, for those who don't play League of Legends, because I know I talk about it a lot, and not everyone who listens to these has played it, Yumi was an enchanting healing support. That is her role in that game. Now, in any other video game, what is the main thing you do to counter someone or a character that can heal and protect their teammates?
You gotta focus them.
You focus them. Yumi could become untargetable by attaching herself to her teammate.
Oh, wow.
For the entire match.
Oh, wow. She just said no, huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So she took the one downside that enchanters have, and she got rid of it.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Kind of talking about characters that got like completely butchered. Seer in Apex got like completely destroyed because he was overpowered for like 8 seasons, and they just like, okay, we're deleting this character essentially, and now he's like worthless.
Well, yeah, and then there's even like the idea, like for Apex, for example, I think, and I haven't played in a while, so someone could argue this. I think Watson and Rampart are good examples of kind of the opposite.
I love Rampart. It's my favorite character.
But the thing, she's my favorite too. But like my point is like, they're characters that like aren't broken. They're actually kind of not good. But they're
really good now.
Now, but like back in the day, like it's just because like they kind of didn't work.
Rampart was terrible.
Yeah, they didn't like work for the game. Because the game was based.
They like Controller just didn't fit Apex for a long time. Controller is the role name now. They changed it by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
Well, yeah, it's because it's a movement. It's a movement-based shooter. I know someone will argue that point, but it's a movement-based shooter, and you introduce a character that's really defensive, and their entire thing is not moving.
Well, that's why Caustic's so bad now. Like, Caustic is terrible now. He's, like, one of the worst characters in the game. He's been nerfed a couple times. Like, his gas does nothing, essentially.
Yeah, and I think in Dead by Daylight, it's weird how this works, because, like, we talked about the trap killers, and they're kind of in that boat, but, like, Skull Merchant is a...
1-to-1, yeah.
Skull Merchant was a macro-playing zone control killer. I can't name another killer like that in the game.
Well, she is. She's extremely unique,
The closest we have is Singularity. But Singularity was a chasing, or is currently at the moment, I would argue he's more of a surveillance chase killer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's like super overwhelming in chase too.
Yeah, he's a map control. He's an information chase killer. But Skull Merchant was an information zoning map control killer. And the problem with the one word with the problem that I said in that entire sentence was zoning.
Yeah, people don't like it.
Well, it wasn't even like Hunter zoning, right? Hunter zoning and Deathslinger zoning, that's not necessarily part of their kits, but that's something they can do, right? Right. Skull Merchant was designed around the idea of her zoning.
Yeah.
Like, almost completely. And that's just something
Don't go to this area.
Yeah, and I think that's something...
Knight, too.
Yeah. Yeah, Knight, too. I think Knight's the more or the better version of it, too.
Now that he's been reworked, I would... Yeah. Sorry, I keep talking over you. I'm like a master yapper.
But it's the other thing with like the Freddy change. Like he went from like, I don't even know what I would classify Freddy as before, because he wasn't really anti-loop.
Yeah, I don't know.
He wasn't.
I think he was meant to be anti-loop. Well, I actually think he was meant to be a trap killer, but it was trapping. Yeah. Was terrible.
Yeah, he was like an anti-loop trap killer that didn't really do either well.
I mean, he became more an anti-loop because that was the only way to use the snares, and even then it wasn't good. Like, it was just Clown Bottle, but worse.
Yeah, he had map control, kind of, with the teleport, obviously. But yeah,
his teleport's always been good, though.
Yeah, but now he's a map control, slow down, anti-loop killer. I wouldn't even say anti-loop. I classify... I'm weird with this because I think there's a difference between anti-loop and anti-chase. And I think he's more an anti-chase killer.
I feel like he's really good in between. I think you literally just said this a bit ago. Really good in between tiles.
Yeah, not to say he's bad.
Once you're at a Z wall, not a Z wall. If you're at like a fucking TL wall or something, he's just kind of okay.
Yeah, and not to say he's bad in loops. Like, he can work. Obviously, the palettes help in that.
He's like Doctor, but no, because Doctor can deny vaults.
I would say I would classify Doctor as anti-loop, not anti-chase. Clown is an anti-loop or anti-chase killer. He's not anti-loop in my mind.
What about Clown? Sorry, what's Clown?
I would call Clown an anti-chase killer, not an anti-loop killer.
Yeah, he can't really deny pallets, so...
Yeah. He can play them, but...
Yeah, of course.
But, like, again, like, the classifications in this game are community-led, and some of them are arbitrary and make no sense, including my own definitions, so it's very odd.
Well, I think that's kind of the fun bit of the game, though. It's like, everybody can, like, be like, oh, this is what I think about this killer. Well, like, I've had people tell me Ghostface is overpowered.
I mean, it's like the whole like my whole like what is a stealth killer debate? Because in my mind, there's only
was so interesting.
Yeah, there's only two in my mind in the entire game. It's a Wraith and Ghostface. And even then, some people in my comments were telling me that by my definition, Wraith isn't a stealth killer.
Well, I mean, like, think of it like this too. Like it's so hard to define because, like, if you want to be technical about it, like, you could argue that Freddy is technically a stealth killer, because in Dreamworld, it's a lullaby. You don't know where he is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's why it's hard to define. That's why I thought that debate was so interesting.
Someone's asking for the dev. For me, anti-loop is... how do I put this? Anti-loop would mean that you can win a tile before the pallet is dropped.
Pyramid Head.
Yeah. With the threat of the pallet, you can still, like, play a tile.
Nemesis.
Without pallet control, so there's different things there. But anti-chase would be you stop them from even getting to a tile.
Right. Which I think is a better way to define what Freddy is.
That's like, I would define like Deathslinger as anti-chase.
Yeah.
Because once the pallet's down...
He can't do anything against pallets.
Yeah, once the pallet's down, he can't really do much.
Well, he can do things against windows, though. He's like really good against windows.
Again, it's a broad definition. It doesn't really mean anything. That's just how I always look at it.
There's always exceptions.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting game because of things like that.
Well, because I mean, most games have classification. I mean, Marvel Rivals. I mean, there's Duelist, Strategist, and Vanguard, right? Even though, in my opinion, they mean nothing.
Right.
I genuinely, I don't know what any of this.
Mantis can put up some massive damage.
Yeah. Remember, strategists aren't healers, even though all of them have healing, and that's the only difference between them.
Yeah, I hate when people call me healer. And no, because I have other things to do except heal you.
I understand why people call them healers.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's their main thing. But like, Rocket's meant to set up his beacon. Mantis is meant to
But
inspire.
it's not even that.
Damage.
It's like, okay, if you want people to stop calling them healer, then make ones that don't heal.
That's what Symmetra was for a while.
Exactly.
I wasn't playing at that time though, so I don't know how she actually worked.
It's such a with Dead by Daylight, like I said, it's just there's stealth killers, anti-chase, anti-loop, map mobility, zoning. Like there's all of these I would call them intelligence killers. There's not very many of them, but there are some.
Yeah.
Slugging killers, that would be like twins and Oni and Plague. Yeah, it's just a weird classification. I feel like Freddy's rework has like kind of put him in a better place in the sense that like he can do more things, because even with like I said earlier with the pallets, he has zoning now.
Yeah.
That's something he kind of had before, but not really. Because the way you play with Dream Pallets now versus his old version is completely different. You're not playing them for the fuck you dropped a pallet that wasn't real. You're playing him for the, oh, you're running in that direction? Let me make you not run in that direction.
Consider this.
Or you get a down or a hit.
Right.
Depending, or if they're awake, they fall asleep. But still, but like, and again, but going back to his add-ons a bit, it's like all of his add-ons, like there's different ones for each aspect of his power, which is just good add-on design in my opinion. It's just again,
he's definitely got one of the better kits, like in terms of add-ons.
Yeah. I'm kind of hoping Pyramid Head gets to glow up based off.
He needs it. He needs it. I think like if I was to like decide if Behavior Community said, "Hey, Kuhssir, 1,000 subscriber YouTube channel, who do you think should be reworked next?" Pyramid Head would be pretty high on my list.
And even like one of his weird ones, we didn't even talk about it. Class Photo.
Yeah, it's a cool one, isn't it?
Class Photo is such a cool add-on. I love it.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And it even feeds into like his add-on or his perks, which we haven't even talked about yet. The worst of them, in my opinion, being Remember Me.
What, the worst perk of his?
Yeah, I think Remember Me is the worst one.
Oh, I think Remember Me is I think it's better than Bloodwarden.
Really?
I actually don't think Bloodwarden's a good perk.
I think
it's just funny.
I like Bloodwarden as a trump card. Is why I like it.
Yeah, it's just a funny perk.
I don't know. I just don't like Remember Me at all. I never have.
I mean, I understand it, like not liking it. I don't think it's a bad perk though. I think it's pretty good now. Especially if you put it with No Way Out. Like if you go in with the intention of No Way Out, Remember Me, it's like 2 minutes of the gates being blocked.
Yeah, and
harder to open rather.
But the other thing with all of his teachable perks is like, I mean, because Fire Up just got buffed. I've been trying it. I'm not the biggest fan, but
oh, I love it.
But it's still good. Like the buff is good. I'm not going to argue. You know. I don't think it needs any more changes. I think it's fine now.
Yeah.
Bloodwarden has its uses and lovers, and Remember Me is okay. I still don't think it's worth running most of the time.
I would agree with that. I don't think it's worth using. I think you shouldn't set up for endgame. Like, you should try and win the game beforehand.
No, I think some killers can. For example, Freddy.
Yeah, if you want to. I just don't think that's what you should try and play.
Yeah. I think it's just a nice, like, little trump card. Like, because I do, like, in-game Chucky sometimes because of portable TV.
Yeah, it's fun, for sure. It's definitely fun.
I think the other problem with Remember Me is that you can't really slot it into an in-game build. Because it's like, you got Terminus or Noed, depending on the killer. You got, usually Bloodwarden, batteries, and then No Way Out.
See, I don't use Bloodwarden in mine. If I'm doing an in-game build, it's No Way Out, Remember Me, Noed, and batteries.
Oh, I see.
That's mine. Maybe I just undervalue Bloodwarden.
I don't think it's like super good, but there are moments it's won me games. And not in the traditional sense of like, I just wait for the 1 minute timer and then activate it. No, like legitimately, like the time they can't leave has saved matches for me.
Right. I'm also someone who just opens exit gates. I don't do that whole 99 thing.
Yeah, I think more people should.
I've never been like destroyed by Bloodwarden.
I think the idea of 99 exit gates just because what Bloodwarden might be in play is really dumb.
Yeah, nobody uses it. Like, it's so rare.
Nobody uses it. It's so strange.
I wonder if they would have buffed up Bloodwarden if you'd see it more.
Maybe. I don't know how you could buff it without it being too good.
You can make it a bit longer.
I don't think it needs to be long.
You could also make it if you get a hook, it just procs no matter what, and they open the gate and it just opens or just starts.
I could see that being a problem with Noed.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
I also so another opinion I have. I think breaking totems should be incentivized more,
Oh
like
yeah.
dual totems.
Yeah, for sure. I
It's
agree.
just an unused mechanic essentially.
Yeah. I mean, this is the problem with behaviors design in general is that a lot of mechanics don't make sense without perks.
Hmm.
I mean, we talked about hooking earlier.
Yeah,
Like
that's like right at the
it
beginning.
doesn't matter. Like even if pop was like, let's say pop was like insanely good. What if you don't bring
Hmm.
it?
Yeah,
What's your incentive to hook?
yeah. I think hooking needs to be incentivized way more than it is right
I
now.
think I have gotten some crap for this. I think some people are coming around to it. I think a mini Pop Goes the Weasel on hook should be base kit.
Yeah, I've heard people say that forever. I don't know why like that is why you'd get shit for that.
Like 10%. 10%.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea.
Something. Or like a mini barbecue and chili.
Hmm.
Like maybe maybe hear me out. Barbecue is anything outside of is it 42 meters?
Barbecue 40 meters.
40 meters. Yeah, anything out
No,
of 40
is it
meters?
40? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, anything out of 40 meters. What if we made base kit anything within 20 meters?
Yeah, that could be nice.
That way, like you're
I just
incentivized.
don't understand why like info is so highly um what's the word?
Hated?
Highly like I can't think of the word for it right now. It's like on the tip of my tongue.
Desired?
Valued by
Valued?
behavior. Yeah. Like just give people info. Let people know where to go. That would like theoretically that would reduce tunneling and camping and shit cuz like
Well,
okay, I know where to go.
there was a patch. I forget which patch it was, but there was a patch I did recently where they buffed a bunch of aura reading.
Mhm. Yeah,
There was the one where they,
Zanchin, Predator.
yeah, that one, yeah, and they I'm all ears got buffed. And
Yep,
when
yep.
I saw that, I thought my thought process with that was, oh, they're trying to incentivize people to run aura perks, so they
Mhm.
go chase to chase to chase.
Yeah.
That's what I thought they were trying to do. Didn't work out that way, but that's what I thought they
No,
were
cuz
trying
like
to do.
why would I not just bring force slowdown, you know?
But again, this goes back to that slugging debate. I think that's the other reason slugging is so popular because that's what you're doing. You're going chase to chase to chase.
Mhm.
There's no downtime.
Right.
So like I
Yeah,
think
no, I understand that.
yeah, I think even if like there was incentive to hook, I think some people would still slug just because of the downtime or because of the time it takes to hook.
Well, I mean, it's just really strong too, you
Yeah.
know? Like of course.
What?
Do you mind if I go run and grab a drink really fast?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll only be gone 1 second. What do you want me to message you on Discord?
Don't worry about it now. You're supposed to do it beforehand.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
You're good.
All right, I'll be back in 1 second.
Perks that activate off of Mori's. I don't think we have any, and I would actually kind of have a problem with that. I like the decision making, like if you have a hooking perk and bring a Mori. I like the decision making. Because it's like, okay, well, do I do this, or do I like get my pop charge, or use the Blood Warden? I kind of like that. Yeah, Daddy. I get that was so weird to say. I do think that's part of why they buffed Thrill the Hunt, and why I still think Thrill is actually perfectly usable now. I think people really under or overestimated the nerf it got down to 12%. I still think it's fine. Because the thing with totem builds is just that you need like a whole like setup for it. I think Thrill being like that band-aid, that glue that keeps them all together is perfectly okay. And I think that's good. I said this during the Thrill meta was I liked that Thrill was becoming meta because it meant hexes were becoming meta, which means that the survivors would have to bring builds to counter hexes, which means once the survivors start doing that, then the killers would realize this and start bringing other perks to counter or that were stronger than the hexes. And then survivors wouldn't know which perks they're going against, and that makes more perk variety. I'm fine with that. I think that's what we need more of is just perk variety, not necessarily good or bad perks. Because the thing is, every time we get like something like game changing, it becomes the only thing we see for like months.
Okay, I'm back. So sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Moving on a bit, because we did talk a little bit. I didn't even ask you though. Are there any changes you would make to the current Freddy?
Yeah, just the two I mentioned in my video.
Okay.
Off hit, hinder needs to, or once you get hit, hinder needs to go away immediately, and being able to phase through survivors by doing the thing.
Yeah. And then like I think we both mentioned it too with the add-ons. I think there's only a couple that kind of need changes. Mostly swing chains. I think the rest are even like the ones that are quote bad. I think are still fine.
I mean, yeah, like other than swing chains, I think everything's at least usable. Prototype claw's kind of worthless, but whatever.
Is that that's the charge speed?
Like 10% faster charge speed.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah,
but whatever.
And then to his teachables, I think. Again, I don't think Bloodwarden could use a buff, but I mean, you disagree.
I mean, I don't care if it gets buffed, but I would be interested.
And Fire Up and Remember Me, I think are fine now.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were fine before, but I think Remember Me's.
I think Remember Me. Before this patch, I would have agreed with you that was a bad perk, but I think it's kind of okay now.
And then Fire Up going up to 6%. I've done the math. It's if you get 2 stacks of Fire Up, you basically have Bamboozle, and if you have 3 stacks, you basically have Brutal Strength.
It feels really good.
Yeah. The numbers don't exactly line up. It's like you're like off by 2%.
Well, yeah, 3 stacks is 18%, and then it's 24, and then 30.
Yeah. So it's like a.
And then you can put it with those perks too.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it's like a minimal thing. That's the other thing I think people forget and why they can't super buff Fire Up.
Right, because it's the same thing with Play With Your Food.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with Dark Arrogance. Mm-hmm. People were complaining like it needed higher numbers to be better than Bamboozle. The reason they can't give it higher numbers is because you can combine it with Bamboozle.
Right. I think you just reduce the downside to it a bit.
I think the downside's fine.
Fine perk.
I use it all the time. I think the downside's fine.
I think I've used it one time, other than Vecna's Adept. I think I've used it one time on Legion, and it didn't work, and it made me crash out, and then I never used it again.
There's some, like, Xenomorph uses it really well.
That makes sense.
Chucky uses it really well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's basically any killer who doesn't really get stunned that often uses it really well.
Yeah, no, that
Nemesis,
Nemesis.
Huntress, Deathslinger.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of these killers that don't get stunned by pallets, like, kind of use it really well. Mm-hmm. Chucky does not get stunned that often if you're playing him right.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
What was I saying? Moving on a bit.
We're talking about teachables.
Yeah, we're talking about teachables. Moving on a bit to builds. That's the other good thing about the Freddy. Freddy has always been good with this because he has the both the curse and the blessing of being an M1 killer.
Right.
He can run pretty much anything. Mm-hmm. Now
there are a few perks that are exceptionally good on him though.
Yeah. Are there some that are more viable than others? Yeah, of course, obviously, but because he's an M1 killer, he can literally run anything and make it work for the most part. You're not really getting downs or hits with the pallets so much as you are zoning with them. Mm-hmm. So it tends to be not a factor. But what are you usually running on Freddy?
So I will say this for everyone who's listening. Since he has come out, the rework has come out, Rapid Brutality and Save the Best for Last has not come out of my perk slots.
Yep, pretty much.
They've been in every build. I think he is the only killer in the game. I'll stand by this. I said it earlier. The only killer in the game that can actually use Pop Goes the Weasel. The perk is terrible, but he can still use it. Thrilling Trimmers, I've heard, is really good still. Surge, because he's an M1 killer, but I don't think Surge is that great. Eruption's pretty good, just because it's Eruption. Hubris, you can probably get value out of if you intentionally get stunned by Dream Pallets. Enduring, of course. M1 perks are just good on him in general. But Rapid Brutality and Save the Best for Last, probably your best combo.
Yeah, I've been running I have a brain off build. It's Rapid, Save, Barbecue, Lethal.
Barbecue's a good pick too, yeah.
Yeah. I run that on Singularity a lot for my brain off build. It's just, you just chase and then you just find someone after the hook, teleport to them, and then just keep chasing.
I don't use Barbecue very much. I've been using Weave Franklins again. Just feels good.
Friends to the End is good on him too.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Again, especially because he can teleport around the map, it's really strong. But the Rapid on him, again, like I mentioned earlier, he doesn't really get Bloodlust very often because you're spamming.
You shouldn't be getting Bloodlust.
Spamming's the wrong word, but you're using your power a lot.
Well, it takes, 15 seconds to get Bloodlust 1?
Also, I don't know this. Do you still get Bloodlust if you place a pallet?
That's a good question. I don't know. I would assume not,
I-
because it is technically using your power.
I don't know, because if you ready your hatchet on Huntress, you still get it.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Huh. Never really thought about that.
I don't think I've done a game with. Oh no, I've done like maybe one or two where I've done like a full Scourge Hook build, but
Well, you don't get it on you don't get it on Dredge when you're in your remnant. So
well, that's because it dropped a thing. I would assume
yeah, but you're dropping a pallet.
you're gloaming.
You're cloming.
I don't know why it's called that. It's so funny.
It's probably some like Latin word. I don't know.
Some fancy word.
But but that's why he works so well with Rapid. That's why a lot of killers, like I've said this before, Doctor's really good with Rapid for the same
Doctor's
reason.
really good with it.
I use it on Chucky
Clown.
for the same reason, because his cooldown's 14 seconds and Bloodlust is 15 seconds.
Right.
It's
He's one of the best users of it for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, and then say the and on top
I've gotten good value out of Leverage and Gift of Pain
Get to Pain, I think
because of the healing.
Yeah, Get to Pain's really good, and then the other thing with like the save and stuff is because he inherently slows. It's the same reason it's good on Clown, right?
Yeah.
You go faster and you're slowing them down pretty much.
Well, also with the hinder not canceling out, you're catching up even faster than Clown does.
Yeah, kind of insane,
especially with jump rope.
Yeah, and because of how I didn't really mention this with the whole hinder at your hit, because of how the animations work, they basically kind of go in a straight line after the hit. You have there's some maneuverability there, obviously, but like the initial hit, there's like that half second of them just shooting forward because of the increase in speed, and because of Rapid, you kind of catch up during that much quicker. It's kind of insane.
Yeah. I mean, I think Stabiffle passed like when Stabiffle got its nerf, pretty much everyone dropped it. It feels like, but I never did. But like once you get past 6 stacks, you are just on people constantly.
I wouldn't even say 6, 4. That's all you need is 4 stacks.
Yeah, even there.
That's why, like, whenever I see people running Stabiffle and like they completely avoid the obsession, it's
such a waste.
It irritates me so much. 4 stacks.
They're just scared to lose a stack.
4 stacks is all you need. I'm telling you, 4 stacks is about it.
It's how I feel about Distortion too. It's like it got nerfed and everyone just dropped it. Like it's still a usable perk.
Every time someone brings Distortion now, like because it's not as common, I'm not as upset. But it screws me over almost every time.
Yeah,
it's still decent. I lost a match the other day because of Distortion.
That's just how people are when a perk gets nerfed in this game, though. They overreact to it. Same way they do with buffs, you know?
Well, I was talking to Chad about that earlier, about the Thrill of the Hunt change. It's like they nerfed it down to 12%. I still think it's really good.
It's still good, yeah.
But no one wants it because it's not OP.
Yeah, it's so strange.
Welcome to the Dead by Daylight community. If it's not like hard OP, it's bad and not worth running. That's usually what it seems to come down to in this game, which is it's not different in other games because it's still the case, but it's really, really common in this one.
It's a shame too, because the meta perks are usually super boring to use. Like Pain Res isn't fun to use.
I don't mind Dramaturgy Finesse.
Oh, I love that build. I think that build's incredibly fun.
I think it's one of my favorite meta builds on to play as and against.
I think it's pretty healthy too. Like I don't think it's overpowered.
Yeah.
I would rather play against 4 Dramaturgy than 4 Sprint Bursts any day.
I will say I am getting kind of sick of people bringing items with Dramaturgy because y'all know you lose the item,
I think
right?
it's a waste. Yeah, I never bring an item with Dramaturgy.
It's so weird. Plus, there's also the potential that they expose themselves.
Oh, that's so funny. I have so many clips of that.
There's so many moments when that happens, and I'm like, what happened? Why?
That's
Oh,
part of the reason I bring Vigil with it. Like I'll bring Vigil if I bring that build. I have Vigil on.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vigil.
Especially since he got buffed.
Yeah, Vigil just got the buff too. Yeah.
It's really good.
Moving on a bit, and we've been kind of talking about this the whole time, but state of the game. You said you think the game is in a fine spot, and I kind of agree.
Well, it's hard. I think the game is in a fine spot. I think the community is not.
I don't think the community's ever been in a fine spot in this game.
It's so bad right now.
You know, it's funny.
It is just constant raging.
Do you know the happiest? And I say this as someone who only started playing after Nemesis came out. I started playing during the anniversary. The happiest I have seen this community, the most in agreement I have seen this community in, it was during the time when Alan Wake released.
Yeah,
It was Alan Wake, then Chucky, and then Stranger Things came back. And don't get me wrong, people started hating Chucky after a while, but when he like was announced, people were so happy on both
it's
sides.
because he was a new toy. No, no pun intended. Or like no.
But same with Alan Wake. I saw people happy about that, and then Stranger Things came back. Everyone was happy. I saw everyone like super like. I saw the community in a different light than I ever have during that time.
That's how it was when Pyramid Head came out too.
And we haven't seen that since. And it's odd because
I just think it's because Us versus Them is so bad right now.
I want to say that, but I don't think that's the whole story.
Well, I think that's part of it. I don't think it's the whole thing. Like, I think I think a lot of people who've been playing as long as I haven't taken a break. Like, I stopped playing the game for a full year. So, like, I'm still fine, you know? Like, I'm fine with the game. I take breaks occasionally. I probably can't now because I'm a content creator for it, but, like, before that, I just stopped playing.
Even as a content creator, like again, I'm not the biggest person in the world, so it's not that big of a deal if I miss an upload. But like, I took back when Destiny was still doing seasons. I every time a new season came out, I would take the week off of Dead by Daylight to play Destiny, and I wouldn't watch I wouldn't watch DVD content. I wouldn't play the game. I wouldn't do anything. I would take a full 1 week of siesta from the game,
right?
Just to play another game. But I feel like a lot of people, and that's the other thing with like taking breaks from DVD, is I feel like people. I know it sounds weird to say this. I think people are taking breaks from DVD incorrectly. When I say take a break from I mean it. Don't watch content. Don't play the game. No. Don't check patch notes. Don't talk to your friends about it. Literally, just take it out of your life for like a week to a month, then come back.
I stopped playing for 2 days recently because like I literally couldn't because Sony was down, and I felt so much better. It was 2 days, and I came back like, oh, I'm enjoying the game again.
I mean, there's a reason I only stream the game 3 days a week. There's a reason I don't play the game. Let me rephrase that. I do play off stream, just not that much.
I also don't play very much off stream.
But yeah, there's a reason why I don't do that. It's so I don't burn myself out on the game. And don't get me wrong, there are content creators like Otts and Hens and Scott and all these other people who do kind of have to play the game every single day. But, I'm going to rip this Band-Aid off. You're not them. I'm not them. You can take a week off. I promise you it's fine. Yeah. And as far as like FOMO for like events and whatever, most events last about 2 weeks minimum. And even for like 2v8, I'm calling this now, by the way. This will be out after it comes out. I'm calling this now. 2v8 is going to mysteriously be extended by a week again.
Oh, God, no, please.
Because it happened both fucking times. Just saying.
It's just not for me. Like, it's not for me.
I enjoy it when I'm playing with somebody else. That's about it.
I just want to play, like, I'll play it off stream. It's just, like, I'm really bad at filling dead space. Not the game. Like, dead air, I guess. But, like, when the queue times are 20 minutes, you know what I mean? Like, I can't do that.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, you've been feeling dead air for 2.5 hours now.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I have someone else here with me.
Yeah, it's 2v8. You should have someone else there with you. I don't know. Like, it's just like, I think the game is in an okay spot. And as far as bugs and whatever, I mean, at this point, and maybe it's just because I'm numb to it, I don't really care that much. As long as it's nothing game-breaking.
Oh, I think the bugs are part of the game's charm.
I don't fully agree with that. But
oh, it makes me laugh. Every time a new bug comes out, I'm like, oh, I love this game. It's so silly.
But like, as long as it's not like game-breaking, like
yeah, exactly.
Like the one they had a little while ago where people could go outside of the map.
Do you remember the one when Knight got his rework where a Jin would just finish mysteriously?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The one where like if someone was dead, it would count as 2 gens popping.
Yeah.
As long as
punishing you for winning.
Yeah. Like as long as it's not like something like that, I should they fix the bugs? Yes, 100%. But like, I'm not gonna cry a high heaven about Chucky's bugged right now again. I have barely said a word about it. Fire Up makes him if he uses Fire Up and scampers, he can the turn rate is increased to 360 degrees.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's like a crazy one.
It is, but like I haven't said anything about it because it's real. When I made my fire up video, I said something about it, but like I'm not gonna cry to the high heavens. I've told the devs. I went on the forums and did something there. I reported
That's what I
it.
did too for the phasing bug. You just go through people.
Yeah, I reported it, and that's it. I'm done. There's no reason for me to complain about it right now.
Yeah, I feel like as creators, we have a responsibility to, like, if we find a bug, we have to report it, and we can't showcase it, you know?
Yeah, and it's just like
Because if you showcase it, then other people are going to do it, and it's everywhere.
now again, there's like design philosophies that are a little weird. There's one that didn't happen that because no one talked about it because no one was doing it. Remember the Halloween event?
Yeah, of course.
There was one oversight that no one made a video on, and I'm glad they didn't. That would have made that game mode more miserable than it was.
What was that?
Slugging people in the void.
Yeah, that is really strong.
People were doing it, but but
strong.
no one made a video on it, and I think that's why not a lot of people were doing it.
It was really strong. I had done it. I did it once or twice. I was like, this is just gross.
Yeah, that was a design oversight. That's different.
Yeah.
That's completely different. But my point is like for like general bugs for the game, like Houndmaster is bugged. She shouldn't have released how she did. I'm not saying she should have, but they're gonna fix it eventually. And I'm at this point like
I have thoughts on Houndmaster.
Listen, I can't name a game. I can't name a video game on the market that doesn't have a bunch of bugs every patch. I can't.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, like they're usually not massive bugs, but yeah, of course. Like that's just how video games are, man. Like live service games are especially hard because like you have to go over like Dead by Daylight. Literally, the way the game is meant to be played has changed. Like a 180. It's gone from playing hide and seek to now like, okay, I'm gonna click my flashlight at the killer and have him come get me.
Well, the hide and seek aspect still works. People just don't like it.
Yeah, because it's really boring. It's really boring.
I think it's fun.
Oh, I hate it.
If
I don't find someone for like 2 minutes, I'm like, oh, these guys are so boring.
I think I think sporadically it's fun. I don't know. There's something fun about hiding against a real person that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fun.
I enjoyed TCM though. Like when I played TCM, I had a lot of fun hiding.
Yeah, it's because the threat was higher.
Mm-hmm. There's 3 of them.
Yeah, well, not even just that. It's like if you're found, you're basically dead in that game.
Yeah, true.
In Dead by Daylight, it's like, oh, you get found. Well, I guess I'll just go on a chase now. Get on a hook. Get off. Okay. You know what I mean? And that's not to say the killer can't be threatening, but I mean that's a whole other topic on if the killer should be more threatening. But you know, but in general though, I do think the state of the game is fine. Like the bugs need to be fixed. Obviously, they're just not getting back from vacation over the past month, and I know that's not an excuse. But I think the other thing, and I say this a lot, is I think people forget that Dead by Day, the behavior is one of the few game companies that don't crunch.
What do you mean?
They don't crunch. They've admitted to this.
I don't know what that terms mean.
They give their employees lunch breaks. They don't have their employees work overtime.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. But
that's a good thing. Yeah.
But behavior is one of the few game companies that does that.
Yeah.
As a result, it makes them look worse with how fast they do things.
I think they're relatively quick with fixes, though.
Now. But, I mean, they weren't always.
I mean, yeah. In the past, they've been pretty rough.
But it also depends on your definition of how fast. Like, I think Made for This being in the game for 6 months was a bit much. I think 3 months was enough time for them to realize it was a problem and fix it. But again...
Well, they also, like, at the same time, they've also nerfed perks very quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, Thrill the Hunt is an example. It was in there, what, like 2 weeks before it got nerfed?
Yeah.
But like at the same time, the perks have gone years without being nerfed. You know, Dead Hard went years without being nerfed.
It's also a weird thing too because like I feel, I know people say that the devs don't listen to the community. I disagree vehemently.
I think that's a bad take. They aren't always fast with it, but
I
do listen.
I honestly think, and I've gone on record saying this. I think the devs are listening to the community too much now. Like, I know it's a weird thing to say because of some of the decisions that have been made, but most of the decisions that have been made have been based on community feedback. People just don't like how they do it, not that they do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, also, like, this community, like, out of every game community I've been in, this is the most reactionary one I've ever been in. Like Apex, I know I keep bringing up Apex, but that was my game for a
Uh,
good 2 or 3 years. Um, People like a new character would come out, and literally nobody would have a definition of how strong they were for like 3 seasons. We would have no idea.
yeah, I
Um,
played during when Newcastle came out, and everyone said he was the
yeah,
worst
everybody
character in
said
the
he was
game.
bad, and he
Yeah,
just wasn't.
yeah, and then he became like
uh,
super meta, like a month
yeah, he's
later.
like super meta to this day. But like I use this example a lot. Knight, when Knight released, like original Knight, I remember people saying, "Oh, this character's S tier. This character's ridiculous," and he was really annoying. But I don't think anybody on the planet will ever argue that Knight was ever really, 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 really strong. He's always just been kind of okay,
Well,
you know.
I mean, it even comes down to like the Skull Merchant debate. It's like most people's argument
Mm-hmm.
is that she's not. It's not that she's really strong. It's that she's boring.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I think the problem with the Dead by Daylight community is again, it's the negativity bias. Is that a lot of people don't talk about the stuff they like in this game.
Yeah.
I almost never see people like talk about stuff they like unless it's something new, and that's usually when they talk about liking it, and then they never talk about it again.
Well, it also seems like people really like stuff as soon as it gets added, like when it's shiny and new, and then when it after like Chucky, you mentioned it earlier. People really like Chucky at first, and then oh, he can just go under pallets. I hate this killer. Skillless and all that other shit they said. You know?
Yeah, I think it's funny with that too because I've had people say no, people didn't like Chucky on this release. Bullshit!
Yeah, they were
I got
lying.
receipts. I got receipts.
He was very popular.
I got receipts of survivors saying he was so fun to play against.
Mm-hmm.
And then people figured him out and were like, "Oh, I hate this killer now."
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like once people figure it out, it's like, oh, I don't like this anymore because I'm not winning. Like that's just how I feel about it.
It's again like with current Freddy. It's like again like I see people praising the current Freddy rework. We're talking about it, and some people still are talking about it, but the conversation has kind of died down a bit for obvious reasons. But the conversation I do still see is people not liking it.
It's because they're just loud about it.
Yeah, and someone did point in the chat. It's like, well, once you say something's good, what else are you supposed to say? And
exactly.
my counter to that is keep saying it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Stop saying what we don't want and start saying what we do, because I feel like this community has a big problem with that.
Yeah, because if we stop saying what we do want, the behavior is only going to see the people saying, "Oh, this is bad. We have to change this."
Yeah, and you know, and again, I also don't think behavior should always listen to the community. Helldivers 2, I think, was a good example of this, and I know someone's going to say it's a bad because of what ended up happening, but Helldivers 2, one of the devs straight up came out and said, "We are not listening to the community on this issue because we know better than them."
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely wish more
They're
devs.
not game developers.
I genuinely wish more devs would say stuff like that.
Yep.
Um,
I mean, you have to be careful though, because if you're too much of a dickhead, it ends up like TCM, where that one developer just kind of like.
yeah, there's a line.
community.
There's a line to it, and there's also a line to like. I'm not saying never listen to the community. Obviously, it's a pendulum,
Yeah.
right? You got to keep it in the middle. It can't swing one side too much. It can't swing the other side too much. And like again, and I think this is the problem with Dead by Daylight as far as its future goes. And we alluded to it a bit with the competitive talk. Is I don't know where they want this game to go. I don't know what they want this game to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of that is because they keep taking community sentiment. And
Yeah.
as a result, because of how like wish-washy the community can be, that we don't even know where we want the game to go.
Well, it's because there's casual people, like quote unquote casual people, and quote unquote competitive people, you know, and they care about the game the same amount, you know.
Yeah.
So like, if I were to say, oh, we should nerf, or we should bring back Old Dead Hard, I don't think that, because I'm a casual player. I think it should be more of a party mode. And then you come and say, hey, that's a fucking terrible idea. Me and you are gonna get into a big ass fight about it because you think that's a bad idea because that's like ruins the quote unquote competitive integrity. But I'm like, okay, but Old Dead Hard was fun, and like that's just a big fucking argument.
Yeah, and also, I did just think Behavior actually has said what I said earlier, where they basically told the community, "Fuck you, we know better." But it was the worst kind of thing they could have done it to, and that was the colorblind feature.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe don't do it for accessibility features, but like,
Yeah.
but like balance sentiment, yeah, maybe do it for that.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Well, I mean, like,
again,
Go
for
ahead.
for like gameplay, like Blood Warden, like we were talking about earlier, it's like, well, we don't want Blood Warden to be like, or the wake up change they just did,
Yes, that was Almo. Sorry, I
right?
was replying to someone in the chat.
Like the wake up change they just did, right?
Hmm.
Like I know a lot of people disagree with it. I understand why they did it. Now, would I like that precedent held to other perks and things in the game? Yes, but I'm fine with them doing it to wake up because do you know why they nerfed it?
No, I thought it was a bad idea, but I
It
don't know what their reason
because
was.
of the combination with Soul Survivor.
Well, then nerf Soul Survivor instead. Wake Up was a team perk, or could have been a team perk. Soul Survivor is objectively not.
Yeah, yeah, but then people who like Soul Survivor would complain.
Does anybody like Soul Survivor? How many like
There,
trying to
there are
meme?
some people who fucking love Soul Survivor.
Really?
Yes. It has I wouldn't say huge, but it's a perk with a cult following. It's like Champion of Light.
Huh.
Yeah, there are people who fucking love Soul Survivor.
They're strange.
But again, it's there's a line. Like again, like do I fully agree with the wake up change? No, not necessarily. But the reason for the change, I think I agree with.
Yeah, I totally get that. Like, I understand, like, this might be unpopular take among the killer mains, but, like, medkit nerfs. I understand why they did it. I think they went too far. Like, other than syringes, of course. Syringes are just fucking stupid. But, like,
my problem with the
base
medkit,
medkits suck.
yeah, my problem with the base medkit changes was they made them all the same, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
There's differences, but like not enough to matter, in my opinion.
And I understand why they did it, but, like, they just went too far with it. And, like,
Yeah.
people told them they went too far with it. And then they, like, sorry.
It's just like the pop nerf, right? Remember, like I was actually fine with the original nerf they did to it, and then they nerfed it again.
What, you mean 45 seconds or 20% progress or whatever?
I think the 20%, whatever the one before the one we just got was.
Oh, 30%?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was a good perk then still.
yeah. I don't think it was amazing. And again, like I think another good example of this is also because behavior often uses data, which can be very skewed. Because I think pain res is the good example of this. I will die on the hill. I don't think pain res is that good of a perk anymore. But
I think it's like the only good option, like only option you have.
I don't even think that's the reason why everyone runs it. It's good on every killer.
It's reliable on every killer.
It's reliable on every single kill. It doesn't matter if you're M1, M2, have a bad chase. It doesn't matter if your killer doesn't have any map mobility or anything. It's just good.
Right.
That's the problem with pop, right? There's some killers who can't use, even when pop was really good, some killers couldn't use it.
Because they didn't have the mobility.
They didn't have the mobility. Like Chucky was never good with pop.
Yeah.
Because he can't pick the gens necessarily he needs to kick. And then like jolts or surge or whatever it's called these days, like if you're an M2 killer, well, you can't use it.
Yeah. It's a shame. That's a really good point. Like that's how kind of corrupt is too. You just get value, but if you're like blight, you get it down immediately. You got no value.
Well, that's debatable. Depends on what you mean by value.
I mean, yeah, I guess you push them away from those gens.
Not even just push. I don't even. Okay, here's the thing with corrupt, and the reason why I use it a lot. It's not to push people away from gens. It means they can't stack on 3 different gens.
True. That's true.
That's the reason why I run it.
That's a good point.
Yeah, they can't stack on 3 different gens. That's the only reason I run it. I don't care if I get it down in 10 seconds. They can't stack on those first 3 gens. That's the only reason I run it. It also makes them waste a bit of time, but that's the reason I use it. And why I still think it's really good. Do I think the nerf was necessary? No, but I understand why they did it.
You're talking about 6.1.0?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the best patch to ever happen to GBD. That was not sarcasm.
I completely agree. I think there were some things in 6.1.0 that ended up being bad.
Oh yeah,
I
think the Iron Will change was stupid, and the behavior agreed 3 years later.
I still think Iron Will shouldn't be an exhaustion perk, but it's whatever, I guess.
I'm fine with it being an exhaustion perk. I think that makes sense. That my thing with Iron Will was like with the changes they did to it, it should have either been the one nerf or the other, not both. And
that's how I feel about Spine Chill. Someone just mentioned it in chat. It was like over nerfed.
I don't know. Vault Speed's a weird one. Like
I think if you're gonna nerf one of them, you should have nerfed Resilience. I think Spine Chill was the wrong one in
Yeah,
there too.
maybe. I don't know. Spine Chill's also weird because especially now that there's third person cameras, it has weird interactions with some killers.
Oh yeah, I never thought of that.
Yeah, so the way it works on Chucky, I don't know about wolf form, but Chucky, it's the model has to be looking at you, not the camera.
That's so strange.
Yeah. I also don't know how it works with FOV now.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah.
I never thought to even look at that.
Yeah, for Chuck, so like if Chucky's behind a corner Chuck spotting, you won't see him with spine chill. His model has to be able to look at you.
Somebody just said something in chat that reminded me of something I want to run by you.
What's that?
How would you feel about a PTB where literally everything that affects gen speed is just completely butchered?
A PTB for it?
Yeah, just see how it would play.
Both sides?
Yeah, like Prove Thyself gets gutted, Deja Vu, Res,
I would love
Rune,
to try
everything.
it. I would love
because like
I would love a game mode that doesn't have generators in it.
I was talking about that a couple days ago. Where it's literally just chases. Whoever, like, if you get points for lasting long in chase, you get points for ending chase, etc.
I've had a few ideas. Like the winter event, I think is a good example. My idea for an actual game mode for the winter event, just lean into the snowball fight.
Yeah,
Get rid of the generators and make it so like if the killer hits you with 10 snowballs, he downs you.
that'd be really silly.
Or like you hit the killer with like 3 snowballs and you stun him.
That's really funny. I like that idea.
Like do something like it's a separate queue. Go fucking nuts, you know? I had an idea for a game mode that was last man standing.
Oh, that's fun too.
Where there's no exit gates, there's no generators. It's literally a hide and seek game mode.
I think I would enjoy that if it was an LTM and not like a
thing
that's around for a while.
Yeah. No, I would love it for like a limited time.
That's how I feel about 2v8 generally. It's like, okay, this is fun for a day or two, and then I'm kind of over it.
Because I think it's the problem with Lights Out. Because Lights Out is kind of that, right? I think the problem with Lights Out is the generators.
Well, I think my problem with Lights Out is just accessibility. I can't stand not being able to see.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's just a me thing though. Like I know when I say Lights Out is bad, that's not really fair because I know there's people that really like it, but I just cannot stand not being able to see anything.
But
I will say the last version was a lot better than the.
I actually. The way I played the last version was I would just wait for them to put a candle on a gen and I would camp that gen. That's what I would do.
I only played Leatherface.
Yeah, I only played Chucky. And Chucky is... Yeah, so here's the thing. Chucky has that laugh I talk about all the time. Not in Lights Out, he doesn't.
Because he's not in stealth.
Yeah, he's not in stealth. He's not technically undetectable.
That is so silly. That's so silly.
But yeah, I say go fucking nuts with the limited time game modes. I really hope...
Yeah,
they start doing that more.
I won't give away too much because I'm making a video about it, but I feel like they're a bit cautious with their LTMs right now, and I kind of wish they would be a bit more bold because I don't feel like any of them are exceptionally like, interesting concepts. It's just DBD with random perks or DBD with 2 killers. You know what I mean?
I don't even like Chaos Shuffle that much anymore. I used to love it. I hate it now.
I like it, but I've been getting it too much. You know what I mean?
I think
like, I want them to space it out more.
I think that's the other problem with events. I was talking to Emerald about this. I think that we get too like I noticed over the past year we've been getting like an event like every month.
I think it's to get player retention up.
Yeah,
they've been doing bloodpoint events a lot too.
Yeah, and I get that.
Like we've had 2 of them in about 3 weeks.
It's like make a proper progression system then. Like honestly.
Not many people give a shit about blood points. I'm one of the few that actually do. I'm like, ooh, yummy blood points. I'll play the game more. But like a lot of people don't care.
Yeah, I own. It's not even that I own everything I need. I literally own everything. I have all my killers P3'd. I have every survivor perk unlocked. I have all the add-ons and perks all the add-ons and items I could ever need on Survivor. The one thing I'm missing is like some add-ons, like a stockpile of add-ons on every killer. But I'm working on that now. But like, it's not precedent that I get it all.
Well, I just grind P100, so I have a bunch of killers that don't have a bunch of add-ons. I just like
I don't even care about P100.
I shouldn't care. I don't know why I do.
It's a goal. Humans are goal oriented.
Yeah, true.
But it's a self-imposed goal. That's the thing.
But like, what would I do if P100 wasn't in the game? Like, what would I have to care about? I've had everyone Prestige 3. That's just how long I've been playing the game.
Right.
Max level since 2020. Like, I don't have anything to level up.
Yeah, it's not even like so like in Warframe or in Destiny, right? Like the joke in those games is like the end game is the fashion.
Yeah, that's how DBD is too. It feels like.
But we don't even have that though, at least on the killer side.
Yeah, you can't really see your skins.
Especially if you play like a licensed killer. Like we'll talk about this
Freddy.
later, but like especially if you play like Freddy, like what the fuck?
Yeah.
Speaking of Freddy, moving on a bit though from the state of the game, because again, I think we're kind of talking in circles with it a bit, but
We are master yappers.
Freddy's power level we have talked a little bit about, but Jenny, it's been a few weeks, and honestly speaking, I kind of think he's just like in the middle ish.
Yeah.
I mean, is that pretty much where you put him?
So I originally, when I heard the changes, I said low C tier. And then I saw it on the PTB. I still said this is low C tier. I saw his buffs off the PTB, said high C tier. Played him, and now I think he's low B tier.
Yeah, I can see low B.
I think he's one of the better M1s in the game. He's really good.
Well, I mean,
Like for an M1.
do you count Deathslinger as an M1?
No, definitely not.
Okay. You said definitely not, as if I can't argue that he's technically an M1.
No, I mean, I'm sure you could, but I wouldn't. But like M1s are like the first video you ever commented on mine was the M1 video.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to define what an M1 killer is.
Yeah.
Like I think Pig's an M1 killer, you know?
Yeah, or
I
Spirit.
know some people wouldn't say that.
So most
Spirit, like technically an M1 killer.
most people consider her an M1 killer.
Now that I think about it, I could see why you would argue Deathslinger's an M1. Like I totally understand that now that I actually think about it. Because he M1s them to damage them.
Yeah. Yeah, because
it's hard to define.
Yeah, if Deathslinger counts as an M2, then technically speaking, Trapper counts as an M2.
Right, exactly.
And no one would
it's
count
really hard to
Trapper.
No, definitely not.
I mean, there are people who consider Bubba an M1.
I don't get that.
It's because he's not really getting downs with the chainsaw.
I disagree. I feel like I only get downs with the chainsaw.
Well,
I never hit one with Bubba.
But that's the other thing. It's like it's also like a player like because I know pigs who only use her ambush.
I try to use the ambush a lot, so I can't say anything there.
Yeah.
Well, because that's the fun bit of play, Pig, though. You know.
Yeah, and it's just a really hard. Like the only pure M1 killer I can think of in the entire game, in my opinion, is still Myers and
Wraith.
Ghostface. Not even Wraith.
Why do you not say Wraith?
You're still technically M2ing for the speed boost to get around the map.
I guess you are getting. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
Even Ghostface, you're M2ing for the expose. Same with
Myers. Is there anyone who only gets downs with clicking on people?
Just old Freddy.
Legion?
Yeah, Legion. Well, even then.
I mean, you can technically get it down with a
But yeah,
Pinhead. He uses the power to still them.
Yeah. That's the thing, is Pinhead an M1 killer? Because most people...
It's really hard. I would call Pinhead an M1 killer. Yeah.
So would I, but that's the thing, because the reason I always bring this up is because the idea of, like, people are always like, buff M1 killers. It's like, okay, define an M1 killer.
Well, yeah, because, like, technically speaking, Singularity is an M1 killer, but, like...
Yeah, so do you want to buff Singularity? Do you want to buff Pinhead?
I think there should be, like, a more,
Do you want to buff Clown?
What's the word? A more, like, defined term. Like, you call him, like, a true M1 killer or something. Like, Trapper, a true M1 killer.
I wouldn't even call Trapper a true M1 killer.
I mean, yeah, like, he can get downs with his power, I guess.
Yeah.
Did you have this conversation with Bleak, too?
I think I have. Yeah, again, it's like, okay, so, because it's like, he can get downs with his traps.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the question becomes, is it a consistency thing? And then...
Walking Killers in Japan, that's a really funny name.
It's again, like I don't even consider Clown an M1 killer these days. Because he's hitting you with his M1, but if that's the definition,
he's
the
using the
Deathslinger.
model, though.
Yeah.
I get it. It's so hard to, like, define them if you, like, really break it down.
Yeah, if you mean non-anti-loop killers, that's a different topic.
Yeah.
That's a different definition. Yeah. It's so, like, again, it's just like, that's why I love that conversation, because no one has been able to give me a definition that I'm satisfied with.
It's really hard. Like, it genuinely is. Because, like, you could argue a lot of killers being M1.
Yeah, because, again, like it's like, okay, we buff all the M1 killers. Okay, and again, like, Singularity is an M1 killer by most people's definitions.
Yeah.
So, do we want to buff him? and
Nope.
Pinhead. And what about Houndmaster? She's an M1 killer.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. She injures you with her M1. Well, I mean, she technically an injury with the dog, but
Yeah.
that's if you go through a window.
But yeah, that's the thing. Like Houndmaster, I think is one of the more polarizing ones, right? Because if Houndmaster isn't an M1 killer, then Pinhead isn't an M1 killer.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it is really hard to define if you really like think about it.
uh
I think it is just kind of a general term for weaker killers, though, for the most part. Like, are there really any weak M2s that I can think of right now?
I mean, depending on who you ask, Chucky.
I don't think Chucky's weak.
I mean,
Weaker than he was.
yeah, weaker than he was. Demo, someone brought up Demo.
Demo's kind of weak, yeah.
Yeah. What about Vecna? Is Vecna in them too?
I would consider him an M1.
But you can damage.
But I don't think.
But you can damage the fly the damned.
Yeah, well, you can damage with a pig trap or a pig dash.
And the problem is, a lot of people try to define it by consistency, and it's like you can't do that because what does that even mean?
Trickster's fairly weak.
Oh yeah, Trickster.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
true. Yeah.
Do you think Trickster's better than he was before his rework? Like strength wise?
No. Fuck no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Not at all. I don't think he's better in any regard at the current moment.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I've
He
been
feels worse to play for sure.
maybe I've been propagandized by Rev and Zozo, but no, I don't think Trickster is better in any regard.
That's how I was too. I used to think he was better. Then I like started talking to Revy. I'm like, oh, this character's kind of ass.
It's weird because I mean I've talked to Rev about it too. Behavior somehow managed to piss off the people who play the killer and the people playing against the killer, which is kind of impressive when you think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Freddy's power level, like, because at the end of the day, like, if I want to be reductive, like he is an M1 killer. But even then, Dream Pallets.
Yeah, somebody pulled that argument on me, and I said, okay, you're not going to injure people with dream pallets enough to consider him anywhere near M2.
Well, yeah, but
I think for a killer to be considered M2, it has to be like a consistent damage, like Nemesis, you know? Like he can do M1 stuff, but you shouldn't.
But he can't.
He can?
He can.
What'd you say?
He can. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but you just shouldn't, because like it's actively a detriment to yourself to do it.
Right. I mean, that's my point with like Freddy though. Is like you can injure with the pallets.
But it's not consistent.
Right. What defines consistent?
If you're only trying to use the pallets, you're gonna lose.
Right. But if you're only trying to ambush a pig,
you're gonna lose.
Are you?
More than likely, yeah.
I know some pretty good pigs.
I mean, she can't use it out in the open. They just keep running, and if they just leave the tile, you just lost a bunch of distance.
Yeah. See, again though, that's the problem. Is it's hard to define for that exact reason.
Right.
Because it's yeah, but yeah, and I am Freddy's polarizing as far as power level goes because a lot of people can't seem to agree right now.
Some people still think he's really bad. I don't
like he's like I mentioned it with like the Chucky debate too. It's like Chucky and Freddy right now I think are the two most polarizing killers to wait at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's odd, especially on the Chucky end, because the argument that that me and a lot of Chucky players make is, if you're good with Chucky, he's like mid B, right? Maybe
I don't think you need to be good with him. I think I'm pretty bad with him. I perform pretty well.
And people say, well, that's not a good argument. It's like, what about Nurse? We make this argument for Nurse all the fucking time.
Well, then you have to be good with Nurse for her to be S tier?
Yeah, you have to be good with Nurse for her to be good.
Well, I think that's just part of the investment into the character. Like, you can't just pick. I don't think you should be able to pick up a character and immediately be insane with them. That's why I don't think M1 should ever be super duper strong.
Mm-hmm.
Again, using that term, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah.
Like I don't think they should ever be top tier.
Do you think? I know they get compared a lot. Do you think that Freddy is stronger than Clown?
Yes.
100%.
No doubt in my mind. Yes. They're close, but I do think Freddy's over.
I would disagree, but fair enough.
I can go into why I think I think if you want to.
I think Clown can play more loops with the pallet down than Freddy can.
I don't disagree with that, but I think if you get through the pallet quickly, I think as Freddy gets through more pallets, he gets stronger because he can put his pallets down rather, and he sets up the map for himself to be stronger in the end game. Clown has to take a long time to reload. Not really a long time. He has to take time to reload. If they just pre-drop, they can consistently waste at least a little bit of your time. I think Freddy's less perk reliant, and the perks that he does rely on, Clown also relies on. He has mobility. He can fake the teleport. He can, as we talked about earlier, zone you away from pallets. His hinder is strong enough to stop fast vaults. Like, I think every tool Clown has, except the haste, Freddy has, and he has more tools.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Like I said, I think they're close. I don't think there's very much room between them, but I do think Freddy is better. I think if we're, like, my bottom of B tier would probably be Doctor, Clown, Freddy.
Fair enough.
Just going off, like, you know...
all the similar killers, actually.
Yeah, because I don't think Doctor's bad either. A lot of people think he's really bad.
No, I think after Doctor's buffs, he's really good right now.
Yeah.
I never see him anymore either, which is weird.
It is weird.
Yeah, after the tome, like, I stopped seeing him completely.
Mm-hmm. I still see him occasionally, but...
Moving on a bit, do you have any tips for people trying out the new rework?
Don't focus Rupture too much. If you're trying new Freddy, Rupture is a zoning tool, as we've said many times here. Do not go into matches expecting to hit people with Rupture. You need to use it to force people away from pallets. Use your snares. You can just spam them a lot of the time. If they're not at a pallet, drop a snare. If they're at a pallet, drop a snare. Something I've been doing a lot that's been doing a lot for me. If you know you're going to get stunned, snare them. They will lose a lot of distance. They don't get as much distance while they're running away from the pallet.
Okay.
You can also bring perks like Brutal Strength, Enduring. Like, just chase perks are really good on him. The thing is with Freddy, the later the match goes on, the stronger you get. You get more pallet spawns, and you can use that to your advantage.
Fair enough. And this is probably one that people are dying to hear. Do you have any tips for playing against Freddy?
Stay awake.
Stay awake.
If you're awake, he is literally just man with glove.
Yeah.
I think Pill Bottle is going to become very popular very soon.
I think it already is.
Yeah, I think so too. I think like I said earlier, Nancy Sketch Pill Bottle. That's gonna be the combo.
I mean, the day he came out, I didn't take it off.
Yeah, Nancy's Sketch Pill Bottle. That is gonna be the combo to use once people learn that staying awake is really strong. Yeah. Yeah.
And
also, one more thing. I'm so sorry. Mm-hmm. Watch out for him teleporting while you're healing. You have to be watching for that. If you're not watching, he's going to catch you.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Also, a note on that: if you finish the heal mid teleport, his teleport goes in cooldown. Mm-hmm. Which is really dumb in my opinion, but I get why it's there.
Yeah, it's a bit stupid, but it's whatever. It doesn't bother me that bad.
Also, he teleports to where you were, not where you are. So if you notice he's teleporting, run away, and he will not be nearly as close.
You can gain a lot of distance on him when he's teleporting.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Otherwise, just loop him like normal. Gotta treat him like Clown a bit.
Yeah, and like I said, just stay awake. If you are awake, he has no power.
Fail skill checks, got it.
Yeah, miss all your skill checks.
Do you think that should still be a thing?
I think it's thematic. I think you can keep it.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't think it weakens it. I don't think it weakens it enough to matter.
Well, it also someone mentioned this. I didn't even think about it. It actually kind of synergizes with his teleport.
What do you mean?
They fail a skill check, and you know which gen to teleport to.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Someone mentioned this to me, and I was like, oh, I'd never thought about it that way.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, also, if he is teleporting, going back to tips for playing against him, I am really good at this. Like, bragging a bit. If he is teleporting, you need to look for the nearest gen, because he is going to come in front of you and smack you in the head. Or come from above and smack you in the head. Really good Freddy players will find ways to get ahead of you, or from somewhere you don't expect them to come from.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Next is map talk. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I skipped a few. I apologize. Lore! Lore is a weird one with licensed characters. So the question was actually supposed to be, how well do you think he was adapted? This is an interesting one because it's 2010 Freddy.
I don't know if it's an unpopular take. I think he's one of the better licensed adaptions, like in terms of lore. I think he was done really well.
I think, considering the version he is, I would agree.
Yeah, they did really well with it. I like the fact that he was like the first character that got canonically nerfed, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that is true.
Because like the entity was like, hey, you can't do all that shit.
Yeah.
His lore's good.
I again, like, the thing is, like, if this was the original Freddy, Robert Englund version, I think this
Yeah.
would be a terrible version of him. But the fact that it's the 2010 version, like, as much as I hate that, I think he's adapted decently well.
Yeah. I don't
I
even. This is also pretty unpopular. I don't even necessarily hate that it's 2010 Freddy. Like you just said, I think 2010 Freddy fits. Or I'm sorry, someone in chat said, I think 2010 Freddy fits DBD pretty well
I would agree, except for Chucky
Yeah.
exists now.
because he's the funny man.
Yeah. I said it before. I really wish Dead by Daylight would lean more into horror comedy.
I agree. Leprechaun would be so funny.
I mean, we got Nick Cage, we got Chucky, like Ash technically
Yeah, but
counts.
Freddy's or Chucky's still kind of scary though. Like he is like just a fucking asshole.
Yeah, but so was original Freddy.
I mean, 2010 Freddy made jokes, but they were like cruel jokes. You know, they weren't meant to be funny.
Yeah, I would
Killed
say,
that dog.
and I don't know if this is possible considering they won't do cosmetics, which we'll get into here in a second. I do wish he had voice lines.
It would be cool. I will stand by it. Jackie Earl Haley's Freddy was really good.
He
and
was.
If they could get him to do voice acting, that'd be cool. But they won't do it.
The way he presented Freddy was less of the comedy version of Freddy and more of the, like you said, it was more of the dark humor side of it. Like he was
He
still
still made jokes, but
Yeah.
they weren't funny. It was like, oh fuck you, dude.
yeah, he was still having fun. Just in a cruel way. The original Freddy was like, he seemed like he was legitimate.
Bunny.
Yeah, he seemed like he was legitimately having fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
In like a Looney Tunes type of way, Bugs Bunny.
Well, like Jackie Earl Haley's Freddy was like making jokes, but it was like angry jokes. It wasn't I'm having a good time. It was like, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, well, also like Jackie Earl Haley's version of Freddy was like because I can't, maybe I'm misremembering. I can't think of a time in the original Nightmare on Elm Streets where Freddy was genuinely mad.
He got kind of angry in Freddy versus Jason when Jason stole his one kill.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. She was his.
That was mine.
I've got no power. Fucking line gets me every time.
Oh, what a movie.
I was around for that. You don't have to tell me your age, but I just want you to know I was in 5th grade when that movie released. I was like peak age for that movie.
I was not.
Oh man.
I enjoy that movie. It's like really campy.
Oh my god.
It apparently went like through a bunch of rewrites.
It was like 10. Yeah, it was in production for like 15 years.
I've had this idea before. I was like, because my dream chapter is Predator. That's the one I want. And like it'd be kind of cool because if Jason ever does get added, and like I feel this way with Predator and Alien too, it'd be cool if they did like an update where it's like Predator versus Freddy, or I'm sorry, Freddy versus Jason. And the way I would envision it happening is Team Fortress did an update where Soldier versus Demo Man, where whoever got more kills got like a new cosmetic or something.
So there's actually
really cool.
I had this idea for a game mode. Someone brought this up to me, where it's 2v8, but it's actually 1v4 v1v4.
That would be cool.
So there's a game mode in Gambit, and I anyone who knows Destiny is already cringing that I said that. There's a game mode in Gambit, and what it's PvEVP, and the way it works is it's 2 teams of 4. They both spawn on different maps, but they're the same map. Does that make any sense?
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the same map, but different instances, right? They're like not connected. But it's the same layout and everything. And there's also moments where they can invade the other side and kill the other team, et cetera, et cetera. My idea for Dead by Daylight, I want a mode where it's one killer versus another killer, and the entire objective is whoever gets like the most points wins.
How would you do the points? Would it be kills or hooks?
It was the points that are in the game.
Oh, like blood points.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
That way,
I mean, like they should just do more creative stuff like that for the
Yeah.
LTMs. I think.
and before someone says, "Well, what are the survivors doing?" They're trying to stop the killer from getting points.
Because your teammate is the other killer. I would say.
Yeah. Technically, that's how it works. Say your teammate's the other killer.
Yeah.
I think that would be really interesting. I would
That
love
kind of
that.
reminds me of a comp match because like each team has a killer playing against the other team's survivors. You know?
Oh, that would be a comp match.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Maybe that's how we
Hopefully
do
not played like
ranks.
a comp match,
I'm
but
kidding. That doesn't work that way. But no, I think that would be interesting. Like legitimately, like you spawn in on literally the same map as the other person. Obviously different instances, and the matches are going on at the same time, and whoever gets the most points at the end of it wins.
yeah, no, that sounds cool. I like
Yeah.
that.
I do like your idea though, because I do think we do need more community events like that.
Yeah, I don't know why they never do them. Like, and the one they just did, the rewards were so bad.
A lot of games don't do it anymore, and I don't know why.
It's like such a good way to boost engagement. I feel like for the game,
It's not even engagement. It's also like it makes you feel part of the community.
community morale. Yeah,
Yeah.
the first Hollow Blight event was really good for that.
Yeah, like
Blood Moon as well.
yeah, Blood Moon. The problem with Blood Moon was people didn't realize you had to keep the challenge on, which I do think was a problem with it. Yeah, did you? I remember I told someone that they were like, "What?
Yeah,
Why?"
very silly.
It was really dumb. But yeah, again, I think that could be interesting. It would also, again, it would build a dynamic with survivors and killers because, again, the enemy killer is technically your teammate. So like that would actually kind of help the what's it called, the us versus them a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
It would also mean that like going for kills wouldn't necessarily be your priority.
Right.
You'd be trying to
I think it's a better way to play personally.
yeah, you'd be
it's a way to
trying to
play
get as many points as you can, and if you kill someone outright, you might get less points. It might actually be in your best interest to make the match drag longer.
Right. Well, I mean, I think you just I think it's like objective that you just get more objectively you just get more points for spreading hooks
Yeah,
rather than just like tunneling out.
yeah, it would also be interesting too because it would mean that some killers that like in the game very quickly, like Blight, might actually be bad in that mode. And then
Wraith would be like S tier.
yeah, and then killers like Bubba would be bad because they in chases so quick. Killers like Legion and Freddy would probably be like insanely good in it.
Doctor.
Yeah. Like that'd be interesting. Again, like it goes back to my whole map thing when I was talking about that earlier. Is like I feel like there should be modes and certain things where certain killers are better, and I think that's fine.
Yeah,
I think
I get that.
I think Lights Out is a good example of this. There were some killers who just were not that good in Lights Out, but some killers
Ghostface was disgusting.
yeah, Ghostface was good in it. Pig was good in it.
Dredge, you literally could not see.
Yeah, Dredge was good. Well, that was a bug, but yeah.
Yeah.
Dredge was good. Chucky was really good in it.
Leatherface was good. I was like dominating with
Yeah,
Leatherface.
some of the S tiers, actually weren't that good in it.
I bet Nurse was really bad because she relies so much on being able to see people.
Yeah. Yeah, even like Blight wasn't good because a lot of times like you see your target and then go to them.
Yeah.
You couldn't really do that in Lights Out.
Billy probably was really bad too. You couldn't see like collision and shit from far away.
Yeah. Again, like I really just wish they would even with the Halloween event, like my one criticism with it was that the void wasn't used enough, and my idea for fixing that was make it so when someone gets hooked, everyone goes into the void.
I'm a big fan of the Halloween event. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with Bone Chill too. I'm generally just kind of a suck game. I usually find them pretty fun.
I just wish you had to engage with the event more. That was my problem with both of those modes. You could just
that
ignore
might be it
it
because I kind of forced myself to engage with it. Maybe that's why I really enjoy it.
Yeah, that's the thing. But like nothing is making you do it, and I think it's part of the problem. My idea.
That raises the question though, because like if you force people to engage with it,
It's a separate queue.
it's a good point.
Who cares?
That's a really good point.
Yeah,
if they
if-
don't like it, don't play it.
Yeah, same thing. There's like when people were complaining about the anniversary event this year. There's a separate
Anniversary
queue.
was so good. I love the tricks.
Yeah, if you don't like remote hooks or party pallets or like the chests or the tricks or
That
whatever,
was so fun.
but if you don't like any of that stuff, just play the normal mode.
That was such a good event.
Like that's the thing. Like and same with the thing with the Halloween events. Like my idea was, and my thought process is if a gen gets completed or the killer hooks somebody, everyone is transported to the void for like, I don't know, 45 seconds. Just to like spice it
that'd
up
be cool.
and force everyone to go into the void. And
I kind of wish they didn't get rid of the little guys that scared you from the year before.
oh yeah, that was cool. Also the year before you got a shit ton of blood points.
Yes, it was like super bugged too, because yeah.
Yeah, if you like summoned a hunt, it was worth like 3 kills. It was insane. But again, if you don't care about blood points though, why would you do it?
Right. Yeah.
Because yeah, remember when they fixed the Halloween event this year and made it so you couldn't like you couldn't throw a haunt into an M1 anymore,
Yeah, that was stupid.
and then
That
everyone
was like such a
complained.
dumb thing you could do that.
Oh, I know a lot of killer players who stopped playing
Everyone
the
had
event.
insta downs.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Yeah, I know a lot of killers who stopped playing the event after that.
I don't know.
That was like their favorite thing about it.
I'm not one of those people who are like, oh, I can't believe you're sweating in an event mode, because like a lot of times, quote unquote, sweating is just playing the video game. But like that was a bit dumb. The insta downs. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, like I don't know, Jackie Earle Haley, I think his version of Freddy like got adapted very well, and again, I do also agree that this version probably fits the game better. I would love the original as a skin, even though behavior is basically confirmed that's never going to happen.
They could charge $20 for it, and I bet people would buy it.
I honestly, yeah, if it was a visceral and it was
If it had voice lines, yeah.
I'm going to say this now. Behavior, don't take notes. They could probably charge like $50 for it. I guarantee you it would be one of the most sold
It's a
things.
shame too, because Robert Englund said he wants to play Freddy, but like as a voice actor, he can't do it physically anymore.
Yeah,
It's such a shame.
yeah, I could totally see him doing it too.
I just like I think the issue is they wanted Freddy in the game so bad that they got the license a bit early.
That's not what happened. Did you not know the story?
I know that New Line owns the licenses in like Canada or something, but in the U.S. it's gone back to the
That's not
the Craven estate, I believe.
No, so what happened was behavior didn't go to them.
Oh, really?
They came to behavior.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. They came to behavior and were like, put Freddy in the game. And this was
So
back
why don't they want to add skins and stuff?
because they probably have a bad fucking relationship with them because of that.
That is so weird.
Yeah, it's like, and don't get me wrong, some other licenses have been that way, but it hasn't been. From what we know, from what behavior said, it was very, very like, hey, put him in the game like this now, or you're never getting him. They basically.
Is there any other license that hasn't gotten a skin? I know they have a bad, like we were talking about the bad relationship. I think every other license had a skin except him now.
Yeah, pretty much. I think so.
So yeah, it probably is just a really bad relationship.
Yeah. And before someone says this is conjecture, behavior has said this. The posts have been deleted though. There's videos about it from years ago if you look into it.
About behavior saying that that's what happened.
Yeah, that's because you'll notice that because remember how Bubba released?
Yeah. No, I know they were like the same time.
Yeah, that's why they were at the same time. They were working on the Texas Chainsaw chapter, and then New Line came in with Freddy and was like, put him in the game.
So they rushed Bubba out.
They had to rush Bubba out and Freddy.
Half of Bubba's add-ons just didn't work, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Got released.
Yeah. And they were just copy and paste Hillbilly add-ons.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's pretty much what happened. That's why he didn't get any skins.
I didn't know that.
That's
I
why.
Didn't know that
yeah.
New Line went to them.
Yeah. It's actually pretty common for companies to come to them now.
The Outlast people, I think, right?
Huh?
Pretty sure the Outlast people went to them as well. They said no, if I believe correctly.
I don't know the full story on that. I just know the Freddy one because it's the only instance of it currently in the game where I think they have a bad relationship with
I didn't know that.
the license holders. It's so strange because again, like I really do wonder if his current iteration, and also with the talkings of there being another Nightmare on Elm Street movie soon, quote unquote soon, I wonder if maybe they'll be able to get stuff eventually, but behavior has straight up said no cosmetics are coming.
It just seems like such wasted potential.
It probably is, but like New Line has never been, a good company for that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just told you the story of how the second movie got made. It was it was pretty much the same situation. Now that I think about it, they were like, "Hey, make this."
Red Bartels has said they contacted behavior a couple times, and that's all we know. Okay, gotcha. That's so strange, though. I don't understand that. Like, it just seems like I said, such wasted potential.
Well, and I think for the Outlast situation, I think it's because they're trying to avoid this again.
I'm pretty sure Outlast is also like a super like fucked up game, so they might not want it.
Yeah, maybe. But
I mean, I like Outlast, but
because I mean, they have good relationships with most of the other licensings. Like, I mean, Pig, like she
yeah,
gets skins all the time.
she's got a riff. She was the first one to get a tome too.
Yeah, she got a tome.
Ghostface is a really good
Ghostface,
one.
Xenomorph, Chucky,
Mm-hmm.
Vecna just got a few things.
Yeah,
And
I
Vecna,
think I made this prediction a while ago. I think the D&D characters will have some of the most skins for licensed characters in a good few years.
oh, probably.
I also think they'll get a tome.
Yeah,
Wizards of the Coast really like money.
I think everyone thought they were gonna get a tome. I think everyone thought this was gonna be their tome.
Yeah.
It ended up being the Hellraiser tome.
Oh, that's another one that I bet's a really bad relationship because of the NFT thing.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's probably just Freddy and Pinhead then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
That
every other
Dracula
license, like I feel like has gotten at least a decent amount of love since their release.
Myers, he got a rework. He's only got one skin, but that was like 2019 or something. That was a long time ago.
I think that was a legal problem. I think with that one.
Yeah, that's the thing with a lot of these older slashers is like there's so many movies that the rights go to different people.
Yeah, it's not even just slashers. It's just horror movies in general from the 80s.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, even Chucky, like I've talked about it multiple times, that like they don't have the rights to the first movie, which is really weird to think about.
Yeah, isn't the rest of the franchise isn't called Child's Play, isn't it, or is it different?
No, it's still Child's Play.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
So when does it become Cult of Chucky and
that was after
2010s?
Yeah, that was after Bride.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's Child's Play 1, 2, and 3, Bride, Seed, Curse, Cult, TV show.
Gotcha. I really like Cult of Chucky. That's a fun movie.
But yeah, that's why they can't get the voodoo knife for Chucky. Well, that's one of the reasons they can't get the voodoo knife for Chucky. There's a lot of other reasons they can't do it.
So they're like allowed to reference those movies, though, right?
The copyright thing with that stuff is very odd. And there's workarounds. Charred Chucky is a good example, like someone brought in chat. Because it's not the burnt Chucky from Child's Play 1. It's technically not even the melted Chucky from the TV show. It's kind of a mix of them.
It's like a classic Ghostface.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the What's Up mask.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I don't even want to know the legalese behind getting that one.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Fun World owns that mask, so I'm curious what happened there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think technically the Wayans brothers own it.
Huh.
I mean, they're the Wayans brothers, so I don't think they have any problem giving it out. But you know.
Yeah.
But it's just interesting to think that like Nightmare on Elm Street is probably a license they just don't have a good rapport with the creators with.
Thankfully, Freddy just kind of has one design, like generally. Like there's the new Nightmare.
Oh yeah. Like if I showed my mom, who's never seen the remake, if I show her like this version of Freddy, she'll know it's Freddy.
Yeah.
Right. She probably won't even bat an eye that he looks really different. Still Freddy.
The only other like look he has was New Nightmare, and that's technically speaking not Freddy.
Yeah,
you know,
it's a demon.
Yeah.
it's a. What was the explanation? It was like an eldritch god, wasn't it, or something?
Oh man, it was like the eldritch, like the monster was like right in the movie.
Yeah.
Making it all happen, like through Bob Shaye's dreams or something. No, Wes Craven's dreams.
That was such a weird fucking movie. I love it.
Meta.
I love it.
It's a good movie, yeah.
Add Rex as a survivor. I would play the crap out of it.
Did you know someone made a fan movie based off that movie?
I'm sure they did.
It's really good. It's a good movie.
It's like
a good little fan movie.
It's like the Friday the 13th fan movies, like the
Yes, New Nightmare took place in the real world. Don't Hike Alone?
Yeah, Don't Hike Alone, yeah. Yeah, those are really good.
Fun.
They're like 5 minutes long. They're really good though. But yeah, it's a weird thing with Freddy, and that's why like for the adaptation and from what I understand the circumstances they had, because that's the part no one ever talks about. It's the part no one ever really cares about or like looks into, is the circumstances of bringing these things into the game, right? Because I'm gonna say this, and I mean this, and let me preface that I hate NFTs. Let me preface this. The whole situation with the NFTs with Pinhead, I have a feeling was not in behavior's control.
No. Well, I'm pretty sure they outright said that. They said, like, they could do whatever they want with the models. That's part of the deal.
Yeah. So, like, do I agree with the decision they made? Not necessarily, but I also don't blame them.
Mm-hmm.
It's.
Well, I mean, there's a good chance they didn't even know that was going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's a complicated thing, and I think they handled it the best way they could, and now they have a bad relationship with the company. So.
Well, I also think DBD Twitter is, like, super... Like, if the DBD community is reactionary, DBD Twitter is super reactionary. So, like, as soon as that happened, everyone was like, oh, behavior, you know, our enemy now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I can't hate behavior. I just can't. They make me mad sometimes.
Such lovely people.
Like, and like I said, they're one of the few gaming companies that doesn't crunch. They're often reported as one of the best places to work in Canada. Mm-hmm. Like, they're in the top 10.
I didn't know
yeah,
that.
They're in the top 10 like every year.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a single gaming company in that list in America, by the way. Just let that
really
sink
funny.
in. Except maybe Insomniac might be in there this year because they stopped crunching recently. So
Good.
well, you say that, but you might have noticed that they stopped putting a game out every year.
Yeah.
So
I mean, they could do the Bethesda tech and make a game every 4.
even with Bethesda doing that, they still crunch all the time.
Yeah. I saw a really funny. This is like super off topic. I saw a really funny meme that someone was like, it was like this follower mod that was like it was voice acting. It was like talking about when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. It's like Elder Scrolls 6 is gonna come out, and I'm gonna see you all back here in 3 months top. I was talking about Skyrim.
I remember when Cyberpunk 2077 finally launched, and there was a dude who was like, bro, I went to college, got married, and had a kid, and this game is finally out. I feel like that's Elder
Scrolls with the new fucking Elder Scrolls too.
Yeah, and GTA 6. Don't forget GTA 6.
Yeah.
Also, I this is more gaming talk, gaming industry talk. I am kind of scared of what's going to happen to live service games after GTA 6 launches.
Because like the bar is going to be so high.
Well, no, it's $100.
What?
Yeah, they're charging $100 for it.
That's like official?
Yeah. At least from what I understand, it's official.
I might be skipping that one for a while. I'm just not like GTA just wasn't for me though. To be.
But I'm curious, like if it actually does. I could be wrong. It could not be 100% official. But if it does charge for $100, I am genuinely curious how it's going to affect live service game prices.
So my take on live service games is like theoretically they should be a cheaper game because people are consistently spending money on those games. Like Apex Legends, like I don't even want to know how much money I've given them, but it's a free game, you know.
Right.
Like behavior, like DBD, I got this game for free. It was free on PlayStation Plus. I've probably put $1,000 into this game. Like,
yeah, but you know the initial costs are very important. But what I'm saying is like if that becomes the standard for a single player game, because a lot of microtransactions are based off, you know, the margin of what people are willing to spend,
right,
based on other products, right? So if a bunch of people buy GTA 6 at $100.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It'll be seen as like okay, we can do this. We can get away with it.
Like how will the like visceral skin price of $20 or whatever become just like a normal skin price?
I don't see behavior raising prices, if I'm being honest.
I don't know.
I mean, obviously I can't. I don't work there, but
I mean, what about licensing fees? What about licensed characters? Are they going to go up in price?
Oh man, I could see that happening.
I'm surprised that hasn't happened. Okay,
yeah.
actually,
they tried it and they got really big blowback with that Ripley skin that you were forced to get.
Yeah, that one I wasn't too mad about personally because I just bought the characters in game.
That's how I do it too. I don't ever buy full chapters. I just buy them in game.
Yeah, so like I didn't really care, but I understand why people were mad.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, like, I mean, maybe I'm a weirdo with this. If they like upped the price of licensed chapters by a little bit, I actually wouldn't like fault them for it.
I don't think behavior charges people that much. I mean, I don't want the prices to go up, but I think their game is relatively cheap.
I mean, I've talked about it before. Like, I know some people have a problem with the monetization in this game. And I do to a degree too, and I've talked about it for a really long time with Mint Skull. You should check out that video if you're listening to this.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I think behavior is pretty not scummy.
No, I don't think they're scummy. The expensive bit of this game is completely on you. If you want to get a skin, the skins are a bit expensive, but you do not have to buy them.
I think
And you can get them for free.
Yeah, and I also think Dead by Daylight has one of the best battle passes in the game.
I've said that so many times. I agree. Their battle pass is so good.
And like I almost like and again, like I know people who barely play the game and still finish it.
This was a while ago. Skull Merchant's battle pass. It was free with Amazon Prime. If you had Amazon Prime, you theoretically never had to pay for a battle pass again.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You get all your money back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
It's a really good battle pass.
The only thing that can make their battle pass better, and I've said this before, is that they do what Halo Infinite did and make it so you can. Well, actually, funny thing about this, I've praised Halo Infinite before because their battle passes are always available. Mm-hmm. So like, let's say you didn't play the game like 3 years ago, you can still get the battle pass for 3 years ago.
I believe that's what Rivals is doing now.
Yeah, Rivals does that now. Halo Infinite's stopping that.
Oh, that's a shame.
It's really
trying to
dumb.
like take advantage of FOMO.
I guess. I mean, the game is kind of on life support right now, so I guess it's part of it. Yeah, I really do wish more games would do that.
There are a few critiques I have for Dead by Daylight's Battle Pass. I think there's a bunch of just junk in it that like nobody cares a shit about. Like nothing in this game is sadder than the last page of the last page of the Charms tab.
I don't mind it so much because like in the current Battle Pass, like the Hunter skin alone is worth $10.
Yeah, no, there's good skins.
So like I don't mind I don't mind the random little goodies and shit that you're never going to use, really.
It just feels filler. Like, it just feels like filler shit that, like, no one's ever going to use.
Yeah, but they kind of have to do it because, like...
They can't make everything... Yeah, I understand that.
And, like, if the Battle Pass was too short, like, if it was, like, only, like, let's say 20 tiers, like, you would finish it in, like, a week.
Right.
And then start complaining, like people did for the Castlevania one.
See, I just, like, somebody in chat just said they hate badges and banners. I see it the other way around. I would rather them put badges and banners instead of charms. Because at least a badge and banner you can kind of show off. Nobody's going to notice a charm.
I don't really use badges. I mean, I have my Chucky one, and that's the only one I use.
Well, yeah, like, at least it's something you can actually show off.
And even for the charms, like I'm kind of cool with it, because I'd rather them be in the Battle Pass than them in the store.
Oh, yeah, don't monetize charms. No, that's
I mean, terrible. They are. There's bundles for them, but, like... Yeah, that's why I don't mind them in the Battle Pass. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, I would rather them be there than, like, anywhere else.
I mean, yeah, if they're going to be anywhere, that's why I would prefer them to be. I just think charms are a bit of a flop in terms of customization.
I like the idea of charms. I wish on Killer you could, like, put them on your weapon or something, but, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I like there are certain charms that I like that are in the game, you know, but, like most of them, I think, okay, this is just kind of worthless. The higher tier charms look good, like the purples and the Eries and all that. Those look good.
Yeah, some of the animated ones are great.
The yellow charms are like the puppet charm is cute. The queer charms are cute.
I also
Other than that, it's like.
Well, yeah, and I also like the charms that, and speaking of the pride charms, is I also enjoy that there are some charms that like are, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of personal charms. Mm-hmm. Like there's a charm I really, really want that was in a bundle and I never got it. I really want to get the Can of Worms charm. And I want that
the Void Kitty on all my characters.
Yeah, I want the Can of Worms charm, and I want that to be my charm because it's such a random.
I used to feel that way about the Tiki Death Cup.
Yeah, because I think that's another thing. Because there are some people. I forget who it is. I think you're a Billy main, and all of their charms are just feet charms.
That's really funny. That's pretty good.
And it's like, and they play on. I believe they play on West. And it's like there's people on the West Coast servers who know it's them because of the charms.
I have a friend who does the Ada Wong perk where it's like her feet, low profile, I think it is.
Yeah.
And the flip flop like right next to it.
It's great. I just that's the only reason I like charms. They're inoffensive, and I feel like they add personality when people put personality in them, like in actually choosing them.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So I think that's... I mean, like I main Chucky, so like I put... The charms I run on Chucky are his perk charms.
Yeah, maybe I'm just being unfair because I feel like a lot of people just kind of slap on random charms and doesn't actually like it's not funny. But, like
I,
the ones that are funny are fair.
I think about it. Even like on Zarina, like on Alan Wake, I have a typewriter, one of the random books, and then the Alan Wake one.
All my survivors just use the same thing. I just put the pride charm, the pupper's charm, and the void kitty.
They're nice. I mean, Behavior has talked about. I mean, in the survey they mentioned it. Adding different cosmetics soon.
Yeah, I want a stat tracker so bad. That was such a cool idea.
I want it on both sides. They just said killer weapons. I want it on both sides.
I think there was one for generators repaired. I could have swore I saw that.
Yeah, I would love just a stat tracking weapon. It doesn't even have to change how it looks. I don't even care if it changes how it looks. It could be the default weapon, and it just tracks stats. I would love that.
Yeah, well, I think it could just be like I don't see how they couldn't like assign one to every cosmetic and be like, this is how many hooks you've had with this cosmetic.
I do kind of hope they don't go the League route, where so League has added stat trackers finally to the game after like 6 years. But you have to buy them individually for every character.
Oh, Apex did it really well. It's just tied to the character.
Yeah, like, and the way I'm wording it, like, it kind of would have to be bought for every character, which I don't mind to a degree. I just hope it's not like you have to buy an individual weapon, if that makes any sense.
I feel like they could just make them like 200 Eerie shards, and you get this tracker for this character.
Yeah, well, yeah, because like what I'm saying is like you don't like. Let's say you wanted a tracker on Trapper. I would love it if like it's like I don't have to buy it for every single one of his cleavers.
Right.
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
No. That's
like
how.
I
That's what
just buy
it would
it
be.
for Trapper, and that's it. That's a done deal.
The way I was envisioning it would be like on this cleaver you've had 700 hooks. On this cleaver you had 100 hooks, but you only have to buy it one time, and then you just get it for the character.
Yeah, I would like that. Or hear me out. Make it a P100 reward.
That's a good idea. There needs to be a P100 reward.
You know what? We don't
understand
like Behavior said they don't want to do actual cosmetics or because of FOMO, which is bullshit, but whatever.
Yeah. How are you missing out? The character's there forever.
But you know, okay, fine. Make it so when you hit P100, you get a stat tracker on your weapon. Mm-hmm. Boom, done.
Even just like a unique like how they have like the portraits in the main menu. I would even settle for that.
Yeah. So
Like
would
a
I.
different effect.
Or just a charm. That's like their portrait.
Freddy's face. Freddy on all my hooks. Hey, bitch.
I wonder if the portrait thing is because of licensing is why they can't do that.
Well, no, because they changed all the licensed characters when they did the portraits.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, they could have asked, I assume, but I wish they would just like I don't know if they could do it for legal reasons, but I wish they'd like just full clarity, like this is what we can do with licensed characters, this is what we cannot do with licensed characters.
Yeah, because we still don't know if balancing has anything to do with them being licensed.
Exactly, because
we
like,
still don't
do they
know.
have to ask to fucking increase Meyer's stalk speed by 1%? You know what I mean? Like, do they have to do that?
Yeah,
They were buffing Demogorgon when Demo wasn't in the game anymore.
yeah, and they were. I mean, Dracula got like a shit ton of changes. Chucky's gotten a shit
in like
ton
a
of changes.
short amount of time. Like,
Yeah.
did they go back to Konami every 2 weeks and say, "Hey, we need to change this"? You know what I mean?
And I don't know. It'd be very interesting to know, though. They'll never say it for obvious reasons because
I wish they would.
I don't think they can because of competition.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because like if the competition knows what they're doing with their licenses, if they ever get the licenses, then they'll just quote do better.
I mean, I don't want to be this person, but like, what competition is there at this point? Like,
Well,
TCM is so far away.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I don't know. I've also said like it's funny because there's a lot of collabs for like Dead by Daylight. I think would have worked better in VHS.
Who do you have in mind?
Scooby Doo and Ghostbusters.
'Cause
Like I don't think those work for Dead by Daylight. Like I
I
don't.
think Ghostbusters could work.
I think Scooby Doo could work as skins, but not as a chapter.
Yep.
But I think I think a Scooby Doo like chapter for VHS would have been perfect.
Yeah, I think a Scooby Doo skins could be really funny.
Hear me out, Demogorgon Scooby Doo.
You can already make Velma with Yunjin.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Who would you give the skins to? Who would you give Fred to?
Fred,
Felix?
Felix. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah.
Felix for Fred. Daphne would be Kate. Velma.
Hear me out. Daphne, Michaela.
Daphne, please don't. Please
No,
don't.
you don't want to give Michaela more
Yeah,
skins.
yeah. Let's give Daphne and Michaela, and let's give Velma to Sable. All right.
It'd be really funny. Give Velma to Yoon Jin. It just looks the exact same. It changes literally nothing. As the Velma you could already, or the Daphne. You
And then
name.
Dwight for Shaggy. I don't think there's any other choice.
You could pick it like someone who just does not fit at all, like Vittorio.
Victoria Shaggy, let's go. And then, like I said, Scooby-Doo, Demogorgon, and...
Oh, that's a good pick. Hinata for Shaggy.
No, hear me out. Hear me out. I didn't even think about this till just now. Hear me out. Houndmaster Shaggy, Scooby-Doo Snug.
I like that. I like that a lot. You send the dog, like, instead of barking, the dog goes, when you send it out.
I would pay like $50 for that.
Yeah, that'd go hard.
I'm not even kidding. But hey, we're taking notes.
You could do the like a set of armor, like a enchanted armor for a night skin.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
like
have had that
the killer
idea
skin.
for the Black Knight is for that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And I mean Dredge. I mean you could do the Creeper for Dredge.
Somebody asked if you can turn me up a little bit.
Oh sure. But you know it's there's a lot of options with that, even with Ghostbusters. And again, I've also said this before too. I really wish we would get, and we're starting to, but it's the weird choices for it. Not that I hate them, but they're kind of weird choices for it. I really think we need more cosmetic collabs, not just.
Oh, you mean like
chapters.
clothing brands?
Well, no, because like we had Slipknot and
Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden, right? And then we had Attack on Titan.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like I want more collabs like that, not just they have to be a chapter.
Who would you go with?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but again, like Scooby-Doo.
Okay.
I think Scooby-Doo works better as a cosmetic collection than a chapter. Same with Ghostbusters.
My cosmetic collection that I've been banging a drum for is killer cosplays. Like survivors cosplaying as killers. That'd be so cool.
Yeah, I also think DVD needs more, and some people would hate this, but I think DVD needs more funny skins.
I agree. I get a lot of shit for this too, but I don't think DVD's really that scary anymore.
Like even on like on the Survivor side, there's plenty of like not serious skins. On the killer side, it's
Milkman Hillbilly is the only one I can think of.
it's
at the
kind of
moment.
just clown,
Yeah, true. Clown's really funny.
and he's a clown, so like of course, but like there's not really like non-serious skins on the killer side. It kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I also think we don't have enough sci-fi skins either.
Yeah, Gabriel was such a letdown.
The closest thing to a sci-fi skin we have on the killer side, in my opinion, is like the solo sword that Knight got.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a full
Hold
skin.
on. I'm sure there's got to be some more than that.
What, science fiction skins?
Legion has like weird cosplay ones, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm talking like full sci-fi that aren't
Like
Singularity.
actually sci-fi.
That
Yeah.
aren't Singularity. Because his entire character is sci-fi. That doesn't count.
I think you might be right. I don't think there really are any.
Yeah, even like Skull Merchant, like she has like industrial skins, but not like science fiction ones. It's so weird because it seems like an untapped market.
Am I still quiet, chat? Hold on, people are saying I'm quiet. I can turn my mic up a little bit if that'll help.
You're not quiet on my end. You're still hitting the cap.
It just might be that person then, my bad. But yeah, I think sci-fi would be a better... It feels like an untapped marketplace for skins, really.
Yeah, again, like I can think of like could you imagine like a robot version of Dredge, which we kind of got with the Iron Maiden collection?
That would be cool.
Yeah, or like a could you imagine like a robotic version of Snug? I'm serious.
Type shit. It's like actually Futurama.
Yeah, like don't make me cry. Come on. Like
That'd be a great collab.
there's so much potential for it, and these are just like offhand thoughts on it. Like
Jimmy Neutron's dog.
Goddard.
Yeah.
It would like I'm trying to think of like other characters off the top of my head. Like I would love like a sci-fi version of Knight, like a full robotic version of Knight.
That would be cool.
Even like twins, I think wouldn't really work, but I kind of would like to see.
No,
it.
they're kind of like a themed.
Yeah.
Like how I feel about Plague. You can't really take them out of their time period, I feel like.
But again, like even Hillbilly. Like, could you imagine like
Space Cowboy, Deathslinger.
or like Terminator, like is another like another character a lot of people want.
You know, Terminator had Death Garden. They had that in Death Garden.
Yeah, it was in Gears of War.
Gears of War.
Yeah,
Like,
Terminator was
Marcus
in
Phoenix.
Yeah, the Terminator.
No,
was,
they had him in Death Garden. Behavior did.
I know. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just saying Terminator was
War,
in Gears of War for a collab. So like,
yeah,
you could really
it was in like Terminator's been in a bunch of games. He's been in Mortal Kombat. He's been in this Mortal Kombat. Not Arnold's Terminator. It was like T-1000 or something like that.
My point though with it is that like you could like I think Terminator would be a good example of one I don't think works as a chapter, but
I don't know what they would do except give him a gun.
But cosmetics.
Yeah.
I mean a T-9000. I probably just messed that up because I'm not really a big Terminator fan.
I don't know anything about Terminator.
But like imagine like a T-9000 Hillbilly skin.
Mm-hmm. That'd be cool.
Or like an Arnold like skin on Survivor. Like I could see that. Like even in Gears of War 5, Gears 5 is funny for this. Because so they had a Terminator collab. Not only could you play as the Terminator on the enemy side, if you were playing Horde mode, they had their own class.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was all about grenades.
I loved Gears of War.
Yeah, because Gears 5 had like the class system for the Horde mode, and yeah, they gave the licensed characters they brought in all had their own classes.
That's really cool.
Yeah, they weren't very good, but they were there.
No, I've never seen Terminator.
Well, because I meant because they added like Emil and Kate from Halo Reach. And
really into fucking Gears of War?
Yeah, they had their own abilities.
How did I not hear about this?
Yeah, they had their own abilities too. Emil had he had the bubble shield, and Kate was an engineer, so she could repair stuff.
That's so cool.
And she had hologram. That was her ability. Was a hologram.
Yeah, I was super into Gears of War. I was like semi-competitive at Gears of War 3.
Yeah, I'd recommend. Gears 5 is actually still pretty fun. The Horde mode's actually really fun.
I need to get an Xbox. Like, I just need to get some so I can play some of these games again.
It's funny too because they changed it so the classes weren't tied to the cosmetics. Because that's how they had it for a while. So you can play Marcus Phoenix with a bubble shield.
Yeah, I enjoy that game.
Because of the license holder. I mean, the Evil Dead one's also weird because like
he got a tome, didn't he?
Yeah, but I also wouldn't want it because Bruce Campbell's done, so like I wouldn't want it without him.
Yeah, I don't want like I guess you could do like Pablo from the show.
And I mean we already have Ash in the game, but like I don't know.
Who else was in there? I remember Pablo. I don't remember any other characters though.
I haven't watched Evil Dead in a long time.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
I know it's good.
You haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah, I mean, Army of Darkness is a fucking.
I love Army of Darkness.
But yeah, it's like, and we'll bring this up now with Freddy's skins, because do you have any thoughts on Freddy's skins?
It doesn't bother me as much as it does other people. I will say this is not very well known. Someone we both know, Yoshi. Freddy's prestige is actually like a downgrade. It's a nerf.
How so?
Whenever you teleport, it uses his default model no matter what.
Oh,
so if you fake it last second, they'll know. Like they'll realize, oh, it's fake Freddy.
That's stupid.
Yeah, it's like actively a nerf. You should never use P3 unless you're using Unforeseen or a silly perk like that, because he looks more like a survivor with P3.
Yeah,
because he's not as bright.
I mean, like someone just brought it up in chat. Blighted Freddy would go so fucking hard.
Yeah, they'll never do skins for him, unfortunately.
Oh my god, like
P6, yeah, the same thing.
Could you imagine like human Freddy?
That'd be cool. It'd be so cool.
Like I don't know if he'd do it, but like, could you imagine if Haley gave like his likeness?
I bet you can get Jack Haley to do it.
I
would have said the same thing about Jamie Lee Curtis though, and I guess she didn't.
Yeah, like I would love it. Or like I've also had. I mean, there's the one everyone brings up that would be very easy to add that they'll never do. Super Freddy.
Super Freddy would be hilarious.
Yeah, Super Freddy.
You have to make that a legendary for Nemesis.
I mean, that's the thing. I wouldn't mind just recolors for Freddy at this point. I just want like anything.
My idea has always been New Nightmare Freddy.
Oh yeah, or that too. Yeah.
But other than that, I think a Scorched Freddy would be cool, where he's like still like ember, like he's still like his shit's still burning. I think that'd be cool.
I mean, you could do that for the
there's
glider.
not many options, honestly.
Yeah. Well, that's the other problem with it. He doesn't really have too many differing looks that are still him.
Mm-hmm.
You could do Marionette Freddy. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
From
Doctor or Chef Freddy.
Chef Freddy,
bitch.
I mean, you could do fuck. Like, I mean, the thing with the new Nightmare one too is would he have a trench coat?
Yeah.
Because they would have to code that.
Yeah, it would be a bit difficult. I just like he's not gonna get more skins. I've already just kind of accepted that.
Yeah,
it's a shame.
It sucks too, but I mean that's the problem with maining a licensed killer. And this is coming from someone who mains a licensed killer that has a decent amount of skins, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In a backwards way.
I used to play Ghostface. Like he was my first real main. Like I mained him from 2019 till earlier last year. You know? And he gets skins often. I've always wanted a raincoat Ghostface, like just the yellow, like Georgie from It raincoat. It'd be so silly.
Yeah, someone did bring up it would be an interesting way to bring in Robert Englund is the new Nightmare one.
I don't think he could voice lines.
Yeah, he doesn't.
And even if he did, that's technically not Freddy, so he wouldn't have the fun voice line.
Oh yeah,
unless they just say fucking do it.
It's a demon.
Although he does make jokes, you know. You ever play Skin the Cat? Like he does make jokes. They're just not like, you know, Freddy jokes.
I'm trying to sit here and remember that movie because I haven't watched it in so long, and I'm like,
it's a fun movie. It's not bad.
It's so I remember it very vividly. The scene where where the kid like goes to the top of the jungle gym, the playground.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that scene is always stuck in my head forever. I will never forget it.
Yeah. I have a scene like that from Insidious where the ghost, like the lady asks the ghost what it wants and it points at the kid. That is like in my brain forever.
Yeah, I will never forget that. I don't know why. Like there are days when like I don't remember what movie it's from, but like that scene is just ingrained in my brain.
Yeah. That's a solid movie though.
Yeah, it was a weird experimental movie, but that was also right before he made Scream too. So
yeah. It was like his first meta movie, and then Scream was like changed horror forever.
Yeah, I never really thought about that. I guess New Nightmare was like the experiment for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scream's like my favorite. Like if I had to pick a favorite horror director, it is Wes Craven. Like he's Scream.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Nightmare.
But,
like
yeah.
I love his movies.
Yeah. We lost one of the greats.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on a bit to maps.
We are all over the place.
It's fine. But maps.
Yeah.
Maps. We talked about this earlier where we both think that RPD is probably his best map now.
Yep. And I disagree with you when you first said that. I was like, I don't know that, but nope, you were
I have convinced like 4 people.
Yeah, you were completely right. It's really good for him.
And I think it's funny because that means that RPD offerings might actually go down.
Yeah. I mean, if Freddy stays popular.
Yeah, if Freddy stays popular, RPD offerings might go down.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why survivors bring them. Like, I think that's generally just kind of a better killer map at this point.
I think East,
I don't like playing it, but
I think East is better killer, West is better survivor.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that.
And I think that's why. But also, a lot of killers don't necessarily lose on that. It's similar to Gideon's, I feel, where it's technically a killer-sided map, technically, but it's really frustrating to play on Killer.
It just feels terrible to play.
It just feels like I fucking hate playing on Gideon's.
I don't like it.
I usually win on it though. So like, but yeah, I think it's an interesting case of that. Honestly speaking, maybe the more I think about it, the only map offerings I ever see anymore, other than Try Hard Bone, are just Eerie, and that's it.
Eerie's so fucking gross.
It's the only one I ever see. And do you know why we don't see Garden of Joy offerings anymore?
Because Greenville Square.
Greenville, yeah. I don't see Ormond offerings anymore either.
I think if they made another Forsaken Boneyard, it'd be good. It'd be fine. Like map offerings I still think map offerings should be removed, but you wouldn't see them as much. And if you did, it'd be kind of for an all right map.
Yeah. Oh, and Bad Ham. I still see Bad Ham. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Bad Ham's like comically broken.
I do find it odd that Bad Ham did not get touched with the rework.
I know. I don't get it. Because like we said earlier, I don't mind a map being survivor side, but Bad Ham is like comically broken.
I find it. I also think the problem with Bad Ham is that there's 5 versions of it.
Yeah, which is also like weirdly funny. 5 bad maps. Actually, I don't think Bad Ham 1's that bad.
Yeah.
I don't know how popular of an opinion that is. I don't think it's that bad.
It is funny too, though, talking about the map offering situation, that That is an interesting solution, quote, solution to the map offering problem.
What's
Is
that?
making it so every map has a killer version and a survivor version.
Because well, then people like if they send me to Garden of Joy and I get Greenville, like get fucked. You know what I mean?
Well, not necessarily, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Well, I'll use Ormond as an example.
Yeah, Ormond I think
like
is a
mine
better-
is super killer sided. I don't think normal Ormond is that bad though. The resort.
yeah, but but that's what I'm saying. It's like if Area of Crows had another version that was like not as survivor sided, we probably wouldn't see the map offering that much anymore.
Yeah.
Even
I
now,
agree.
like Macmillan is only getting brought. Macmillan is only getting brought so much because of the palette bug.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it still bugged? Like I can't get a straight answer on
From
that.
what I understand, it's still bugged.
Okay.
That's why you're still seeing more and more of those offerings every day.
I still don't mind Macbone.
I hate any map offering. I hate the idea that people.
That's how I am too. I just I just roll my eyes.
I don't
every
care
time
if the
now.
survivors bring me to Haddonfield. I still hate that they brought me to a map.
You can gladly bring me to Haddonfield. Yeah, whenever I see a Haddonfield offer, I'm like, what are you doing?
I mean, I permanently have sacrificial wards on now.
Oh, I like blood points too much.
Yeah, again, I don't care about them, so like I can just bring them, and I have like 200
sure.
of the fucking things, so why not?
That was a really good change though, but it was just a Band-Aid fix.
Yeah, I hope there's a solution coming soon.
There needs to be.
I mean, the anniversary's coming up in a few months, so I'm hoping we hear something about
I'm
it.
hoping they're saying, yep, we're getting rid of these.
I don't want them to get rid of them. There's got to be a better solution to them.
Well, no, the fix I've said is just flip them. You can't go to this map. I mean that's it. That's the fix to keep them in the game.
Yeah, but then they kind of become pointless.
No, I don't think so. You'll see different ones being brought. Survivors will bring Midwich. Killers will bring Eerie of Crows.
Yeah, but then those two maps never get played.
Well, no, because I stand by most people don't bring map offerings.
I don't
Like,
think.
I think.
I think most killers
Go ahead.
don't.
Yeah, well, that's the thing though. You just like I don't know.
Yeah, and they would, and like someone just said, they would be kind of just be. Then sack wards would have no point.
Well, then you just rework the sack wards. I would rather sack wards be reworked than having map offerings in the game.
I don't know. Like
current map offerings.
I kind of like their quote Band-Aid solution of just making it so the maps aren't as bad.
I mean, yeah, you can just balance maps. Like that is the ideal
That's
thing.
the
But, like
solution.
there will always just be a worse map. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
if they fix Eerie of Crows, then just pulling a map out of my ass, then like I don't know.
Because again, I have not seen a Garden of Joy offering.
Swamp becomes the worst.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Garden of Joy offering since
I rarely see it.
Greenville has been brought into the game.
Yeah, I rarely see it.
I haven't seen an Ormond offering. Well, okay, the first week I did, but I haven't seen an Ormond offering since that first week of the new map.
Yeah, I see Ormond quite a bit still, but I never get upset about like other than just be like, oh, you're bringing map.
Yeah,
I don't think Resort's a bad map.
Yeah, and I don't think like map offerings are inherently a problem necessarily.
I think the map offerings that get brought are a problem, if you know what I mean. Like Eerie of Crows.
Yeah.
People know why, like I know why people are bringing this map. It's because it's not fair.
Yeah.
Like if every map was perfectly balanced, I'd be okay with it. But that will literally never be a thing. Because if Eerie of Crows gets fixed, then people are just going to start bringing Backwater Swamp or whatever. You know what I mean?
What do you mean Swamp's getting reworked?
In about 6 years.
Yeah, and they said that 2 years ago, by the way.
Yeah.
And then they said it again a year later.
Well, that's what they did with Twins too. Like Twins was supposed to be reworked in like 2022.
Swamp is still the only non-reworked map, by the way.
Yeah, it's still got like an almost infinite on it. It's
Yeah.
kind of disgusting.
It's-
I'm talking about Grim Pantry, not the boat. The boat's
Yeah.
kind of okay.
I don't like the boat either. I don't like Swamp in general.
I mean, I don't like the boat either, but it's like an okay-ish map.
I can't see shit on that map on either side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, what do you other than the obvious answers, do you think there's a particularly bad map for Freddy?
Just bad M1 maps. Leary's is really rough. It feels like.
Do you think
if I were to track my stats, I would assume Leary's is probably my worst killer map.
do you think
for Freddy?
Do you think Midwich is good for him or bad? Because I kind of think it's bad for him.
Do you mind me asking why you think it's bad?
The open hallways and the fact that he doesn't get much pallet use because all the pallets are in rooms.
They're also set spawns, aren't they?
Yeah.
So people know it's been dropped and not. Well, I mean, I guess they can tell anyways because they get close.
Yeah.
I would argue that Midwich is just kind of a general.
But
Probably not one of his best ones, but
you cut out, really.
Oh, my bad. I would argue that's probably just kind of okay for him.
Fair enough. I
It's probably not like one of his best maps, but
I don't know. I'm learning to hate Midwich more and more every day.
I'm just not a fan of Midwich either. You play Chucky though, so it's kind of just bad for you.
Well, it's one of his worst maps.
Yeah,
if not his worst. Ironically, I always found that interesting. Always found that interesting that one of his worst maps is one of the quote best killer maps in the game.
well, he's kind of like an anti-killer, if that makes sense. Like, he's just like reverse.
He's not now. He was.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because now, like, I used to think Eerie was really good for him. Now it's kind of, he's just like every other killer and kind of sucks on it.
Freddy's kind of blessed in the way of like he doesn't have any super bad maps except like ones that are just generally bad for killer and ones that have a ton of pallets. Like Meat Plant's not good for him probably because you only have a certain set amount of fake pallets.
They can hit through floors though, can't they?
Not anymore. They fixed that.
Oh, right.
Which is another thing that I think needed to be changed.
Yeah,
I didn't like that. I don't think you should be able to be any warning.
I saw some people complaining about it. I think it was a fine change.
I mean, it was a nice skill expressive thing, but it like you should not be able to be hit without having any sort of warning. Like at least Huntress, you hear like the whirring noise. Her thing's fully charged, so you know she's about to throw a hatchet. You know.
Yeah, there's also the problem.
Deathslinger, you get an audio cue.
It also meant there was a problem on some maps, like Midwich and Gideon's actually had a bunch of weird non-pallet spawns. I mentioned one in one of your videos, the one by the tube on Gideon's. There's one on Midwich. I don't know if it's still there on the stairs. You can just put one in the middle of the stairs.
I saw that. One of my community members says you can only use those if you're...
You cut out again.
Oh, what? What's going on? One of my community members said that you can only use those if you're...
You cut out again.
Okay. I'm going to leave and rejoin. I will be right back.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on, sorry.
And now we wait. Hello.
Okay. Hello. Sorry. I don't know what's going on.
One of your community members said...
Yeah, one of my community members said that you can only use those pallets. You can only see them if you're a P100 Freddy. But it was really funny.
Yes, finally a benefit.
But yeah, it was goofy. Like that Midwich one was especially goofy.
Yeah, I actually got a couple hits with it.
I don't think I ever got to play Midwich when that was in the game, but I got to play Meat Plant, and it was like very weird.
Because it's like, who the fuck would be looking for that? I don't even understand why it was there, like, at all.
I have the theory that it was a leftover asset, and they just kind of put it somewhere and then forgot about it.
Why wasn't it there in the old version of Freddy, though?
Shit. Huh?
Why wasn't it there on the old version of Freddy, though?
Because maybe they didn't do it before pre-rework, before they changed the pallets. I just be saying shit.
That's where I'm confused about it. It's like, why did this always show up now?
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about old Freddy, like, Spirit Fury is worthless on him. I'm pretty sure it still is. Because you didn't charge the perk, or you couldn't put pallets where a Spirit Fury broke it. That's something that Kuhssir discovered.
It's moving on from maps a bit. Stats. I actually haven't looked into this. Do you know what Freddy's track stat is now? Because I don't.
What do you mean? Oh, I'm pretty sure it's just pulling people into the dream.
Oh, right, yeah.
Just hitting someone. Yeah, he's got one of the easiest dailies in the game.
I know, I fucking hate his daily. Like, I love his daily.
It's really easy. It's really easy.
Like, I
mean, like, compared to, like Demogorgon, fully charged shreds.
Or Night.
Blight, Night. Blight is, down people with your power, not just hit them, down them.
Yeah, Plague is hit someone who's fully infected with an M1. Play her.
And then Freddy's just hit 4 people.
It's so dumb.
It's pretty bad.
And you're on PlayStation, so you can't really track stats.
Unfortunately not. No.
But I mean, do you have any stats that you can track? Anything?
I don't think so. No, it's unfortunate. I really wish I could though.
Well, on that, I'm gonna pull up the viewer questions.
Okay.
You're
gonna ask me the Hawk 201.
You gave it away.
Oh, sorry.
You gave it away.
Are you gonna ask me the censored one?
Yeah, it's too late now. Okay. We'll do the YouTube ones first. Now, some of these questions are probably going to be something I've asked. So we'll go through that a bit. I'm going to do something a little different on the YouTube side of it and actually show the questions. From Bill G. Wesker, do you enjoy playing against the new Freddy?
Generally, yes. Except the hinder staying right now.
Okay.
That is the only downside to it. It feels really bad, but other than that, I like it.
Fair enough. Is there something missing, whether it be cosmetics, gameplay, or aesthetics from Freddy?
Cosmetics don't bother me. Gameplay, I think he's pretty good now in terms of theme, and aesthetics, he's always been good.
I will say one thing. Swapping between palettes and snares should be easier.
Very, very annoying, especially on controller. Question. On PC, is there a weird delay when you start a teleport?
Yeah. I mess it up all the time because of it.
I hate that.
Yeah.
I forgot to say that earlier.
Yeah, I mess it up all the time because of that. I accidentally
really
cancel it because
annoying.
I didn't think it went through.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Yeah, I think they cleaned that up a little bit. And then swapping the power is... I don't know why it doesn't work half the time.
Yeah, it's just a bit unresponsive, I feel like. I feel like they could clean it up quite a bit.
Yeah. From It's a Gamer 05, is there anything you wish stayed from previous Freddy's versions into his current rework? Like survivors only getting one clock or fake pallets being indistinguishable from normal ones?
No, I think adding either of those would be really bad. One clock is something that I think was necessary with his old version because he was just so weak.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've seen the video, Bennett, I was a big push for the you can use any clock, my Freddy rework.
Yeah.
And as for fake pallets being indistinguishable, you can blow them up now. I don't think he needs that.
I
agree with these changes they made.
I just think there should be an add-on that changes the pallets back to the old ones.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Just
make that swing or swing chains.
Swing chains.
It's fucking worthless right now.
From Average Unknown Main, how strong is in-game Freddy?
With class photo, it's pretty good. It's like really good actually, but without class photo, probably not that great.
I don't know. I still think Freddy is one of the few good in-game killers. Just because of how the pallets interact.
I mean, like, in comparison to other killers, probably pretty good, but I think you'd be better off just, trying to win before that.
Hold on 1 second. Wow, you actually made this super easy for me to find for once.
Yeah.
Because all I have to do is go to Arshy's page and find the Twitter post. Well, maybe. Nah, shit. This is the worst part about finding the Twitter post. There we go. Shit. Nope, never mind. Wrong one. It was the maybe deactivating thing that's going around.
It's gotten me every time.
It's got me. I only saw pixies and my heart skipped a beat. It's like, what the fuck did she do?
Buff swing chains to block windows when you start the projection. Yeah, that's fine too. I mean, you can keep it as how it is now. You just need to increase the range if you do. 16 meters is not big enough.
All right, from Ghost Anonymous. This is quite a long one. Do you have any part do they in any part miss the killer going from a trap orientation to a projectile orientation? Do you miss the traps?
I don't enjoy trap killers.
Okay.
I enjoyed Freddy because it was Freddy.
Okay.
And I didn't use them as traps. I used them as bad clown bottles. I enjoy projectile. I enjoy kind of skill shots, and it is a bit of a skill shot. So, yeah.
What do you predict the skill ceiling of Dream Pallets are? Do you think the skill ceiling is high, or do you think it's pretty...
I mean, I think it's relatively high. It's higher than he's ever been before. I like, I'm sure you can kind of read survivors to tell if it's like, okay, they're going to run into this, or they're too good. You know what I mean? To know what's coming up. So, I think it's relatively high. Probably not like one of the highest in the game. Like, it's not like a Huntress skill ceiling, But I think it's more game sense and, like, actually... Like, you just have to know the time when to explode the pallet that they're going to walk into it.
Fair enough.
And you can like, specialize in add-ons like Unicorn Block and Wolf Shirt to be better at that.
Fair enough. Thoughts on the ease of being able to wake up now? Do you think it's too easy?
I think it's good. No, I think it's good.
Okay.
Once people get better at it, Pill Bottle's going to be really strong.
Fair.
I'll stand by Nancy's sketch. I know you don't, but...
Yeah. Is being able to teleport to survivors picking up slugs balanced?
Oof.
I can answer this one if you want.
Yeah, let me know what you think.
I think it's perfectly balanced because they have to be asleep for it.
Yeah, I think you should punish survivors for staying asleep for sure.
Yeah, I
Um,
think one of the good things about this rework is that being asleep is threatening now because of that.
yeah, I think the only thing I'm concerned about with it is that like perks like future perks coming out, but you can't really consider that. Like if there's a perk that like I don't know affects healing speed of down survivors or whatever, like I that could be slightly concerning, but
I mean,
I'm not gonna worry about
the
that.
last slugging perk we got was, and most people don't even consider it a slugging perk, was force hesitation.
Yeah, that's true.
And most people don't even call it a slugging perk. Most people call that a camping perk.
Yeah, tunneling perk as well.
Yeah.
It's really silly.
Next from Ghost is, why are Ghost Anonymous and Fake Bennett their favorite content creators? And does this mean they have an obsession with Chucky Mates?
Insert cricket sound effect.
Fair enough. From Archie Me Bob, here's the question. How do you feel about
I forgot about my picture.
feel about Hack 2 a mechanic being introduced to Freddy's kid? Do you think it'll be useful to combat the clocks and being able to spit on that thing? The clocks.
I don't want to spit on the clocks.
The clocks being the thing in question. Will
Thank
disable
you for the elaboration.
electrical components of the clock. Archie, how do you manage every time?
Just not a real person.
I feel bad for Archie because in like a year, no one's going to understand this joke at all.
They'll be reminded of it. Like, oh god.
I mean, the Hag podcast is still called
Hag
Hag
Tua?
Tua, and it will forever be called that. Thank you, Archie. Last up is the Discord questions. If I can,
Oh, this is where the gloam question is.
there's a okay.
Yes.
I
there's a
don't
gloam
look at
question.
these beforehand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. From Yoshi. What's your opinions on renaming Freddy's power from Dream Demon to Gloam? They could change the name of the Dream Snares to Gloam Snares, Dream Pallets to Gloam Pallets, and Dream Projection to Gloam Projection. Maybe rename him from Nightmare to the Gloam Mare.
Yep, that's good. I like that. Good idea. It's a really good idea, in fact.
Oh my god.
Gloam on that thing. I hate it here.
Gloam. I'm gonna fucking die. Freddy to me at the moment is fine. Besides the phasing through people bug, obviously. However, I wish that Freddy just had something more going on. While Dream Pallet's use is very unique to him, what else do you think could be brought in on top of what he has? So, do you think anything could be added at all?
So my rework idea, I genuinely really liked it. I gave him this mechanic called Dream Shades.
Mm-hmm.
And it was essentially a mirage decoy from Apex Legends, meaning he would throw out like a fake version of himself that would walk in a straight line. And I thought that was super fucking cool. I didn't think it was strong. Like, I didn't think it'd be a strong ability, but I thought it'd be really cool. Because, like, the whole thing in the dream world is you are, like, in his world.
Mhm.
And it's used to be more of a distraction. Like, he can do what he wants in his world, you know?
Yeah, I
I
mean,
thought it was a cool idea.
it'd be kind of like unknown, but like you can place them.
Yeah, and it moves. It doesn't just stand still. Like,
Yeah.
it moves in a straight line.
I could see that. That would be interesting.
I thought it was a really cool idea.
From Under, do you worry about the future of this add-on variety? Once people are more comfortable with power, it's possible very few are going to see a reason to run anything besides pill bottle jump rope.
Yep, this is a very good question. I do think that in a few months' time, you will see nothing except people running jump rope, pill bottle, Nancy sketch, and maybe wool shirt. And that's going to be the ones people use.
I think pill bottle for sure.
Pill bottle, absolutely.
I do think whatever the second add-on is, though, is going to come down to personal preference.
Yep, pill bottle will be everywhere.
Yeah, but I think the rest of them, like
I wouldn't be shocked if pill bottle gets nerfed.
I hope not.
I hope not either, but I wouldn't be shocked.
From Theo, do you think Freddy being punished for canceling teleport to a gen is fair?
I don't like it, but I do think it is fair.
I wish there was a buffer.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of the whole, like I said earlier, sometimes I hit the button twice because I don't think it went off, and it did.
Yeah. I don't like it. Like, it feels terrible. Like, especially his movement speed feels bad, but I do think it's fair. Because, like, the teleport's really strong.
Mm-hmm. All jokes aside, follow-up question to Theo's question. Do you think there's better ways to balance the teleport than removing/punishing or canceling it?
If I was to make any changes to the teleport, I would bring it from a 30-second cooldown to a 25, and still give you the full cooldown for canceling it. I think that'd be fine.
Hear me out. What if they make it so instead of it refunding or whatever, you just don't lose the full amount? It's based on how long you faked it for.
That's how it used to be, which was it felt really good.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind that either.
Yeah, I don't know with the healing one, it could be a problem.
Yeah.
From Fitz, how do you in general feel about the current state of the game and community? Is there still a Dream License chapter you have? We've already kind of answered that first part. But yeah. Is there a Dream License you have?
Predator. I want Predator really bad. I've wanted Predator really bad for years. Don't care about Jason. Not my thing. I want the Predator.
I know people ask me this question. Fiddlesticks from League of Legends.
That's a good one.
That's the one I want.
I've heard of him through a Mint Skull video. I thought he sounded really cool.
Yeah, but yeah. Me and Mint want just an unknown skin for him because he's pretty much just unknown.
Ooh, can you scroll down a little bit?
Sure.
There's a really good cosmetic right there.
just glasses.
Yeah, because it's so good.
From Aiden, I probably said that wrong. Sneaking in a question last second. Oh, oops, that's not a question.
Not quite.
Haha, a Dream License. Blah blah blah. Ha.
They stole your joke.
From I'm on streamer mode. Can't see your name. I apologize. Should Freddy get the ability to bust it down?
Who are these people?
What the fuck?
Who are these people?
Okay, I'm not gonna answer that one.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. All right. Well, I think that's it.
We went for a while, didn't we?
I'm sorry. My brain is fried.
Oh, you're good.
Kuhssir. Yeah, we almost 5 hours or so.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna end it there. You don't have to leave the call if you don't want to, but thank you for coming on for this. I know there's not that many Freddy mains. I have a feeling there's going to be more, though. I will say that.
Mm-hmm, for sure.
I've seen a lot of people switching. Some people thought I was going to become a Freddy main. I was enjoying him that much.
Join us.
Like, legitimately, he's just stupid fun.
He's really fun.
But for those watching on the YouTubes, I love you guys, as always. I'll catch you on the next one. And, yeah, bye.